Australia have been the dominant force in women's cricket for nearly 50 years.
Australia has done it again. Australia clinches the T20 World Cup.
But without a current World Cup title, they face no shortage of challenges in their bid to return to the top. New Zealand, the current T20 champions. England, the constant threat. South Africa, a young team on the rise. India, a new force in the game.
Could be a catch. Yes, taken by the captain. Harmanpreet Kaur. India win the World Cup. Listen to the noise.
Can Australia find their best against the best and claim their 7th T20 crown? ABC Sport brings you every game of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup, live and uninterrupted on ABC Listen. Just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the silence out. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks off goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Night camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Clayton goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The only side to have beaten Fremantle this season are their opponents tonight in the West. Perth Stadium, the venue. Great you can join us wherever you are around the nation for the Dockers and the Cats. Fremantle's 34% winning record against Geelong is the Dockers' lowest against any opponent in the AFL. Just 16 wins in 47 games. But there is winning history for Fremantle to look back on. In 2013, it was Geelong who provided the Dockers with possibly their greatest ever win, a qualifying final victory at Cardinia Park by 15 points. Stephen Hill surging off the bench to help set up a victory no one outside of those in purple thought possible. In 2026, the season began for the Dockers with an outstanding start. They led by 35 points in the second term against the Cats before Geelong stormed home, kicking the last 3 goals of the game to record a 10-point victory. Since that point in time, no one has topped the Dockers. How does tonight play out? It is a sensational round 15 ahead of us. This is an absolute blockbuster to begin. Clint Wilden with you, alongside me, Mitch Turner. G'day, Mitch.
G'day, Clint. It's great to have Thursday night footy in the West. The last time we had it, it was a cracking game of footy that I'd imagine that the Dockers game against Hawthorn really put Fremantle properly on the map this year. That massive finish, the Wharfie time on the screen, it really felt like the moment in the season, despite their great run of form since their loss to Geelong. It felt like that was the moment where the competition stood up and took notice. So today we get a genuine yardstick. How far have they come since that round one loss to the Cats? It's going to be exciting, and as you mentioned, the Cats have a great record. They've already run the last 3 against the Dockers, and it's been few and far between across their history, so we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Doing an outstanding job to get to this venue so early. Our experts, it's only just gone past 4:30 here in the West. Still bright sunshine, not a cloud in the sky, and fighting their way through work traffic, as many people are, to get to Perth Stadium. Gates have just opened for this contest. Our 2 experts, Jared Schofield, who knows about winning premierships and knows about coaching. Welcome to you. This is an enormous game. Good to see you.
Yeah, sorry, thanks for having me, Clint. Look, it's one of them games where, like I said, as you mentioned before, how far have Fremantle come from round one? And I know their record, in terms of the last sort of period of time, hasn't been great, but I suppose the last 2 or 3 years, they've actually been really competitive, and they've been one of the most competitive sides when they've gone down to Geelong's home ground. So I'm really excited to see this game. I'm interested, I think we've got Bucks on later, to sort of dive into where he sees the real sort of key areas to take away from Fremantle. We know how Geelong play. They've changed a bit of their style, but it's going to be intriguing with some great players, obviously out in the ground. Obviously the forward line of Tracy, Amiss, and obviously Voss, who takes care of them. And then up the other end, you got Jeremy Cameron. You can't deny him the ball. So, I'm really looking forward to this game. And obviously, with a couple of laid outs, possibly with Geelong, how they're going to stack up against the dynamic midfield of Fremantle.
They are, of course, without Bailey Smith. What a loss he is. One of the favourites for the Brownlow medal, has been in nothing short of outstanding form. He doesn't make his way across due to illness, and they miss out of Tom Stewart again, failing to be able to get through the concussion protocols, of which there's been all sorts of interesting moves about the injury list of the Cats. We'll talk about that in just a few moments. As we mentioned before, of course, Nathan Buckley to join us as well from the Geelong Football Club, one of their assistant coaches. Cara Antonio, welcome to you.
Thank you, Clint. Yeah, I've just turned the work phone off, so I'm present and here in the box now, ready to go for a school night, and I'll back it up again tomorrow back at school. Like Scully, really excited to be here tonight, Thursday night footy, and looking to see how, I suppose, Fremantle have... Again, we mentioned just before their only loss for the season was against Geelong, but they were very, very competitive for the entire game. So I'm just looking to see how they come out after a bye as well, having a refresh. A number of players went away. No doubt a lot of training happened as well, but looking forward to seeing how they come off the bye, but also how Geelong travel with a number of big outs as well. You never write off Geelong. They're always in the contest, I find, and it'll be one to watch really closely, the big key matchups for me as well, up forward for Fremantle, who takes them with the likes of obviously Stewart out as well. So, no, really looking forward to tonight, Clint. Thanks for having me here.
Really, really pumped for what will unfold ahead of us in an hour or so's time. There's a lot to talk about in the world of footy. We'll have all the team news for you very shortly. Of course, teams have dropped for Friday and for Saturday. Squads dropping for Sunday. So we'll go through all of those very shortly. But a fair bit to get through, and some news just breaking. Thanks to the 9 newspapers, but Stephen May's partner Sasha Dade is suing the Melbourne Football Club and their senior coach Stephen King and the club football boss Alan Richardson. Now, this has been bubbling away for a number of weeks now. There's been documents lodged in the federal court, a miscellaneous application filed against the Demons back on the 22nd of May, according to the Age newspaper, with a case management hearing set to be heard on Friday morning. Don't know the details of the case just yet, but of course we already heard that the Demons apologised in February. They held a players' meeting where sensitive information was shared. Melbourne did apologise for that distress. It was held with a number of the players' partners. It was a welfare check originally about Demon Stephen May, held at Demon's Stephen May's house. Apologies. They had a telephone hookup on February 5 with partners of around 15 players, where the chief executive at the time, no longer at the football club, Paul Guerra, the coach Stephen King, and the football boss Alan Richardson spoke on the team's app to these partners. And there was, well, details revealed of that welfare check on Stephen May to those partners, and at least one person on that call was upset by it. Now we understand that Stephen May's partner has decided to sue the Melbourne Football Club for that incident. So that is some big news, and issues that the Demons really would rather not have to deal with after they've been in good form of late. Wins over Collingwood and Essendon. They face Adelaide in what I reckon is a genuine test of their credentials, the Melbourne Football Club. If you have a look, and I mentioned at the very top, this is an enormous round. So on Saturday, Adelaide in 6th, face Melbourne in 4th. And that would mean that Melbourne, if they win that, have to be considered as a genuine premiership contender. They're right in that mix, and what a wonderful turnaround it's been for Melbourne after last year when they were 7-16, their win-loss record, finishing in 14th spot. But this sort of thing bubbling away in the background is not what the Melbourne Football Club would want. So that was certainly big news breaking just a short time ago. Also today, we might start with Luke Beveridge, and I always like to hear it when the coaches are a little bit fiery about things. And there was a discussion during the week on one of the football panel shows, Jordan Lewis suggesting that Tim English, the All-Australian ruck, might be gettable at the end of the season. Well, the coach of the Bulldogs, Luke Beveridge, today said there's no issue with Tim English and that he will not want to trade. Let's have a listen to Luke Beveridge.
I'll scoop Lewis. So Louis, it's like he's gone up and he's come back with a half a scoop of vanilla. Like, if he's going to speculate and make statements, you've got to give you the full scoop. No, I mean, Tim's contracted until the end of 29, so player of his ability and impact, he's secure here. So it came out of left field for us. Didn't know where it came from, other than Louis. So I don't know who he's talking to, but we're not sure about there's any accuracy in any of that.
There's no friction between you and Tim. There was another report about that as well.
Again, big surprise. So some of the things we're talking about this morning, where we need to improve, I'm having those conversations with all our players, and they seem to be processing it pretty well. They're determined to improve, and Tim's no different.
So that's Luke Beveridge speaking about Tim English and those reports that perhaps he was want away, he was gettable at the end of the season. The Bulldogs, well, they've got a big game too, sitting in 8th at the moment. It's on Sunday up against the Saints. So the Saints in 10th, the Bulldogs in 8th as we speak. Always like to hear the coaches get up and about, Jared Schofield, by hitting back with some of the media reports.
I just love hearing that. Half a scoop. He does definitely think left field, Bevo, but it's fair to say, like, it's that time of the year. We're seeing it now around contractual talks with players from all over the clubs, and it doesn't matter whether you're a free agent, restricted, in contract, you're just fair game. And sometimes, where there's smoke, there is fire. But I think in this situation, like I know my time at West Coast, they were into this, obviously English, and that was when he was out of contract. Now that I think his partner's signed over there, it's
re-signed with one of the Victorian netball clubs.
So it's like, well, what would you then move across the state? So you can't really see that happening. I think he's pretty locked in there.
Yeah, it was funny because I watched when Jordan Lewis. I was watching Fox when that came out, and I actually my head snapped. I hadn't heard of that at all. Obviously, there was chats in previous years, but. Yeah, Bevo, just hearing him, half a scoop of vanilla as well. It would be tough as well. They've had a up and down season with injury, and the last thing they need is this to add when they're, around about the mark as well. But as Bevo is a professional, he'll go about his business this weekend, and just seeing the teams, there's a couple of good ins for the doggies as well.
And we will get to those teams in just a moment. Why is vanilla always the boring flavour? Well, vanilla, it's
my go-to.
Yeah, my go-to as well. It's the best flavour that you can add other things
Correct.
to.
It is.
I think it just gets a bad rap, vanilla. Anyway, if you want to get in touch with us, we'd love to hear from you on the text line, 0437 774 774, 0437 774 774, if you'd like to get involved in the conversation. Sticking with Luke Beveridge, story out a little bit earlier this week about coming off the back of the AFL and their boss Andrew Dillon going to India in January, the Bulldogs and their CEO Amit Bains mentioning that they're keen to tap into India, and he spoke a fair bit, and of course he has Indian origin himself, Amit Bains, about growing the Bulldogs' multicultural fan base. And there's so many Indians around the nation. Could they make the Bulldogs the team of choice for Indians now living in this nation? I think it's not a bad idea. And Bevo today, Luke Beveridge, was asked about potentially playing a historic match for premiership points in India. Here's what he said.
I think that'd be an exciting adventure and venture. It'd be a huge performance challenge, wouldn't it, to be able to go over there, play, come back, and either side of that be able to win and stay on top of things. But it'd be an exciting opportunity if it happens in the future. You'd probably have to time it maybe before a bye. That'd be ideal. But I think, when you think about the Indian passion for cricket, and then the groundswell of attention that's coming towards our game, and they've got the grounds to be able to pull it off too. It'd be pretty exciting. We feel like we've got a good relationship with the Indian community, and that we'd be interested if there was a game that was going to be organised over there.
So we know that there's been home and away games played in the past in New Zealand and in China, but India will be a new frontier. I love the idea, but how would it work? And could you just capture potentially the imagination of Indians now living in Australia? So who better to speak to than our own boundary rider, part of the Indian diaspora, Akash Fodadar. G'day, mate.
Good afternoon, Clint. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to be up in the warm box for a little bit before I head downstairs.
Don't get too comfortable. In all seriousness, though, could it work, this crazy idea of taking a game to India and trying to grab a tiny portion of that enormous market? The first thing that came to my mind when this was discussed, well, you won't have a problem getting the right size playing venues because there's cricket grounds everywhere.
And I think that's a big part of it. I think it's a great idea. I think it's got a lot more potential than the China venture ever had, because there is, I think, more cultural similarities. There's as you mentioned, the venues are already there with all the cricket grounds, and the shared love of cricket already helps, Indians integrate and assimilate into Australia. So there are, if I think of, say, Indian community people that I grew up with, so my age, so I'm talking early 30s that have been here, 25, 30 years, a lot of the guys I know have memberships to, the Eagles and the Dockers and go to the footy. They might not have played growing up, but they are footy fans. They've embraced that. I think cricket helps that, and there are enough cultural similarities that I think India could be a really good venture for the AFL. And I think over time, we've seen people from so many different backgrounds reach the AFL level, South Sudanese backgrounds, Fijian backgrounds and all that. And I don't think, we'll slowly start to see more from the South Asian community as well. We're seeing it in cricket, which is, I guess, the natural sport. We're seeing players of Indian background start to represent Australia. And I think we'll start to see them come through the levels of footy as well. You go to certain suburbs and look at junior footy, and there are kids from Indian backgrounds playing. So it's just about getting them to stick with the game. And if there is a club like the Bulldogs who become big on embracing that, they could absolutely be the club that people from the community get behind.
I'm curious your thoughts on how do you get more people from an Indian background, because you picked up footy without a genuine push from, you're originally a West Coast supporter, without a push from West Coast to try to get into the Indian community. What would they have to do, the Western Bulldogs, to make this work?
I think, as they said, sort of embracing the community around them. Things like coaching clinics and that sort of stuff work well. If I think of, as a young kid growing up, why was it West Coast and not Freo as a kid? it was the local burger joint and the Eagles players being there to sign posters and things. So they were the first team I saw. They were the ones that came to the junior clubs I played at and around that area. So similar thing out in the western suburbs of Melbourne. If the Bulldogs can see that opportunity, it's getting out doing clinics at the local clubs, the local schools where there is a large Indian community. And you know what? Probably not even the worst idea in the off season to head down to some of the local cricket clubs and be like, what do you guys do in the winter? You want to try a winter sport? Because in India, there is, cricket is all year round, and a lot of people from Indian backgrounds in Australia play winter cricket rather than, soccer or footy or anything like that. So there is an opportunity to capture them and get them into playing footy.
Yeah, my mate Pablo, who lives down the street, he's a mad Dockers supporter. He's came across to Australia probably 20 years ago, always wants to talk whenever you bump into him about Fremantle's chances. So there's a lot of Indians out there who really have adopted footy. Can they get more kids playing? That's the next question. I think the Bulldogs, what they're doing is terrific.
Yeah, I think it's a smart idea, and you can absolutely get the community into. My parents came here not knowing what footy is at all. My dad's had a Dockers membership for about 15 years, and my mum's a diehard West Coast supporter. So they picked it up without understanding much about the game, and it's just in a way to help people. It's helped them feel part of the community. So they now have friends in that through my own junior footy and my brother's junior footy. So if you make people feel welcome and embraced, that's the way they'll come into the sport.
Would they get a crowd other than the corporate hanger-oners?
I think you could. You'd have to market it well. If I was marketing a game of footy in India, I'd be leaning into our cricket stars and getting them involved. I think there's something like 10,000 registered Australian rules players in India, and that sort of started with the likes of people like Ricky Ponting and stuff going over there with a footy. So there is, to use the cricket link, I would use them to then pump up the game and, kind of come see Australia's other sport, see what we play, and it could work from there.
Appreciate the insight. Get downstairs.
No worries. Off I go.
Cash Fodedar with us. Thought it was worth just touching base with someone who would know, certainly better than we would, what sort of chances that would have. I'm all for it, Cara and Jared. I reckon any opportunity to expand the game is a great thing. And when you are talking a population of 1 billion plus, you get the tiniest amount with a huge amount of money to spend. That can only be a good thing for Australian football.
Oh, definitely. And you know how much Indians love their cricket. I'd love to see a packed out stadium watching an AFL game over there. It would be absolutely incredible. They probably wouldn't know what they're cheering about or cheering for, but we know that it's even just watching, Test cricket and one days and the Big Bash and things over there, how much the crowds go off. So, yeah, I'm all for growing the game. I think it's fantastic.
I think with those type of games, because I was involved with the China one as a player, and it was a interesting experience. Wasn't much following, but it was just great for the players and the football club, and I think that was probably driven from Koshi and Port Adelaide more. Whereas if this is the idea of the AFL, and you've got two teams, all like Bevo and the Bulldogs, really supporting it, and then on the back of that you got the passionate Indian people that just love cricket, but I think they're just passionate sport lovers. It can only be a success, I believe. It might take time, but I saw some shorts the other night on TV when it came up, when it first got reported, and there was little kids and people kicking the balls, and actually kicked the ball quite well. I think that's half the challenge, of being able to sort of kick the oval-shaped football that we have. So I think, it's worth having a go at. I think, if they can get that, obviously with the multicultural about Indians in Western Australia and Australia in general, I think why not?
It's good for the Port bank balance too.
Yeah, well, we didn't see that as players. It probably got Port Adelaide out of the debt. I don't know, but no, that was. But the thing about it is the timing around that as well. I know I enjoyed it because we played in China and then we had a bye the next week, so I just came back through Bali for 3 or 4 days and decided to really relax in the mid part of the season. Don't know how my form was like after that. Sorry, that was as a coach, not as a player. Was I thinking that's how well I went? But yeah, I just think it's one of those things where it's got to be supported by all parties.
Yeah, that's one thing. And Luke Beveridge, we heard from him saying it would have to be worked in around the bye, and I think that's an obvious thing to do.
Which is what they did with Port Gold Coast playing each other. They had their bye first, and that was the same thing, like byes across 3 rounds. They had their own week, and they made it work. It works well.
We need to have a chat about the teams. Mitch Turner has gone through all of them as we head up towards the news. Mitch, what stands out? Understand, as Cara said, a couple of interesting ins too for the Bulldogs.
There are a few interesting ins across the league. A fair few players returning from long injuries. Friday night, tomorrow's clash at Carrara between the Suns and the Hawks. Gold Coast going heavy on the ruck. Jared Witts is back in to partner to go up against Reeves and Lloyd Meek in the ruck. The duo from Hawthorn alongside Nick Holman, Adam Sol as well. Jepson, Ballard and Goulburn go out for the Hawks. Massive in. Tom Barras back from a hamstring injury after missing 4 games. Harry Morrison also back in. Perez and Ryan make way. Saturday, Adelaide taking on Melbourne. Mark Keane back in after breaking his leg at training in February. He's in for his first game of the year. Big ins for them. Isaac Rankin at Taylor Walker also back into the side. Josh Worrell is out unwell. Pedler with a hammy. Toby Murray makes way. For Melbourne, Windsor, Jefferson and McDonald are in. Petty, Cook and Laurie are the 3 that go out. The Giants hosting Carlton as well on Saturday. Cornelio back into the side from a hamstring injury. The experienced midfielder McMullen goes out. And for Carlton, Cottrell is in for Flynn Young. For Collingwood, Sam Swadling makes his debut, pick 37 out of WA. He's in alongside the veteran Steele Sidebottom. So too Ned Long. Braden Maynard out with that shoulder injury. Anderson is also omitted, and Scott Pendlebury is managed off a bye. So Scott Pendlebury will miss the game through management in the old age. For Port Adelaide, Lye returns. Lukosius back from a long layoff with a groin. Farrell out with a groin, once again injured. They desperately like to keep him on the field. Ollie Wines has been managed. Sunday slate, squads of course, but some big ins to the squads. Richmond v North Melbourne. Richmond, welcome back. The skipper, Toby Nankervis, for the first time since round 4, and potentially Taj Houghton for his first game of the season. He has struggled with injury, but he is into the squad after playing a bit in the VFL. Smith is also into the squad. For North Melbourne, O'Sullivan back from concussion, and then Core, Hanson Jr. and Hardiman all into the squad. Paul Curtis, of course, out with suspension. For St Kilda, Higgins, Dow and Boxall come in. No Mateus Filippo again, so he is remaining in the VFL. They continue to go big on that selection call, Ross Lyon. And for the Bulldogs, finally, the last team we get to is the one we mentioned before. Tom Liberatore is back into the side. So Lib is back in for potentially his first game since round 8. Concussion and knee issues for him, but he is back. Oscar Baker, Sam Davidson, Lockie McNeil and Lathan Vandermeer all into the side. Waitman out again, and Adam Treloar is unwell. They are squads for the time being.
Most interested, of course, with Collingwood. So Scott Pendlebury gets an extra break in the middle, but
Steele doesn't.
So, yeah. Speaking of Collingwood, their coach Craig McRae was asked about Bobby Hill today. Most fascinating, of course, that he's had to spend 3 weeks in WA for the birth of his 3rd child. There was a lot of discussion about whether or not he has a future at the Magpies. He's been in and out of their program for 12 months or so now. He's only played a couple of VFL games, but was back at training today. Here's Craig McRae being asked about that.
Yeah, I had a really good chat to Bobby this morning, and over the last period, he's got a bit going on, Bobby. Let's be really clear. He's got a lot going on, and he's a work in progress. But it's nice to have him in the building. He hasn't been in the building for a little while, so I suppose going in a bit more depth around Bobby. I think he's a long way away from playing footy at the moment, and we're conscious of that. But again, when he's in our building, at least we get some opportunities to make him feel he's loved and appreciated and supported. Regardless of whatever happens in life, there's a level of love and care. Like these young men are, in my eyes, like my sons. I want them to feel like that, and be a father figure for him to some degree, and set him up to be a good husband and a good dad and other parts. But there's a lot of work being done behind the scenes to try to support him.
Just to be really clear on that, so there's no prospect of VFL this week or in the coming weeks?
No, I think he's got a bit of work to do. Like, he's been out of the program for a little period, and I'm not saying I don't want to put ceilings on things. We don't do that in our building, but there's a lot of work to be done before he plays football at this stage.
So quite an honest Craig McRae speaking there about Bobby Hill and his battles. Still a long way away from playing. The Norm Smith medalist, we keep our fingers crossed for both him and for Collingwood. He will be okay. Other bits of news coming out of Collingwood today. Darcy Moore is back after a fortnight training in the US, but he's returned from a hamstring injury, still unknown. Braden Maynard, there's a hope from the Magpies that he could be back from his dislocated shoulder to take on Richmond next week, but not for the foreseeable future. And of course, speaking of big games, there's another one there for the Magpies as they try to find their way into the wildcard spots or potentially higher. 13th at the moment. They are at home, the Saturday night game against Port Adelaide. Of course, at the MCG. It is an enormous round of football, and it all starts here at Perth Stadium. We'll speak to Nathan Buckley, one of the assistant coaches at Geelong, very shortly as Fremantle prepare to take on Geelong here in the West. Good you could be with us on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport, wherever you are on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and News Radio. Time for the news.
Good evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. Shadow Treasurer Tim Wilson says the government's changes to its tax overhaul fail to address the root cause of the issues. The government today announced carve-outs for small businesses, meaning most businesses will continue to be eligible for the current 50% capital gains tax discount. Mr Wilson says the government is only trying to stem the damage from the backlash it's received.
I want people to build businesses from an early age, go on, exit them and be part of the Australian success story by just simply increasing a cap when the solution the government is seeking to achieve is higher revenue, is not solving the root cause of the problem, which is driven by the government's bad tax agenda.
A Melbourne court today heard disturbing details of how a beloved elderly woman was killed by her neighbour, who then dumped her body in the Maribyrnong River. Here's court reporter Christian Silver.
Neighbours of 85-year-old Lolene Whitehand broke down, describing her as a grandmother-like figure in West Footscray. 2 years ago, Miss Whitehand was killed by another neighbour, Milena Bogoyevska. The Supreme Court heard Miss Whitehand was attacked and had a tea towel shoved into her mouth before her body was rolled into the Maribyrnong River. Police charged Bogoyevska with murder, but prosecutors later struck a deal, allowing the 51-year-old to plead guilty to the lesser charge of manslaughter. In court today, the killer sat in the dock with her arms crossed, with her lawyers conceding she's shown no remorse.
Senior Federal Minister Anne Ali says she 100% believes the Australian activists who say they were sexually assaulted by Israeli defence personnel when they were detained on a humanitarian flotilla trying to reach Gaza. The Federal Minister for Multicultural Affairs has also pushed back on comments from Israel's Ambassador Hillel Newman, who said a police inquiry into the allegations was a waste of time. Ms Ali told Triple J Hack she disagrees.
Well, I would say it's not a waste of time. Australians have made serious allegations. I believe them, and I would say it's not a waste of time.
Israel denies mistreatment of the activists while they were detained. Polls have opened in the seat of Makerfield in the north of England for perhaps the most consequential British by-election in decades and one that could have a bearing on the nation's leadership. Zoe Ford has more.
Andy Burnham is currently the Mayor of Greater Manchester, and he's extremely popular, not only there but nationwide. Polls consistently show him as Labor's most popular politician, and that he would be the preferred Prime Minister over the current one, Sir Keir Starmer. The Prime Minister is so deeply unpopular after a series of missteps and scandals, as well as disastrous local council elections results here last month. Andy Burnham has declared that if he wins here in Makerfield, he will challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the Labor leadership.
HSBC Bank will pay a $35 million penalty after admitting in the federal court it failed to properly protect customers from scams. Michael Atkin reports.
The corporate watchdog ASIC sued the bank after its customers reported losing tens of millions of dollars to a long-running bank impersonation scam. Today, HSBC admitted it failed to properly protect its customers by lacking adequate controls on an internal payment system. It also admitted it was aware of the growing risk of impersonation scams as losses surged. The bank also agreed it had taken far too long to investigate cases, taking on average 144 days. The bank will also pay ASIC's legal costs.
In the AFL, Collingwood coach Craig McRae hasn't denied the Magpies are interested in securing dual Brownlow medalist Lachie Neale from the Lions. Here's Alexia Pesce.
Lachie Neale will enter free agency at the end of the season, and the Pies have made no secret they're interested in his services. Coach Craig McRae confirmed he's yet to meet with the 33-year-old, but says they'll target players he thinks can help the side.
I think we've got to be progressive in the way we think about the game. We've created a free agency for a reason. These people that are available to do it, and contracts are set in place to get players out of contracts, so then there seem to be an advantage. We've got ourselves in a position where we'd like to target free agents.
West Australian Sam Swadling will make his debut on Saturday against Port Adelaide. The midfielder was selected with pick 37 in last year's draft.
Weather-wise in Victoria, some areas of rain clearing eastwards during the evening, with possible damaging winds about the Alpine peaks tonight, and a cooler day tomorrow with some scattered showers over northern, western and central parts, and the chance of snow in the Alpine peaks in the late evening. In Melbourne, windy at the moment, with a shower or two becoming less likely tonight. Tomorrow, showers with a top of 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's 14 degrees.
Some chase the story.
We'll be interviewing some of Australia's most famous faces.
And some are the story.
Hello, beautiful people.
The piano, the assembly, and race around the world.
This is fabulous.
I loved it.
Great storytelling on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Perth Stadium is the place for what will be an absolute blockbuster to get this round underway. It's the Dockers, top of the ladder, up against Geelong, the only team to have rolled them in 2026, who currently sit in third. But the Geelong side, without their superstar in Bailey Smith and still missing one of their key defenders in Tom Stewart, the Dockers could not be in better nick. There's only one player you would even think about making this side that's currently unavailable in Sam Sturt. Everybody else is up and about, and for this game, they welcome back their vice-captain from a calf issue, Caleb Sarong, back into this mix. They also add in the big bodies of Brennan Cox and Matthew Johnson, McDonald, O'Meara and Wagner, the omissions. This is a Fremantle side absolutely primed. Can the Cats find a way to get past them here in the West? They're in good form too. Let's not forget that. Geelong, big winners over Gold Coast by 45 points in their last outing. The two games before that, Adelaide and Carlton, they might have lost, but they went down by just a point to the Crows and by less than a goal to the Blues. And before that, had wins over Sydney, Brisbane, Collingwood, and starting with a big win over North Melbourne back in round 8. So Geelong are in good form as well. Bailey Smith misses through illness. Chris Scott saying that they weren't far away from thinking that he might play, but they're just a little bit more careful these days. So Bailey Smith, of course, a key out. Lots to chat about, and again, lots of people getting involved on the text line. You can get in touch with us as well, 0437 774 774. Clint Wilden is my name. Mitch Turner is alongside me in commentary. And we've also got our experts, Premiership player Jared Schofield, and also alongside him, AFLW captain from the Fremantle Dockers from a couple of years ago, and All-Australian in Cara Antonio. Lots to get through. Phil from Werribee says, Clint, cricket and AFL in India, their gowns are tiny. They're basically a basketball version of the AFL. Phil, that's nonsense. And I can say that as someone who's been there and called at a couple of those venues. That's absolutely not correct. India have used cricket beyond belief for their 2020 very successful misuse of cricket combined with gambling. Gambling, AFL, no natural mix. Phil, that's just not right. I can think of any number of grounds where they could play and really play a terrific game. And, of course, we use the SCG, which is not the biggest of venues anyway. There's any number of postage-sized grounds throughout this nation where we play a perfectly acceptable game of Australian football. So, Phil, I appreciate you texting in, but that's just not right.
We only have to go to Norwood Oval.
Oh, yes.
Gather round.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm still surprised that AFL football was able to play on that, because that is one of the tiniest grounds. So
First thing I thought.
Yeah. So gather round, they were able to do it. As you said, Clint, SCG, and you go back to long time ago, the famous whacker.
Yes.
Used to get it done many, many years ago.
Indian fans just love footy as well, so we know they not footy, they love sport. They just love sport. You take any sport to India and they'll give it a go and just watch it and get involved, and that's where the success could go. And they do love Australians.
Yes.
They do. You watch the Australian cricketers go there. They are as big a celebrities as the Indian cricketers as well, so they do like getting along with the Australians. They love their sport.
No, I was just thinking immediately, Ahmedabad is easily big enough as a venue. No, I can't cop that from Phil. Danae's on a bus by saying that a 6:10 start is ridiculous. I would expect tonight that at the bounce at 6:10, this venue will probably be about 2/3 full, but it will be packed to capacity somewhere near around quarter time. Is a chance tonight, I would think. The previous record between these two clubs, 50,600, round 22, 2024. I reckon we'll go pretty close to nudging that.
Certainty, I reckon.
A certainty?
Was it 55 and a bit against Hawthorn?
Yep.
I know people from the country that have come here tonight, taken days off just to get here for Fremantle Geelong.
I think also you look at the clear blue skies that we're looking at.
Yep.
Beautiful conditions for a great game of football with two quality sides.
They might arrive late, but I think they'll get here.
Yeah, for sure.
This is good from Greg of Beachmere. G'day, footy team. Footy on the subcontinent. Get that India. Like that? Get that India. Yeah, that's not bad. Don't mind that at all. Danae, by the way, saying looking forward to a cool night at Perth Stadium. Might need a cardigan. You'll absolutely need a cardigan. While we're chatting cricket and footy, who are the best cross-code players? Wasn't Shane Warne on the Saints list? He certainly played a number of junior under 20 reserves games.
Yeah.
Peter Sumich was a very, very good cricketer. Shannon Hearn was an excellent cricketer.
Simon O'Donnell,
of course, with the Saints and, of course, representing Australia.
Yep.
What about his young bloke that's playing at the Bulldogs? Was he good at cricket?
Yeah, he was. Alex Keith, who also played at Adelaide and the Bulldogs and played Sheffield Shield cricket for Victoria. Will Parker, who's done the same for Collingwood and Victoria.
Well, we can continue on. Stephen Cornelio, who was being, really... I remember I was at one of the test matches at the WACA and the Australian cricket team actually got him in and took him on a tour and met all the Australian players. They were so keen to get him involved with Australian cricket. It was a WA junior representative, but in the end decided to take the footy option. Mitch Marsh played footy, played for the WA under-18s and was very successful with South Freo and went the other way.
And his cousin, Brad Shepherd, did the same with cricket and footy and chose the footy pathway. Out here tonight, Jordan Clark played for the Australian was it under-17 or under-19 side as well as a cricketer before he started footy.
Alex Carey, didn't he?
Alex Carey.
Played with GWS.
Yeah, GWS,
Correct.
So there's heaps of cross-code footballers and cricketers across the years, and there might be a couple more out of India to come. Who knows?
I like it, though. Actually, there's people we've missed. I've no doubt. That's from Domin Faulkner. But if there's any others that you've missed, please let us know, because it's a great talking point. People who, could have gone one way or the other when it came to cricket or football. Max Walker, of course, played for Melbourne as well as representing Australia.
I would hate to... I haven't seen...
Tangles?
I would hate to see Max Walker's set shot routine, having seen the way he delivered the cricket ball with the off the wrong foot, Max Walker. So I'd hate to have seen the shuffle he would have had going in a set shot routine.
Phil, thanks for interacting with the text message. We can all learn. Phil, you're welcome to get in touch. But yeah, as I said, we'll accept your opinions. But yeah, I reckon India is potentially fertile ground to grow the game. And I've always been an expansionist, and I think here's a great opportunity to try and grow the game. And in regards to, Cash said it beautifully, a bit of social cohesion. I remember going up to watch my nephews play when they were first playing up at Ocean Reef, and you had a look around the junior footy ranks. There was a kid whose parents were from France, there was a couple of Polynesian kids, there were any number of white kids, there was a couple of Indigenous kids. It's fantastic. And so all those connections are made through football. And that's why sport at every level, not just the joy we get from watching elite level football, but at junior level can have such a profound impact on building communities. And this is only another way that we can reach out to the Indian community and get them involved.
And certainly if we go back, 40 years ago, the Italian community, who were, incredibly assimilated into Australian culture through sport and through Australian rules football, obviously being round ball followers when they came over, and a lot of migrating Italians to Australia who took up footy. By the way, as it's just come to hand, this is not a trick. No late changes for either side. So if anyone was sweating on the Chris Scott pulling a fast one, there is no late changes for Fremantle, no late changes for the Cats either.
Rob from Greensboro says, I think Craig Bradley was the last to play VFL, AFL and Sheffield Shield. Mentions Max Walker as well. And again, as was beautifully brought up from Cara Antonia, let us not forget Alex Carey. A very, very good shout as well from everyone. Let's head downstairs. Akash Fodor is on the boundary. Akash.
I am indeed, Clint. I've got the Geelong midfield coach, Nathan Buckley, with me. Nathan, thanks for joining us. Firstly, how close was Bailey Smith to getting up to play tonight?
I'm not actually sure how close he was. He's been crook early in the week. Didn't take the fight over with the team, and obviously gave him every chance right up until that flight, but yeah, unable to get up.
And not having Bailey out there, what does that do to your midfield mix? How do you structure up there without him?
Yeah, look, he's been excellent for us throughout the year, so it does change things up a little bit, but what I would say is we're fairly adaptable as a unit, and we've got plenty of options to go through there. All that being said, we know we're coming up against a really strong midfield that have got great depth themselves. So, we just need to all step up across the board to try and fill that breach.
Are you expecting Max Holmes to perhaps get some extra attention? I know Matt Johnson's done a job on Lachie Neale in the past for Fremantle. Do you expect anyone to go to Holmes?
Look, he's a gun player and he gives us a lot of drive. But I love the way that he plays his role within our team structure. We get a lot of run off the back. I would suggest that Lawson Humphreys, Zach Guthrie, and even Osh Mullen and Mark O'Connor give us really good run and pop off the back. So, and we've got enough players to sort of get their nose in the trough in close too. So, yeah, Max is a very good player, but I wouldn't say that we're absolutely reliant on him.
You mentioned Osheen Mullen there. Is there going to be a job for him tonight? As you mentioned Fremantle's midfield depth. Will there be a tagging role?
Yeah, look, invariably Osh will find himself on a match-up at time to time, but I think what he's done exceptionally well is he's not just a defence, all chips in the defence basket. He's sort of he gives us a lot of run off his direct opponent. So whether he's sort of in the back line or in the midfield, we expect that we're going to get that. You don't find much time and space when he's got you in his sights.
Now, the round one win with a great come-from-behind win, it was a long time ago, but are there things from that game that you can take into tonight?
Maybe. It is. It's I think 4 to 6 weeks is about the time frame to look at an opposition and to judge yourself, I suppose, in some shape or form. But I think that's ancient history. The fact that it's Fremantle's only loss is an interesting little tidbit, but different ground. Both teams have got 3 months of football under their belt, so I expect that this is a totally different challenge.
Great. Let's head upstairs. We've got Clint Wheeldon, Mitch Turner, Cara Antonio and Jared Schofield.
Bucks, Cara Antonio here. All the best for tonight's game. I'm just interested, obviously, with Tom Stewart still out in the big 3 forwards for Fremantle up front. Who, I suppose, takes the role of the organiser down back for you guys tonight?
Yeah, good question. I think, Stewie wouldn't have found himself on any of those 3 big boys. But we do have quite a dynamic back setup. I think, obviously, Connor's been excellent. Connor O'Sullivan. Jack Henry's back down there last week, and we'll see him there again. And Jake Kolodasny, who plays tall and small. He's one of the players I've been super impressed with coming across. He didn't play a lot of footy last year, so he's been a really important part of our season this year, and plays tall and small, which gives us a chance to, I suppose, adapt to whatever the opposition throw at us. But the 3 big boys are a concern, and throw Mason Cox in there as well and Luke Jackson periodically. So there's no shortage of aerial power or presence in that part of the field, but we feel like, tall or small, that we can get that sorted.
And I suppose the other one, Lawson Humphrey, local boy, Pilbara boy, Swannies boy here. I love the way he goes about it, left and right foot. What does he add to your back half to, I suppose, be that connector for your forwards?
You left out ex-Fremantle supporter too. But I was talking to him during the week. He's got opinions on his favourites and maybe some guys that he thought he wanted to do a little bit better in the last sort of 4 or 5 years at different times. But he's a footy head, Lawce. I love. I suppose getting involved with him in any footy discussions. He watches the game keenly. He loves the game. He was walking out of the hotel with a ball in his hand and is always getting around with a footy in his hand. So he's supremely talented. He's been excellent. I think he's balancing up his responsibility to defend with his opportunities to attack. I think he's a really good aerial player, and we're starting to see that come through more and more. And just his footy smarts. He's going to need to be on the ball with blokes like Dudley Reid, Switkowski, Bolton, floating around that forward line.
Bucks, Jarrett Schofield up here. All the best tonight. Just obviously, you already touched on the loss of Bailey Smith and obviously the replacements that you guys are very flexible and fluid and how you can obviously reposition players with your versatility. But someone like Tanner Bruin, what has he added to this Geelong football team this year? You know, having watched him from a young person coming through, he's been that inside type player. Is it dare to say he's played a little bit across half back, or is it just how he's been positioned in transition? But is he someone that spends a lot more time on ball tonight, knowing that you're losing a little bit of metres gained from Bailey Smith being out the side?
Yeah, look, I think you've been around the traps for a while, mate. You know those players that seem to be good for you when you need to plug a hole, and Tanner's one of those players. And once again, he missed a lot of football last year, and he's a victim of his adaptability in many ways. I think if we were able to settle him down as a half-back or as a half-forward or as a midfielder, I think it would suit his progression and development as a footballer. But right now in this little sort of patch of footy, he has been thrown around a bit. So I do think that he'll get midfield minutes tonight. And whether his other minutes are behind or in front, we'll see where the game goes for us. But it can be like that twilight zone for young players that sort of get caught like that. But right now, I think he's just rapt to be playing consistent footy, given that he missed a lot of it last year.
Yeah, well, you can definitely see that. I love watching him play. You know, he seems like he's carrying the football a lot more and playing with that real energy. On the other side, with Freo, obviously, they've got a really strong, deep midfield and probably one of the most formed players in the comp in Jackson. How do you combat him tonight?
Yeah, with great difficulty. And I think, you look at Fremantle's form across the board. They've got a lot of players in good form, and due in no small part to their efficiency and the fact that they're bringing each other's strengths out. So they're very organised, and they're very hard to break down. So you get a bloke like Luke Jackson into that, and the unicorn title doesn't go far wrong for him. He's so strong in the air. He can float forward and take a grab. He follows up and wins ground ball. Like Brodie Grundy played in the ruck for Collingwood for a number of years, coaching them, and his follow-up just created so many opportunities for his other midfielders, and I'm seeing that with Luke at the moment. So, yeah, if you talk about their strengths too much, it would look like something that would be sort of insurmountable, but we do feel that we'll focus on our strengths and the challenges that we'll bring. Maybe Luke will have to worry about us as much as we have to worry about him.
Well, that's a great little segue, mate. I'm looking at number 46. You've got a unicorn too, and Blissard's there as well. That obviously can do the job there too. So all the best tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, Swiss Army knife blitz. He's been a beauty.
Geelong assistant coach Nathan Buckley joining us here on ABC Sport ahead of the Cats clash with the Dockers at Perth Stadium. Nathan, Mitch Turner here. I wanted to ask Tom Stewart, we mentioned him earlier. There was a bit of confusion around the concussion protocols and where he sat with that whole thing. Was he delayed in that process past the 12 days, or did he go into the concussion protocols a little later than game night? Can you shed any light on that now?
No, not really. I'm not exactly sure how it came to pass, other than to say that if he was right, he'd be playing. He's an important part of our mix, and as was mentioned earlier, like he has nominally been the leader of the back line, but I think once again the responsibility falls to many to do that. But no, Stewie will, he wasn't able to get up for today, and with the bye on the other side, probably in a positive sense, a really good opportunity for him to reset and recharge, assuming that this next couple of weeks we'll see him the other side of his concussion.
And you know the coach on the other side at the Dockers pretty well, Justin Longmuir. What have you made of, I guess, his progression now as a senior coach, with the coaching the side at the top of the table, someone you worked very, very closely with? Yeah, look, I was a defender of his in my role in the media at different times when there were some pretty big names coming for his head at different times, and I think I think the build's been very slow, steady, and methodical, and not unlike Justin's personality and attitude himself. He definitely stays with problems. I think he's slowly added, as the football program has slowly added elements to their team that have made them harder to beat, that has improved their football gradually as they've gone along. So all credit to what he and the team have been able to put together. But no, I don't want to make tonight that easy for him if we can at all do that.
Nathan, great to have you on deck. Good luck tonight. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Nathan Buckley downstairs, one of the assistants under Chris Scott, who also has a Fremantle link. He was an assistant coach at the Dockers before taking the senior role at the Geelong Football Club. The Cats are out on the ground. They're in the complete white, not the white-out jumper that they're wearing tonight, but they're in the white, which I find interesting because it's the Dockers who'll be wearing their stealth jumper this evening. That's one that they debuted a couple of years ago in Gather Round, and has become really popular with the Fremantle supporters. So rather than the white chevrons, it's a much darker colour, darker purple, and then dark purple chevrons instead. A little bit of news coming through about Alex Pearce, former Fremantle defender Ethan Hughes down in the rooms, presenting Alex Pearce with his 150-game jumper. The Pearce clan has made their way across the nation, which I love. Mum Karen, Dad Scott, sister Georgia, all making their way across from Tasmania for Alex Pearce's 150th game.
They might have been housemates, I think, at one point in time, Ethan Hughes and Alex Pearce. I think that might be part of the connection. Close friends. Now playing at South Fremantle still.
Yes,
so you have to contend with Scully when you come up against the Bulldogs, unfortunately.
And he's still a very good player too.
Yeah, I thought you heard that name, you'd think, oh, not Ethan Hughes again.
I did want to touch on something, the discussion this week, and it came out of a story in the Herald Sun. This argument that Fremantle have got an advantage in the competition because they've been allowed to charter their own flights, which costs the football club about half $500,000 a year. It doesn't come under the soft cap, but this was when sodden things sort of break. On this side of the country, we've known about this for a number of years. In fact, West Coast have been advertising since 2022. You can fly with the team. You can actually get on board and you can fly with the team, which was chartered flights that West Coast have had. Would argue, with the greatest respect, it hasn't really helped West Coast in recent times. It certainly has an impact on their ability to recover, but it's not like it's the be-all and end-all. I've found it bewildering there's been so much hoo-ha about Fremantle getting an advantage. I would phrase it this way. It's not an advantage. It's a small way of trying to balance out a massive disadvantage, which is the travel that the West Australian clubs have to deal with. You've had to do this sort of flying, Jared Schofield. You have as well, Cara Antonio, going to the other side of the nation. Once again, I'll make this point to people, with the greatest respect to those experts in Melbourne that haven't had to do this sort of thing. Do people not grasp the impact that travel can have?
I don't understand what advantage that would give any team, to be quite honest. And the planes have changed. There's less business class seats now as well. That is unbelievable that's come out. It's tough. It was tough when, just speaking from my experience, we did it with the daylight savings when we first started. So it's 3 hours difference, and it was ridiculous. We would fly out the day before the game, There was one year we went to Sydney, flew in that night, played the next morning, and then flew back straight after. It was within 24 hours we were there and back, and it was unbelievably hard to recover. It was, so no advantage chartering your own flight. That's ridiculous.
And games were stupid times back then at the AFLW as well.
It amuses me to think that would be seen as an advantage, because I've been in both parts, like as a player, from Perth to Melbourne as a West Coast player. I did it when it was Port Adelaide to Melbourne, which was a shorter time. I thought that was luxury, only travelling an hour. Now we're commercial, obviously, with every person on there, and it was tough. And I'm now experiencing it as a coach in my time at West Coast. There were a lot of benefits from being able to get back in time. Like, players would finish a game on, especially West Coast, that were playing sort of twilight games on a Sunday afternoon. You get in at 2 a.m. Yeah, it's good to get back, but you're not getting to bed till 3 a.m. Then you're expected to then recover by Tuesday. So I know what it did for me as a coach trying to review the game, let alone what it was doing to the players that have been out there for 2 hours running around competing. So it hadn't come soon enough in my eyes. The chartered flight should have come in sooner. I think it was a great idea to try and obviously assist the two WA clubs that do travel every second weekend so they can perform at the highest level.
Thoughts of Jared Schofield, Cara Antonio alongside him, our experts tonight, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Plenty more coming up. Hopefully you can join us for what's going to be an absolute cracker. Fremantle, top of the table, up against the third place Cats.
Meet the builder of dreams.
It's a great honour to be leading Tasmania's new football club.
Sam Pang's brand new office comedy, Ground Up.
Time to make a little history.
Ground Up. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
As we welcome our listeners across WA joining us, we're at Perth Stadium for Fremantle and Geelong. The start about 40 minutes away. There are no late changes for either side. So Bailey Smith, the key out for the Cats, named yesterday, out with illness. Of course, still no Tom Stewart, which is an intriguing discussion. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. The Dockers, they do welcome back their vice-captain in Caleb Sarong. Brendan Cox returns, one of their key defenders from a knee issue. Matthew Johnson back from a hamstring. McDonald, O'Meara and Wagner, the three players unfortunate enough to miss out. They're all omitted. Fremantle could not be in ruder health. They're all up and about, bar Sam Sturt. Bodes well for the Dockers from this point on. If you want to get in touch with us, as always, we're happy to hear from you. 0437 774 774. I've been talking about the discussion for those who've just joined us in the West about potentially a push into India from the AFL and the Western Bulldogs, and can you use cricketers as a way to try to grow the enthusiasm for the sport of Australian football, which is, of course, fascinating because Australian football was really invented to try and keep cricketers fit during winter. So I've been saying, what are the cross-code players who immediately leap to your thoughts? A couple more of them coming through, and this is a really good one as well. I should have thought about this, but I would say this one. Keith Miller, of course, one of the greats, and also played with St Kilda. So, yeah, that's a really good shout. Jacinta says as well, by the way, on the text line, 0437 774 774. I think India's a much better choice for expanding the AFL for potential talent than China or America, which the AFL have tried. Of course, we've tried New Zealand as well. Continuing to try to go through some of our text messages. To Greg in Geelong, I promise I will not refer to the last quarter as Q4. He's unhappy. Apparently one of our broadcasters last week said Q4. No, last quarter, final term, fourth quarter. I'll cop all of those things, but no, I promise I won't use a Q4. But
I'll say it.
Don't say it.
Q4 stands for quarter four.
Yeah. I don't know.
Financial terms?
No, but that's when you get into that's Ross line areas where we use every funky term that gets used in-house. just to try to prove how, we're hip with the lingo.
Rossisms?
Yeah, it's a Rossism. We were good in Q4 through CB.
Oh, you almost did the full impression there.
It was.
I thought about it for a
I'm
moment.
not sure what you're alluding to, Clint.
Ah, well. No, I promise. Well, if Mitch does it, I'm sorry, but I'm completely throwing my hands up for that. Margaret from Richmond. Evening, folks. Craig Bradley and Jimmy Bartell were also great cricketers. Go Cats tonight. Barry Robran, Eric Freeman, Ken Cunningham. I've got absolutely no doubt that would be one of our South Australian correspondents. But do let us know where you're texting in from. 0437 774 774. Building up to Fremantle versus Geelong. Hopefully we'll be able to have a chat with Brian Cousins, who, of course, played a number of seasons with the Cats. He's a Sandover medalist here in the West. He's our feature interview. Akash Fodadar making his way around to have a chat with him. He's here tonight in one of the corporates, as he deserves to be. And, of course, had that really disappointing news for all of us who love football and love the players that he's facing MND. So how's he dealing with that? We'll have a chat with him very shortly as well. Alex Pearce plays game 150 tonight for the Fremantle Dockers. How important is he to this football club? Cara Antonio, and alongside her, Jared Schofield. Give us your thoughts, team.
Yeah, he's the spiritual leader. We obviously know for a very long time he was riddled with injuries and a few challenges. But again, I've known him for a pretty long time, and he's a really genuine individual that cares about his footy and his teammates and his football club especially. So pumped for him to finally play the 150, and he's just, what you're going to get week in, week out. He's very consistent and plays a really important role, I think, in the back half of the ground for Fremantle. So no doubt he'll get a job tonight. But again, I don't know. I mean,
Neil?
Potentially.
More than Cameron for Alex Pearce?
Cameron's a bit too quick for him, I think. A bit too mobile, so potentially Neil. He usually takes the deeper one.
So career best season for Alex Pearce in terms of one-on-one contest loss. He's only lost 12% of his one-on-one contests, which is the best across his entire career. So he's actually playing as well as he ever has.
Yeah, for mine, I think he probably goes to Neil. But on his 150, I was just sort of thinking about his journey through injuries. It takes a lot of mental resilience to be able to sort of keep coming back, and obviously to then lead the club as well. And that's why he's important to this football team. And, obviously if he can take care of Neil, who's an informed forward, will go a long way for them getting the result they're looking for.
It's a remarkable turnaround, because there were times when we wondered whether he would ever get back. So lost all of the 2017 season with a broken leg, and then had an ankle that he broke in 2019. So couldn't suit up at all throughout the COVID-affected season of 2020. It's just been tremendous to see what he's been able to do in match-winning moments, both in saving marks and kicking goals. Alex Pearce has been immense for this football club.
As you mentioned, you said it all, like those big moments, and that's what you want your leaders and your spiritual leaders to do, is to step up in those moments. And the great players of the modern game do that. They just find a way to really sort of not only do it individually, but they drag their teammates with them. And yeah, look, he's a wonderful player when he's at full flight. And you mentioned, he is in probably career best form at the moment. His body's been healthy and sound to him, touch wood. I don't want to jinx him, because you always want to see the good players out on the park playing good, solid football, and hopefully he has a good night tonight.
That's the voice of Jared Schofield. Cara Antonio alongside him, our experts. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. We're here at Perth Stadium building up for Fremantle versus Geelong, and we always like to have a chat these sort of games to someone who played for the Victorian club, the interstate club that's made their way across. And I speak tonight to Brian Cousins, who's in the house. Welcome to you, Brian.
G'day, Clint. How you going? I was probably the only one walking in with a Geelong scarf, but anyway, it's great to be at this stadium.
It's great to talk to you as well. I want to take you back to your time playing with the Cats, because you had a successful career either side of that with the Perth Football Club here in the West, picking up a Sandover medal. But your time in Geelong, you made your debut there in 1975, played 67 games for the club before coming back to the West, and you would have played with some of the great characters at the Geelong Football Club. What are your recollections of playing down at Cardinia Park?
Well, I absolutely loved every minute of my time at Geelong. I suppose the best part was that Polly Farmer was coach when I arrived, and I think any West Australian of my era, revered Polly, and he was absolutely fantastic to be coached by. He was at the end of his coaching reign there. He coached for 2 seasons, and then his time was up, and, we didn't make the finals when in that 2 years. But then a guy by the name of Rod Olsen came from Hawthorn and introduced probably a new attitude to Geelong, and we had some success success in relation to making finals. But it was a great time of my life. And obviously, as anyone that's played the game, you make some great friendships which are lifelong, which I certainly did with some of my Geelong mates, yeah.
I remember you would have been alongside the likes of Sam Newman in your time there, wouldn't you?
Yes, well, Sam was a captain of Geelong, and despite his antics on the footy show and that, he was he's a 300-game player, and played for Victoria. He was an outstanding player. Probably the really top-flight players, David Clark was a great player, and then the 2 Nankervis brothers, were 2. They played over 550 between them for Geelong, because Ian played 300 plus and Bruce played 250 plus. And another colourful character, Rex Hunt, was recruited down to Geelong. So he played there as well. And then my good mate from WA, who's probably, I think, is underrated a player because he played on all the great full forwards, was Gary Malarkey. And, Gary was an outstanding player for Geelong.
I can only imagine that having Sam Newman and Rex Hunt in the one football team would have been an interesting time in the dressing room.
They were 2 totally different characters in their preparation. Sam was, I think, and he was a disciple of Polly. He revered Polly, and he was probably as focused a bloke before a game, and not by, his words or anything, but more by, you could just see the steel in his eyes, and as I said, he was a great player. Rex was a bit like Rex as we've seen him on television. He was a bit out there, but I think he played in 2 premierships at Richmond at centre-half forward before he arrived at Geelong. He might have been at centre-half back, I'm not sure, but one of the 2. But they were good, seriously good blokes and seriously good teammates. And, during our time subsequent to footy, when I had a few issues in my life, they were 2 blokes who reached out, particularly Rex, and would, ring me, regularly and have a bit of a chat. And so, they're very dear to my heart, Geelong, that's for sure.
You mentioned you thought you were one of the few people walking in tonight with a Geelong scarf on, but Geelong they're a well-supported club in WA, and I often sort of think it's probably North Melbourne, Essendon and the Cats that are the 3 best-supported teams of the Victorian clubs in WA, and they seem to be such a terrific club, and they've had a long run of people that have come out of WA and have had success. I think immediately, within this box, we had Harry Taylor as one of our experts for some time, but they do seem to be a terrific club to be involved with.
Well, I can only speak for my involvement with Geelong, and I think, it started, as I've mentioned, with Polly, who was revered when I arrived at Geelong, and Polly was coach, as I said, but he had retired, 10 years earlier. Dennis Marshall was not equally as revered, but he was almost second to Polly. And, of course, we had Watsy over there, J.K. Watts. And then you had the following, an era that came when Gary Malarkey went and Peter Featherby played there, Brian Peake played there. And then you follow through to Harry Taylor and Mitch Duncan, who are both triple premiership players. Now, I've probably missed another West Australian out when you start naming people, so I apologise if I have. And I think the young ruckman playing there tonight for the Cats, he was recruited from WA.
They've got quite a few, if you even have a look.
Lachlan on the half-back flank.
Lawson Humphries, Mitch Edwards, who you just
Lawson
mentioned.
Humphries, I said Lachlan, Lawson
Jack
Humphries.
Martin.
I love watching.
Jack Martin, Shannon Neal, they've already got a couple here today.
Yeah, and a couple of those guys, particularly Jack Martin, who went to a couple of clubs, but, Geelong have had a wonderful, record of, I don't want to say rehabilitating, but getting guys to reach their maximum potential. And I think Jack Martin was in Brisbane, then Carlton, and certainly playing his best footy at Geelong.
Brian Cousins, our special guest, former Cat, Sandover medalist here in the West. Some really disappointing news we heard from you just recently, that you've been diagnosed with motor neurone disease. I know for everyone who loves footy and knows you here in the West, it really did hit everyone very hard. How are you coping at the moment, Brian? How are you?
Well, I got diagnosed, Clint, just over 12 months ago. And I think anyone that gets diagnosed with an illness that's got a terminal aspect about it and is incurable, of which there are many other cancers and leukemias, but it was a huge jolt. I knew there was something wrong, but I didn't think it was anything as severe as this. And when I got referred to a neurologist, I started looking up the internet what I might have. And the one that I didn't want to get was MMD. And so I sat in there after all these tests, and the doctor or professor said, you've got MMD. And to be perfectly honest, I got a bit teary, but it was only thinking about how I'm going to tell my children. And that was probably the hardest thing. I didn't tell anyone for a couple of days. But that particular time I got diagnosed late, and the appointment was late in the afternoon. I was driving to Fremantle to catch up with some mates for dinner. And when I hopped in my car, all I could get my head around was Neil Danaher, and thought about how he had approached it, how his courage and his determination and all of those words we can use. But the word that kept coming into my mind, was defiance. He almost defied the fact that MMD was going to, control his life, and he did everything, and single-handedly, when I say single-handedly, his vision single-handedly, and then with the support of his family and others, has created a movement, a fundraising thing, and an awareness that so many of us now know about MMD. So many people, support MMD, and unfortunately, in Neil's case, a cure or an antibiotic that can halt it, hasn't been found yet. There's a huge amount of research being done, and whenever that happens, it'll be brought forward many, many years because of Neil Danaher's efforts. When he heard that I had MMD, he texted me a couple of times and gave encouragement, and then his daughter Beck has been in touch with a couple of members of my family, offering support and an ear if they ever needed to talk to her. Getting back into your question, Clint, I've taken a long time to answer. I'm going okay. It's affected my legs and my hands a bit. Every sort of case of MMD attacks you in different places, and I'm just dealing with it. I'm independent. And I'm involved with the research people in WA as they work through all the MMD patients to, try and find, help us have the ability to lead as normal life as we can for as long as we can. There is a MMD association in Perth who reach out when you're diagnosed, and they are just fantastic, the people I've met in that. So, yeah, it's something I wouldn't wish on anyone, but I'm trying to approach it the same way Neil did.
I guess the thing about it is Neil Danaher, we changed the nation. His ability to tell the story and the fight against MMD was nothing short of inspirational. But the fight continues, Brian, for so many other people that are being affected by it from this point onwards.
Yes, I don't think I've ever seen in my lifetime where one man or one woman has chosen a direction to educate us, and it's been as significant as what he has done. There is a lot of research being done, and also research being done around the world, particularly, I think, from my understanding, in the USA and the UK. And I said, whether it's my disease of MMD or it's one of the many, many cancers or it's leukemia or whatever it is, where it's a terminal thing, we just hope our wonderful scientists, will find a cure for it to save as many people and their families from the hardship of which it puts on us.
Beautifully said, Brian. Brian Cousins with us here on ABC Sport. The other thing, just personally as well, it's been tremendous to see Ben up and about, up here in the media box and looking fit and healthy. It's just great to see how he's been able, and I know we've spoken about Ben in the past, but how he's been able to fight back from his own challenges.
Yes, well, that was a journey in our life that, was obviously extremely tough, but, it was toughest, on him. I get asked a lot of times and by people and either ring or send me a letter about, dealing with someone suffering from addiction. And I'm not making any excuses. He made some poor choices and bad decisions in his life that made him end up where he did. But addiction does not discriminate. It doesn't matter whether it's alcoholism or gambling addiction or drug addiction. It does not discriminate. And when people are an addict, and this is what I tell them, I said they are the ones that are sick. They are the ones that you've got to encourage. They're the ones that you've got to tell them you're proud of them, albeit that they struggle and they relapse. But he's done a fantastic job, to get his life back in order. And I hope it gives inspiration and hope, to other addicts and their families that there is a way out.
Brian, it's been always a delight to talk to you. Thanks very much for being so open and honest, and great to share some reflections of your time at the Cats. And purely selfishly, fingers crossed I see you at the WAFL Grand Final when the Mighty Perth Demons are there.
Yes, Clint, you and I and Scooter Reddings, I think, are the three flag bearers of the Demons. So to you and Zakara and Scully, hope it's a great night, the footy.
Good on you. Brian Cousins joining us here at the stadium. Hopefully he enjoys the evening with the Cats. Still close to his heart taking on the Fremantle Dockers. It was brave of me to say that. I'm surrounded by three Subiaco people in this box.
It is very brave.
Watch yourself.
And I was thinking about when you interviewed Brian there, I'm thinking like Perth, this is a setup, Perth, Geelong.
Yeah.
But like wonderful insight from Brian there. We talked earlier around football community. Obviously, he's going to have wonderful support to fight this illness with his family, but the broader community, AFL, Geelong Cats, that's when people really rally. So we wish him all the best.
A couple of texts rolling in too. Danae, Cousins was a great player to watch. I read about J.K. Watts writing the Geelong song. Yes, that's true. He did. He did write the Geelong song. They also sing it for the Royals, the same tune. So, yeah, absolutely bang on. For a couple of other people, Lockie from Kingston South, Australia, to watch the Cats. You're not alone. All the best, Brian. Fight the beast. We're all behind you. And again, let us know your name and where you're texting in from. But other correspondents saying all the best to Mr. Cousins. Thank you very much for speaking about your situation. It is worth, again, reminding everyone all the great work that Neil Danaher has done to bring awareness and to raise money to fight MMD. That fight will continue. And hopefully that we find a cure to this just shocking disease sooner rather than later.
It was great to see Ben and Brian at the Big Freeze game as well, a part of that. And I will say, we always say Neil changed Australia, which you've got to start changing. It's changed the world, because if a cure comes out of Australia, it doesn't just stay on our shores. I think he's changed the world, Neil Danaher.
Back with more in just a moment. We'll preview this enormous contest, the Dockers and the Cats from Perth Stadium, to kickstart round 15. Wherever you're listening on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and News Radio, of course, streaming on ABC Listen. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Tammy Shipley believed someone was out to hurt her. She's put under 24-hour surveillance, and then something strange happens.
Ambulance emergency.
Tammy's story. Search background briefing on ABC Listen.
This is
is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Clint Wilder with you at Perth Stadium alongside Mitch Turner, our experts, Jared Schofield and Cara Antonio, a premiership player, an AFLW All-Australian and former Dockers captain. Let's head down into the Dockers camp. Akash Fodadar's got a special guest with him. Akash, welcome again.
Thanks, Clint. We've got a special guest in the pre-game with us today. It's the opposition strategy and leadership coach at Fremantle, Andrew Sturgis. Andrew, welcome to ABC Sport.
Thanks for having me. Bit of a tongue twister to get that title out, but I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, it is a unique title. Let's start with the opposition strategy side of things. What have you learnt from the round one game against Geelong and try to put into practice tonight?
Yeah, well, they're clearly a good team and have been up the top of the table for a long time for a reason. And I think they challenge you, one, because of their status and the credibility they've built in the industry over a long period of time. Their personnel is unique. They can do some uncharacteristics or tricky sort of things. We know Dempsey likes to slide forward from the wing, and that can challenge you. We know Jeremy Cameron can get up and float around. Obviously Stewart's not playing tonight, but still their backline's a bit of a brick wall at times. So and I think what they did last time against us, I think a lot of people forget in that game that we played a pretty good first half. And in many ways they changed the look of the game, but part of that was also we went into our shell. So we feel like we've grown as a group since then, and hopefully we can sort of apply some of those things tonight.
Now, tonight is game 150 for the skipper, Alex Pearce. It's his fourth year now as captain. What is it about it that makes him a good club captain and a good leader for this group?
Yeah, first of all, it's clearly been a bit of a journey for him to get here, and we've tried to acknowledge that throughout the week. His fight and his determination and his resilience to overcome his injuries and his setbacks along the way. And I think that really he's an embodiment of what we're displaying as a team right now, and that is fight, that is a bit of resilience, that is being challenged and having the willingness to sort of stand up and do that. And he's done that throughout his whole career. And I think the thing that Alex has felt more comfortable with through his leadership, separate to his playing ability, is that he's lent a little bit more into leading authentically. And that's not to say that he was inauthentic before then, but I think that when you first come in as captain, there can be a tendency to want to emulate, what you think is a football captain. And I think that he's just sat more comfortably with being Alex Pearce a person and leading as his authentic self.
Are there any particular traits or criteria that you need to be a good captain, or can it be unique to the individual?
Well, I see sort of leadership as your ability to get followers, right, and to extract the behaviours that you're looking for in the people that you're leading. And I think that ultimately, if you're a person that leads by action, if you want to use that as a term, or if you're a person that leads through theory and talking and can get up in front of a group and articulate yourself really well, I think there's different ways that you can do it. And I think the beauty about Alex is not only does he lead in his authentic way, but we've actually got a really stable and strong leadership group that provide variety and diversity in the ways that we go about it. Jordan Clark is a completely different leader to what Alex Pearce is. Josh Tracy is a completely different leader to what Caleb Sarong is. So I think the way that Alex is leading right now is really supported by our whole leadership group.
I'm glad you mentioned the other members of the group and a bit of that diversity in their personalities. How important is that to not just have 5 or 6 leaders who all, I guess, toe the same line? As you said, Jordan Clark's different to Josh Tracy, who's different to Alex Pearce, who's different to Caleb Sarong. How important is that to have in your leaders across the group?
Yeah, certainly, and I think that you can even extend that further beyond the leadership group, that we feel like one thing that's going really well within our environment at the moment is this acceptance that we're all unique and we're all individuals within a team. But we want our players and our staff to express and bring that individuality to our group. And I think what that does is it keeps people open and honest and curious, and to have perspective that there are other ways of doing things. So I think that if you had everybody being the same, it would be a little bit boring, but potentially you'd miss opportunities to see things and do things in different ways.
I know our team upstairs have got a few questions for you as well, Andrew, so let's head up there now.
Andrew, Clint Wilden here. Good to talk to you. I'm curious, you mentioned Caleb Sarong just a moment ago, the vice-captain, and he spoke about working with you on a television interview during the week. Give us an insight into how important that was to be able to speak to someone like Caleb, who was quite open about some of the challenges that he's had mentally over the last 12 months or so.
Yeah, so Caleb and I clearly we've known each other for 3 years. This is my third year at the club now. But moving into a new role this year, I suppose that gave me the formal capacity to work with Caleb in a leadership space, if you want to call it that. But really, the deeper work that he sort of spoke about within the Unfiltered episode with Hamish was the human work. And I think for Caleb, clearly he's been a high achiever and a high performer for a long time. And as he sort of alluded to in that episode, is that he felt that it was unsustainable, and that doesn't mean that he was willing to give up on footy or that he didn't enjoy or wasn't grateful for what he has, but the way in which he was going about it was probably draining parts of who he was as a human being. So the first thing that we actually did was differentiate between fear and doubt. And fear is when you've got something to lose, and doubt is when you're worried that something might not go well. So, for example, there's doubt, absolutely, that Geelong could win the game tonight. But there's no fear that if we lose the game that we're not enough as human beings. And so for Caleb, really getting him to differentiate and understand that despite whether he performs really well, despite whether he's the best, despite whether he's a perfectionist, despite whether he makes mistakes or is flawed or is imperfect, which we all are, he is always going to be enough and he's always going to be loved.
Andrew Sturgis with us from the Fremantle Football Club, and one of the other, as well as working with the leaders, is the opposition strategy. I'm curious, when you're up against the side like Geelong tonight, who we all suspect you are likely to play again at some stage later in the season, do you put a few things in the back pocket for when you might play them in finals, or do you just give them everything tonight because there's a game to win? How do you go about that?
Yeah, I think that JL speaks about it all the time, that we give our opposition every week the respect that they deserve and we prepare for the game in front of us. I think it's pretty well known now that we've got a bit of a mantra around 1-0. And, a lot of our players are really embodying that. Obviously, our coach is leading that terrifically. And I think that's how we attack tonight, right, is that we don't look too far ahead. I think as soon as you start to do that, you can fall up, trip up and probably get distracted by what's in the future. So we'll give Geelong the proper respect that they deserve tonight. We'll play our way, and we believe that our way is good enough, but we won't certainly be hiding anything tonight.
Andrew, Cara Antonio here. All the best for the game tonight.
Fremantle legend.
I'm really interested just to ask a question about Damien Martin. I know he works closely with your leadership group and has been working with them for the last year and a bit. What has he brought to that kind of part of the program in terms of his incredible leadership style and experience?
Yeah, Damo's fantastic, and him and I, as you just alluded to, work really closely together. We meet before we have our leadership group meetings on a Monday, and then throughout the week he plays a pivotal role in helping guide and support our leaders. He's been unbelievable for me, clearly, as you spoke about there. He's got a wealth of experience and lived experience in the different sports. So that, again, talk about diversity, brings a different perspective again. And I think that what he's really good at as well is he's got fantastic stories, but really connects that to our current context as well. So clearly he's never played the game of AFL and football, but his ability to look deeper and understand what leadership looks like despite the sport or the context, I think that's really helped our players as well.
Andrew, we appreciate your time this afternoon. May you go 1-0 13 straight times this afternoon. Good on you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys.
Andrew Sturgis downstairs. You'd have heard both teams have made their way out onto Perth Stadium. The Cats in their traditional home jumper, despite being the away team, the blue hoops, but they've got the white shorts on. The Dockers wearing their stealth jumper. 6 different jumper that Fremantle have been able to wear this season. The much darker coloured jumper with the dark purple chevrons. They're warming up to the right of our broadcast position at the city end of Perth Stadium. Repeating, no late changes. They do get Sarong back from a calf injury. Brennan Cox and Matthew Johnson also returned from injury as well. Bailey Smith is the big out for the Cats. No Tom Stewart again through concussion. That goes the player who comes in. Clint Wilton alongside Mitch Turner in commentary. We'll head downstairs and get a feel for what it's like with a cash photo dash shortly. But first, who wins, how and why? Let's hear from our experts, Jared Schofield and Cara Antonio on ABC Sport.
Well, when you look at the stats, Clint, it is clear that the pressure factor, I think, is going to be the difference tonight. With Fremantle, they're 11 and zip when they win the pressure factor, so that'll no doubt be one, or a stat, I suppose, that I'll be focused on tonight. The other one is the big three up forward for the Dockers. So Paddy Voss, Josh Tracy and Amos, who goes to them and how do they stop, I suppose, their dominance in the forward half of the ground. Just watching Geelong warm up as well, I reckon Blitzabs will start back. He warmed up with the back line, and De Koning and Edwards will share that ruck role against the Unicorn in Big Luke Jackson and Mason Cox. So I'm really keen to see the matchups first and foremost, and no doubt Geelong have got a plan with Scott. He came out in the middle of the week and said that they back in their system over personnel and next man up mentality, and we've seen that for many, many years. So I think on paper, you look at it, I think Fremantle wins tonight, but anything's possible when Geelong turn up on game day.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Cara. It's going to be an interesting duel because you talk about the pressure factor of Fremantle, but also look at the numbers around stoppage. Yes, we've spoken about how Geelong have lost Bailey Smith and how they can replace, but Bailey Smith he averages like close to 750 metres gained, and when you're winning stoppage, it's about territory in the game of football, and I think when Fremantle are able to win those games or win the stoppage count, 90% of the time they win the game. So, and with their defensive system behind the ball, once you own territory and you can defend your territory, it makes it hard to get out. And even on the flip side, an interesting stat around Geelong's ball movement, how they sort of nearly go a 60% boundary, which is interesting. I was going to ask Bucks earlier on the piece as whether that's just the shape of the ground they're playing on down at Geelong, whether it's a new system that they're doing. So it's going to be really intriguing to see whether they can get through the defence of Fremantle. But I just generally think if Fremantle get their territory from stoppage, they're going to be hard to beat. And you look at the midfield matchups, we talk about Jackson, who's going to take care of him. Sarong comes back into the side. Does Mullins go to a Sarong or a Bolton? Does he go all the way with Bolton? That's one of those things.
It's the one that I put down, Scully. Who does Mullen go to? Because we've seen this season he's had a couple of really important roles. So, I don't know. Sarong being out for a few weeks with the calf, I think it was. Bolton, for me, is just the explosive one that is a game changer and one that I'd probably send Mullen to, personally.
Well, it's interesting whether Max Holmes warmed up with the midfield. Now, whether it's nearly like a flip. So if Max Holmes goes off half-back and Mullins goes all the way with a Bolton. When Bolton goes inside, he goes inside. Max drops out behind the ball. So it'll be interesting to see whether they've got the ability to do that. But, we know how strong Geelong are and how they obviously one soldier out, one soldier in, they can get it done because they have a very, very strong system. That's why they've been such a good side for so many years. But I'm really looking forward to seeing this midfield battle because I really think it will set the game up.
Conceded just 9 points from clearance last week, Geelong, which is their best since 2021, so best in 5 years. That'll be a big one to do today again.
Well, it's interesting. When we look at stoppage, it's not just the clearance count. It's what you get from the metres off stoppage. So stoppage, we always talk about the 18-man stoppage, 18-man defence, offence, but stoppage is, okay, if you win clearance and your forwards aren't competing or aren't winning that ball and it's rebounding back, well, then you lose territory. So hearing that stat, it's going to be quite intriguing to see how that goes and how that stacks up. But as we know, Fremantle's 3 key forwards. It's going to be interesting how they can stop them.
It's a cool night in the West as the crowd continues to build up. Still only 6:06 local time. It is a challenge to get to this peninsula where the stadium is located. The other issue, of course, is there's no special trains or buses because they're required to get the majority of people from the CBD home wherever they happen to be. It's okay on the way back, but certainly getting to the ground for these early starts in the West is a bit of a challenge. Someone who did get here nice and early, though, is Akash Fotodar, and he's down on the boundary. Akash.
Good evening, Clint. Good evening, everyone. I did get here nice and early, and I've been able to see the crowd slowly build, as you mentioned, Clint. Not always easy on a Thursday night, and it probably won't be chock-a-block full when the ball is tossed up to start the game, but just an interesting crowd number to note. When Fremantle played here on a Thursday night against Hawthorn a few weeks back, they got 54,140. So I think by half-time, we should have somewhere similar. Conditions-wise, it is a perfect night for football. It's about 12 degrees, a low of 4 tonight, but it's clear, and yeah, you couldn't expect it to be much better for a night game here in the West. To start on the bench for Fremantle will be Erasmus, Mason Cox, O'Driscoll, Hayden Young and Judd McVie, and for Geelong, Zach Guthrie, Sam De Koning, George Stevens, Jack Bowes and Sean Manor.
Alex Pearce and Patrick Dangerfield out there for the toss of the coin. It is the 150 game of the Fremantle captain who wins the toss. The Dockers will kick to the city end of Perth Stadium, which is the right of our broadcast position or your television viewing position. The Cats to the Graham Farmer Freeway end at the left of your TV set.
Worth mentioning too for Cats fans, Sean Manor 50 games, Tanner Bruin 50 games, Lawson Humphrey 50 games, and I love this stat. Mark Blitzarves and Chris Scott tonight break Gordon Coventry and Jock McHale's record for most games played as a coach-player pairing. Game 307 together between Blitzarves and Chris Scott. He's in his 16th season, the dual flag winner as coach of the Cats. Justin Longmuir in his 7th as coach of Fremantle, still trying to make his first grand final. But this side is set up at the moment to try to give a real push to that all-important date in September at the MCG. The Dockers in top spot. They've won their past 12. Never before has a WA-based AFL club won 13 straight games. Can they do that this evening, the Dockers, hosting the Cats? Which way are we tipping, Mitch?
I'm going with the Dockers.
Dockers for me.
Dockers for Cara?
Dockers.
Oh, heaven help Fremantle. We're all on board. Bailey Smith had been out there, maybe the other way. But Fremantle looking to end a run of 3 straight wins by the Cats over them. Of course, they met back in round 1 where Geelong prevailed by 10 points. Will the Cats bookend a run of 12 wins by Fremantle? Or will the Dockers continue on their merry way? Let's find out. Here's Mitch Turner on ABC Sports.
Jackson and Edwards to get us underway in the middle. Both got a hand to it. Ball in congestion. Dangerfield ripped out a handball only as far as the Dockers in Brayshaw. Hands it off to Sarong. Back into the side. Kick toward half forward. Punched away from Tracy. Fell to Switkowski. Handball to Jackson. Couldn't get a clean possession on a ball bumbling around 45 metres out from the Dockers goal inside their attacking 50. Bruin just rips it away. High ball down the middle of Perth Stadium, and the Dockers captain stands underneath it in the middle of the ground. Takes the mark, and that is the Moose chant you can hear from the Fremantle crowd tonight. Skipper playing game 150. Goes by foot out to the southern side to Brennan Cox. Back into the side as well. He goes by foot to Frederick. Dangerous kick up the wing. Bolton able to take the mark. Bruin stands in front of him. Now Bolton just casually runs around, kicks inside the forward 50. No one there but the Cats defenders. When O'Sullivan takes the easiest of intercept marks, he has it in the right back pocket, minute played. No change to the scores.
He looked ahead, making to his defensive goal square. And Jack Henry. Now to Blitzarves. Playing in defence for the Cats. Stands up against the behind line. Kick again. And to Henry. Now to Lawson Humphreys. He's got it in the right back pocket. Looks to go beyond defensive 50. Stretching and marking Mullen. Goes to ground. He's standing alongside Murphy Reid. And his kick is out of bounds on the full. Looking to go down the line. Disappointment for Geelong. Here comes Warner. Puts it back into play for the Dockers. Inside forward 50. Tracy! Behind in the marking contest, but strong enough and good enough to reel in the football. He'll go back and have a shot. 45-degree angle to the left. He'll boot the ball from 35 out.
Great little bit of bodywork there from the big kahuna. Had back position, just a little nudge. Fantastic mark.
Strong against Jack Henry in that contest. 29-16 from set shots. Tracy's on his way in. He misses. This time to the left-hand side. First score of the evening goes the way of the Dockers. 2:22 gone in the opening term. They're one behind. The Cats yet to score.
Humphreys plays on from the kick in. Goes up towards Blitzars, who has the height advantage against Johnson. Takes the mark. Handball to O'Connor, who can kick down the northern wing. Finds Neal opposed to Pearce. Good mark by the Cat. Out of WA. Going back in front of friends and family. Neal just forward to the wing. Rolls around, kicks it deep inside forward. 50. Martin floats across the front. Jack Martin and takes the mark. He'll go back. Set shot coming up 25 metres out. Just worse than a 45-degree angle to the left. The West Aussie back in WA.
Already you can see just the aerial.
Jack Martin plays on immediately, snaps it around the body, and that's the first goal of the game. Going the Cats' way. Goes to Jack Martin. 1 straight 6 Geelong. Fremantle just one behind. 5-point margin. 3 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cara Antonio in the box with us. So too Jared Schofield, as you were saying, Scoey.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Just as I was saying there, it was just the aerial presence of both sides already. Just some great body work. You know, we saw Tracy at one end and we saw obviously the boundary line play of Geelong down the line. 2 great contested marks, and it was as simple as that. It was like a 5-possession play, and Geelong looked strong in the air.
O'Sheen Mullen, you're keeping an eye on him. Cara Antonio, got a job yet?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it yet. Started off half back. Maybe just a lever that they can pull.
Jackson against Edwards in the ruck contest. It's Edwards who won it down. Went to Atkins, got it back to Edwards. Couldn't gather. Spilled out. Sarong's kick straight into the chest of Holmes. Ricocheted away. Atkins went barreling in as he tried to affect the tackle on Clark. Strongly taken to ground by the Cats. Clark's okay. Throwing up again. Edwards palmed it down. First to react, though, Bolton broke the Atkins tackle. Goes bursting through the middle. Takes a bounce. Then a second. Shea Bolton kicks towards full forward. Flying Tracy couldn't mark. Slipping over Henry. Almost dispossessed. Looked to tap it to the advantage of a fellow Cat. Looking to work it out there, O'Sullivan. It's been held in. Umpire says we'll ball it up. How exciting was Bolton through the middle?
Exciting, but Jai Amos, lead up, should have hit him.
Blitzarves wins the tap down. Dangerfield's there, takes possession of the footy and then goes across the boundary line. Sarong right with him. Back in the team this week. Hasn't played since round 10 against the Bombers. Had some calf issues. Ready to go again, the Dockers vice-captain. All flung in. Left forward pocket for the Dockers. Again, Edwards with the more telling tap. All bounces around. Dudley tried to work it out to Sarong. Picked up here by Voss. Hand past the cross half forward. Warner goes back by hand. Stolen by Neal. Chance to set up now. Humphreys gets a kick away through the middle of the ground.
Humphreys kick though, turns straight back over to the Dockers. Ryan came out, took the mark, immediately goes short to the northern side. Frederick has it into the pocket. Jackson did all the work, couldn't take the mark. Ball at ground level, he follows up Jackson. Handball to Voss, tight in the left forward pocket. The Cats have it back. Jasny to Edwards, now to Dempsey. His handball beyond defensive 50. Sol Bruin into a lot of trouble. Somehow manages to clear it out of their defensive area. Chapman, though, for the Dockers. Shared the handball, got it back, couldn't find a target. Switkowski onto it. Handball to Sarong around the body from 45 right to the line. Is punched through. No! Is kept in play. Jackson soccers it out of the air and kicks Fremantle's burst. It was punched on the line by the Geelong defenders, and instead of punching it over the line, they kept the ball in play. It spilled right in front of them to Luke Jackson, who socketed it out of midair and kicked the goal for the Dockers. They retake the lead, 1-1-7 Fremantle. Geelong 1 straight 6, 7-minute mark of the opening term. You imagine they'll double check this to make sure the ball never crossed the line, but big mistake by the Cats, defensive knock.
Well, already you can see, we spoke about the field position off stoppage. When Freo have got it in their front up, they've been able to keep it there. They're so well set up behind the ball. That Pearce intercept, able to sort of re-entry that ball and obviously got there, score.
It was Collar Jasny who punched it, bounced on the line, stayed in, and Jackson was aware to it.
Jackson back in the middle against Edwards. Edwards with the tap. Came out towards Bolton again, though. Shepherded the football and tried to sock it forward against Atkins. Only got as far as Holmes, though. Kicks inside forward 50 for the Cats. Pearce going to ground, able to spoil it away. Trying to gather here. Henry wraps up. Ollie Henry taken to ground. Holding the ball. Well done, Luke Ryan. Wrapped him up beautifully. Ryan goes back inside his defensive 50, or rather O'Driscoll to Ryan. Takes the mark. Looks to flare it out to the left back pocket, and he finds Brennan Cox. Back in the team this week after a knee issue. Short to Clark. Clark pauses for a moment. And is eerily quiet despite the Dockers kicking the last goal. Sending it beyond defensive 50, the 150 gamer and captain goes to Pearce. On in turn to Young in the middle of the ground. 2-on-1 against Jackson, and the Cats win it down through O'Connor. Gave it to Cameron. Looks to go through the middle. Chance to out towards Martin. He marks. Sends it towards goal. He's got his second from 35 metres out. The kick was an absolute thing of beauty. We were right behind it. Sails through for the Cats second. He's got two, so does his football club. 2 straight 12. The Dockers 1-1-7. 8.5 gone in the opening term.
Well, they were just so well set up, weren't they, Sky? Through the corridor, you could see Fremantle wanted to use it and access it, but zone defence, fantastic. Sweated on turnover and popped out the back, Jack Martin.
Uncharacteristic mistake by Young.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, watching him kick it, he just tried to chisel that ball in the corridor, but as you said, they were well set up behind the ball and caused the turnover, and they made him pay.
It ended up being about a 3-on-1 Geelong's way. He never gave Jackson a chance, Hayden Young, and I'll tell you what, it was one of those ones with Jack Martin when, as he lined up, he thought you'd want to kick it because he had a couple of options. He burnt them all and he put it straight through the middle. And that's where the ball's back now in the middle of the ground. Jackson up against De Koning. Comes the way of the Cats. De Koning got the ball back. His kick smothered. Straight up in the air. Young knocked it to Reid for the Dockers. Handball to the run of Clark. Under pressure. Kicks it up towards centre half forward. Tracy can't gather. So Sullivan's on him. The Cats able to win the ball back. Atkins gives it to Blitzarves. Under pressure. Back to Guthrie. His kick towards the northern wing, straight to the Dockers, and Warner marks, immediately switches into the middle of the ground. Jackson can't take the mark, able to gather though. Handball to Johnson, he gives it to Murphy Reid, 45 metres out, directly in front. He doesn't miss many. That gets the crowd going again at Perth Stadium. Murphy Reid's first goal puts them back ahead by a point. Early stages of this match. 2-1-13 the Dockers. Geelong a 2 straight 12. 10 minutes played in the first term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Courage, you're looking at the pressure of both sides, and it's a game of turnover score at the moment, and both teams are defending really well. Some uncharacteristic mistakes that are happening, and both teams are making them pay.
Yeah, just then as well. Geelong not quick enough to set up, and Fremantle got access to the corridor, quickest way to goal. Really nice finish from Murphy Reid as well. Obviously playing a lot more midfield minutes this year than last year, and makes them pay on the scoreboard.
We've gone less than 11 minutes. We've already had 4 lead changes. Dockers by a point. Mason Cox is out there up against De Koning to win it down. Holmes got it though, handed it off to Bruin towards centre half forward. Stolen here by Warner. Moved it back in the middle of the ground. Cox tried to tap it to his own advantage. Bruin stole it away. Through the Cats, gave it to Holmes. Kicks inside forward 50. No mark taken. Brennan Cox was there. Gave it off to Clark. Took one bounce. Now a second. Ran towards right half back. Looked to hand it off to Erasmus. Hard up against the boundary. Got bumped over the line but got the kick away. Under pressure from Neal. Moved it down the line. Was touched before it went across the boundary line at right half forward. So we've got ourselves a throw-in.
Or a chase from Shannon Neal.
I was just thinking, he maybe underestimated how quick Shannon Neal was.
Because we know Jordan Clark is quick. Throwing in again. Mason Cox palmed it down, straight back into traffic. It's not coming out of there. Come back for a ball up as Blitzarves hands it to our umpire. Still at right half forward for the Dockers. Mason Cox front position, down to Stevens, hand pass into traffic, emerging with it. Johnson gave it out towards Murphy. Reid, beautiful delivery inside forward 50. The lead was from Amos, who marks. 45 from goal. He'll start in line with the right hand behind post.
Just watching that last stoppage there, all the mids were paired off. And the risk with that is good for the bodywork, but the risk with that is that if you make one fundamental error, you get breached through the front, and it's an easy access for Murphy Reid to obviously just hit up one of his key forwards.
Jai Amos, set shots this year, 27-16. 32 goals for the season from just inside 50. It's swinging right, it misses right. A minor score doubles the Dockers' lead to 2 points. They're 2-2-14, 2 straight 12 the Cats, 12.5 gone in the first.
Guthrie will do the kick-in duties on this occasion. Goes short to Tanner Bruin, and now will receive it back as he runs past. Kicks the ball out the southern side, getting to the front. Ollie Henry couldn't take the mark at the fall of the ball manner. Did well through traffic, then gave it to Bruin under pressure. Tackled by Dudley, no prior. Ball will be sauced up in between Wigan half forward on that outer side. Favouring the Dockers. 8 inside 50s to 4 their way. Cox got to the front of the ball up, straight down to Brayshaw, into the pocket. Too wide for Amos on this occasion. It'll be a boundary throw in 5 metres around from that left behind post. There is an eerie caution about the Dockers fans right now. They are trepidatious. Geelong, the only team to beat them back in round 1. They've won 12 since. Ball tossed in. Mason Cox to the front, missed it. De Koning fumbled it. Coming through the pack, Dudley. Handball knocked down by Kolajasny. Right back pocket for the Cats. O'Connor under pressure. Clears defensive 50. O'Driscoll over the top. Couldn't mark. The ball was off hands and out of bounds. 55, 60 metres around. Just outside left half forward for the Dockers. 14 minutes gone. They lead by 2 points over the Cats.
Top of the table against third. Thursday night blockbuster in the West. Mason Cox palmed it down. Brayshaw couldn't gather. Dangerfield, a hand pass through traffic. It's spilled the way of a teammate in Wiltshire, and then he's tackled to ground by Brayshaw. They'll ball it up. Young stands alongside Holmes, the 2 number 9s. Neither could get it when it came down to Koning. Eventually to Bruin. After Wiltshire was involved, kicked up in the air at right half back. Trying to work his way through was Bose, stolen away by Brendan Cox. Threw it on the boot. It'll tumble inside forward 50. And then as it got out of bounds on the full, coming through there was Henry. As it ricocheted off his knee. It looked like it from my angle. Umpires thought differently. We'll have another look here as it has come off his boot and it has gone out of bounds on the full. Off the boot of Jack Henry. They're going to have a little discussion here, the umpires, and they've now called it correctly. So the Dockers will get themselves a free kick. Thrown back to Voss. Be able to put boot to ball from about 52 metres out. He's beyond the boundary at the moment. Wheels inboard now. Sends it long towards goal. Voss has kicked it. He likes it as well. He's up and about. It's a high five-a-thon at Perth Stadium. Any teammate anywhere nearby. Hopefully Josh Tracy looks out for himself. No, he's okay as Voss is headed to the bench. You can't go throwing them around willy-nilly. 3-2-20 the Dockers, 2 straight, 12 the Cats, 15.5 gone opening term.
He almost beat the flags from the goal line play. He was almost at the bench before.
He almost did a Steph Curry off the boot and just celebrated, didn't he? He's in good form. Paddy Voss in front of goal this season. I'm really interested just watching this quarter unfold. Blitzavs is looking like he's trying to be the spare back just to, I suppose, mitigate what the big 3 up forward do. So that's one to watch.
Well, the stick they copped too. That's exactly how those review systems should work. It was quick and it worked well. The Dockers out of the middle. Reid trying to handball to Jackson. Missed him. Turned over by the Cats. Dempsey got it to De Koning. Back to Dempsey. Inside 50. Looking for a target. Finds one in Wiltshire. 45 metres out directly in front. Again off a turnover. The Cats go forward. They'll have a shot at goal.
Well, just the slickness of Geelong then by hand. Bit of creativity and, yeah, it wasn't anything obviously untoward from Fremantle. They just obviously missed one little handball and they made them pay on turnover again.
One of the many Ollies in the side tonight for the Cats. Ollie Wiltshire, he's directly in front. Momentum on the approach. It's a beautiful kick off the boot, straight into the Geelong cheer squad here at Perth Stadium. They answer back immediately. Their third goal of the night brings the margin back to 2 points. 17 minutes gone in the first term on a slightly cool night here at Perth Stadium. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Jared Schofield, Cara Antonio in the box.
Well, that's what great sides and top four sides do to you, Scully, don't they? They just pounce on little mistakes and make you pay in front of the scoreboard, and just then you can see the slick handball from Dempsey over the top and the Salacandy as well from the big DeConing. Great little link-up play out of stoppage there.
Yeah, I don't know what the coaches be thinking right now in terms of the defensive of both teams or just the offensive counter-attacks that is really efficient at the moment, but that's why they are, one of the top four sides.
Dempsey's over the shoulder hand pass. As good as the candy sold a moment later. Jackson won the tap down, but it's Dangerfield who emerges with it. Kicks towards full forward. Pearce out in front of Neal. Couldn't complete the mark. Wiltshire threw it on the boot. Oh, he socketed it through. It was just there for him. And he lashed at it with the right boot. And he's now got consecutive goals. 4 straight, 24. The Cats back in front. A 5th lead change. We've gone 18 minutes into the opening term. So as I said, 4 straight, 24 Geelong. The Dockers 3-2-20. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. There's a lot going on out there.
Well, there is, but the centre bounce numbers are even. Both teams have scored off centre bounce. Fremantle have had probably a few more sort of attacking mid-stoppages. But when the game becomes a centre bounce game in terms of who wins, who scores, it's actually a very, very even game. Both teams are making mistakes. Both teams are looking really efficient on turnover, and both teams are winning clearance.
It was an opportunistic goal. He can do it in many ways. Ollie Wiltshire gets his second in a row. Ball back in the middle. The Cats are going to win the clearance again. Atkins kicks towards half-forward. Wiltshire can't take the mark. Ball is coming back the way of the Dockers, though. Out of area, umpire infringing. Ollie Wiltshire for a push, so to go to Judd McVie at centre half back. He goes short to Murphy Reid, who will go out by foot to the southern side at Perth Stadium. I'll get it right. Nathan O'Driscoll has ball in hand. Called to play on. Now kicks it long down the wing, looking for a marking target. Jackson was there, couldn't mark. Dangerfield, his handball, couldn't get it straight to a teammate. O'Connor had to go grab it. Quick little handball through to Bowes. Now to Guthrie, kicks under pressure. Goes out of bounds before Stevens can reach it. There'll be a lasso free kick, last disposal, coming back the way of the Dockers. In the hands of Murphy Reid, disposal number 6 coming up for last year's Rising Star winner. He kicks it back up towards half forward. The Cats, all the numbers. Guthrie again takes the intercept, and they'll have the ball. Defensive side of the southern wing. They lead the Dockers by 4 points, 20 minutes into the first term.
Guthrie kicks down the southern wing. Cameron flew at the football, couldn't take the mark. Spills out the side here. Bruin, the pink boots on, sends it inside forward 50. Martin! Great grab! 30 metres out, right in front, was too strong for Warner and can go back and try and kick his third in the opening quarter.
Once again, just the sharpness of Geelong to get from inside to out, and maybe this matchup here of Martin going for his third goal could be a worrying sign.
Right in front, Jack Martin steers it towards goal. He's got his third. As we hit time on in the first term, and the Cats fans at the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium, appropriately named this evening, they're delighted. 5 straight 30. They lead by 10. The Dockers are 3-2-20. 21 gone in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio, and streaming on ABC Listen. Our experts, Cara Antonio and Jared Schofield.
Interesting to watch. We talked about Pearce before the game as a leader. Just ran to the centre bounce and spoke to his mids. And the last 2 centre bounces, they've probably coughed the ball up and given Geelong territory. So it'd be interesting to see what he would have said to him. Cara there.
Jack Martin out of Claremont. here in the Waffle and, of course, out of the northwest of WA. 3 goals in this first term. Ball back in the middle, off hands. Dangerfield read at best. Wheels around. Long kick out of the middle. Looking for a marking target. Can't find one. Chapman there for the Dockers. Takes a strong intercept. Deep in defence. Can't set up pretty quickly. No option on offer for Chapman immediately. So he goes long outside defensive 50. And somehow Luke Jackson, who was the last man in the pack, was hit on the shoulder. It popped up. He took the mark. Couldn't believe his luck. He's able to move it further down that southern side to Shea Bolton, who has Jack Bowes standing the mark. No tag on Shea. Early stages. He kicks it long down the wing. Cox, was he held at the back by Edwards? Umpire said no. At the fall of the ball. Erasmus there for the Dockers. Able to step around Atkins. Handball forward to Mason Cox. Probably not the man you want receiving as he's tackled over the boundary line. It'll be a ball up. Ball in, 65 metres around. Left half forward for the Dockers. Trailing by 10 points.
Had kicked the pass 3, the Cats. Spun back in. Jackson palmed it down for Fremantle to Young. Now the non-controlling umpires spotted a free kick here. It's going Geelong's way. And back here to Holmes, who's got it in the right back pocket. Humphries runs by and then receives the hand pass. Will send the Cats down the southern wing to a one-on-one battle. Neil up against Pearce. Pearce takes him to ground. Then put his head over it. Got a hand pass out to Young. Dockers through Chapman by hand to Erasmus at left half back. Now to O'Driscoll. Back to Chapman. Did well to dodge an opponent. Swept the ball out to Ryan. Ryan towards right half back to Johnson. Beautiful kick. He marks in front of Dempsey. Johnson, not a great hand pass over the top. Doing well, though. O'Driscoll was able to gather to Voss. Oh, the big don't argue. Shut Mullen out of the way. Then Voss kicks inside forward 50. Too much on the kick. And at the back there, O'Sullivan. No. Free kick going the way here of Amos. When O'Sullivan had taken the mark, let's have another look on the replay. He's showing the big don't argue from Voss before he got the kick away. Amos, meantime, will be able to have a shot, 45-degree angle. Well, a bit tighter than that, actually, now.
Fistful of jumper from O'Sullivan.
Yep. Took him a while to get to the replay, but eventually we got there, and Amos can have a shot on goal. To end a run of 3 unanswered goals from the Cats, Amos has put this right. In fact, it's only just going to sneak in for a minor score. Dockers move to be 3-3-21. The Cats are 5 straight 30. 25 gone in the opening term.
Quick kick in from the Cats. Finds Bruin 40 metres out. Just inside right half back. Thought about going laterally to De Koning. Now instead goes short. Still inside defensive 50 to the 50 gamer in Humphries. Gets the handball back. Just gets the kick away, does Bruin. Under pressure from Tracy. And able to hit a target in Jack Henry, who can come wide to the northern wing where O'Sullivan marks ahead of Voss. Has a couple free over the top. Guthrie the first to receive it. Held up by Young. Wilson Humphries ignored running past. Instead, Guthrie goes inside forward 50. Big fist from the back. Chapman falls into the lap of Ollie Dempsey. Left forward pocket. Handballs back inside. Couldn't find a teammate. Ball ricocheting in the left forward pocket for Geelong. Warner through traffic for the Dockers. Did well. Clearing kick and comes out to find Amos, who drops it. Handball over the top. Now Bolton has it off to Clark.
Hands it to Clark beautifully. Clark takes a bounce. Runs towards right half forward. Not a great kick inside forward 50. He wanted Tracy. Instead, it floated its way towards Jack Henry, who marks. Cats and rebound out through to Koning towards the southern wing. No mark taken here. Fredericks onto it. Gathers it for Fremantle to O'Driscoll. Puts it back inside attacking 50 and hits Tracy. Josh Tracy marks 40 out from goal. Just better than a 45-degree angle to the left.
Well, they were out to the races the previous inside 50. It was just a shank kick from Clark. And again, bit of a turnover. Nice kick. Just not set up defensively. Didn't locate there, the defenders of Geelong. And another mark to Tracy inside forward 50.
Missed a couple so far, the Dockers. Tracy puts boot to ball from 47 out. Goal umpire has to do a bit of work. That's his second behind of the evening now. 3-4-22 Fremantle, 5 straight 30 the Cats, 26 gone in the first.
Quick kick in from Humphries into the pocket. Ty Sullivan gets it back again. He's working hard tonight. Lawson Humphries. Long kick up the northern wing. Cox there for the Dockers. Brennan, he couldn't mark it. McVie, though, tapped it back to Brennan Cox. Handball to Jackson. Under pressure, the Dockers. Defensive side of the northern wing. Nice little handball, though, through to McVie. Now to Clark. Set a task for Sarong. Took the ball. Tackled immediately by Humphries. Somehow got it away, but he's turns it over. Neil has it for the Cats. Chip forward to Martin. Diving mark taken. Attacking side of the northern wing. They have players out. Holmes runs past, receives the handball, over the top to Bruin, inside forward 50 to Ollie Henry, who takes the mark 35 metres out, tight angle to the left. He'll have the set shot, and he might go around the corner here, Ollie Henry.
Well, if he kicks this, it's going to be a game of missed opportunities for Fremantle. The last 3 entries, 2 missed shots on goal. This could really hurt if he kicks this.
This will be their 4th goal from turnover. Ollie Henry plays on, runs around, snaps and misses to the right. Their first blemish of the night. Geelong 5-1-31. They lead Fremantle 3-4-22. 28 minutes in to the opening term Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Warner with the kicking duties. The purple boots on tonight as well. Goes long beyond defensive 50 towards right half back. There's a kick being spotted here. It's going the way of the Cats. Comes here to Edwards. Edwards puts it back inside forward 50. Cox flew up from the side, punched it away just as Neil thought he was going to be able to take the mark. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Talk about metres gained. Humphries over 200 this quarter. Tanner Bruin, the replacement for Bailey Smith. Definitely get some run and drive from those players.
No late changes to either side. Ball spun back into play. Edwards worked Jackson underneath it again. Umpire spots a free kick. This time it's going Jackson's way. Illegally worked underneath it according to the officials. He thought about playing on by hand to Warner. That's ignored. There's a bit of a trundle and then kicks towards the northern wing. He wants Voss up against Kolodjasny. Voss gets hit in the side of the head. Spills out to the side. Trying to work it forward here. Mullen turned it over though. Came to Brayshaw of the Dockers. Now to Warner. Here's Jackson running by. Through the middle of the ground. Kicks inside forward 50. Didn't have enough on it. That was disappointing. Sullivan marks and goes straight back through the middle. This is to Stevens. Kicks out towards right half forward. Good spoil came from Chapman. Spills as far as Manor though. Able to hand it off. Chance to go on the outside of the right boots, and that's just missing. Bowes was there. He's kicked them from there before, not on that occasion. 5-2-32 the Cats, 3-4-22 the Dockers, 29 gone in the first.
It was a genuine falcon to Paddy Voss on this wing. Did all the body work and then ball smacked him in the face. Fremantle bring it quickly out to right half back. McVie has it, former Demon. Kicks it up the wing, looking for Jackson. Fist from behind from Kolodjasny, down to Voss, shakes one tackle, then a second, handball inside to Brayshaw. Over the top to Bolton. Has a couple of players forward, few options, instead held up. Well done in the end by Mullen, forced him backwards to Brayshaw, who loops the handball over the top to Murphy Reid, inside 50, and Tracy marks again. But the finishing has been what's let him down so far. The set shot will come from 50 metres out, very tight angle to the right.
Well, that's the way to do it. Geelong getting numbers back in their back half of the ground. It's a little bit more patient, the long bomb in. Lead up forward there. Tracy, another great mark, just needs to get bang for buck here and reward on the scoreboard.
It's his 3rd mark inside 50. He's only got 2 behinds. Josh Tracy. Deliberate approach. Kicks from 49 metres out. It is across the face. It won't score as Cox punches it through. They will call it nothing. Yeah, that is no score. Can't do that these days. It'll bring about quarter time. Geelong 5-2-32. They lead the ladder leaders. Fremantle 3-4-22. 10-point margin at first break.
The Cats in front. The first change. Martin's got 3 goals. Oliver Wiltshire with 2 for the Dockers. They're 3 goals, all individuals. Jackson, Reid and Voss. I reckon there'd be a few people that would like to put a sky blue jumper on Patrick Voss, the way he's been playing. Very State of Origin Rugby League fend-offs tonight. But it is the Cats who have the advantage. 5-2-32 to Fremantle's 3-4-22. Wherever you're listening on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio and streaming on ABC Listen. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Do you know the next Australian of the Year? Are they raising funds for those in need? Or building a brighter future? Conducting research? Or inspiring future astronauts? See them, hear them, nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
It's punched through. No! It's kept in play. Jackson soccers it out of the air and kicks Fremantle's burst. It was punched on the line by the Geelong defenders, and instead of punching it over the line, they kept the ball in play. It spilled right in front of them to Luke Jackson, who socketed it out of midair and kicked the goal.
Jackson won the tap down, but it's Dangerfield who emerges with it. Kicks towards full forward. Pearce out in front of Neal. Couldn't complete the mark. Wiltshire threw it on the boot. Oh, he socketed it through. It was just there for him. And he lashed at it with the right boot. And he's now got consecutive goals. Sends it inside forward 50. Martin! Great grab. 30 metres out, right in front. Was too strong for Warner. And can go back and try and kick his third in the opening quarter. Steers it towards goal. He's got his third.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
The Cats lead by 10 points at quarter time. If you'd like to get in touch, 0437 774 774. Richard from Geelong says, great to hear the call of a big don't argue. That's from Paddy Voss. I love that expression. It dates back 50 years to an advertisement for a brand of hot dogs in the 70s. Don't argue, don't argue. Exactly. A great Australianism. That's exactly what it was. Shoved him out of the way, Paddy Voss. There's a spectacular light show taking place here. The top deck, the roof, the LED screens flashing around. Everyone's got out their own phone just to try to lend a little bit of sparkle to the occasion. There's been a bit of sparkle in the game as well. Dockers fans will be hoping for a little bit more in front of goal. Jared Schofield and Cara Antonio, our experts on ABC Sport.
Just on the back of what you just said about this light show, it's like, have we just gone into another time zone? Yeah, look, it's an exciting game. You know, we're just talking off air around the connection of the Fremantle team, just probably not getting as deep entries as what they would like, wider entries, longer shots on goal. But in terms of inside 50 looks, both teams are getting good looks going forward. I just think Geelong are a bit more polished with that. But I did like what I saw from Fremantle off the contest. We're able to sort of use their shape and numbers to get to the corridor. They're just probably not getting that extra probably 50 metres or 30 to 40, 50 metres of actual carry to get deeper entries. But at least they're having looks. But yeah, Geelong's pressure is up as well. Cara, I just think, as you said earlier in the piece, you know, their pressure, their defensive mechanisms are really strong.
Well, they've clearly gone to work on how to stop Fremantle from clearance, because we know that their numbers this year, Fremantle metres gained by handball, is through the roof, and you've seen a couple of times already inside the little circle, little bubble we call it, just a little hand in there, that Geelong have been able to turn the ball over and get the ball back into their forward half of the ground. And I've loved the isolation of the forwards that Geelong have been able to create, because we know when ball goes high into the back line of Fremantle, they're so damaging in the air. So I've really liked the way that they've gone to work in this first quarter. But you're right, lack of forward connection for Fremantle is costing him at the moment on the scoreboard.
Some of the team numbers so far: Fremantle 100 disposals, Geelong 88. Contested possession 32 to the Dockers, 30 to the Cats. The clearance count: Geelong 9, Fremantle 7. Tackle count: Dockers 14 to Geelong's 8. The inside 50 marks, 5 to Geelong, 4 to the Dockers, and the inside 50s in total, 15 to Fremantle and 12 to Geelong. The hitouts are 9 apiece individually. Luke Jackson has 10 disposals for the Dockers and a goal. Carl Warner has 8, 7 for Murphy Reid, and a whole host of players on 6, including Clark, Brayshaw, Bolton and Sarong. For the Cats, Tanner Bruin, he has 10 touches, 200 metres gained. Max Holmes has 7. Lawson Humphreys in game 50, he has 7 as well. Zach Guthrie with 6. And Jack Martin, he's the leading goal kicker on the ground with 3, the West Aussies.
So it was the Dockers with their stealth mode, advertising the sparkle around the ground. Plenty of Fremantle fans wondering if Wharfie time will need to be engaged. It will at the moment, with them trailing by 10 points. Will that be unveiled again in that final quarter? Dan's up in Kununurra listening in and loving it. It's a Thursday night blockbuster. Everyone I've spoken to today says Dan has been excited for tonight. Fremo, most consistent this season. Geelong, the most dangerous. I'm amped. Good that you could be with us. 0437 774 774 if you're with us as well. Let us know where you're listening in here on ABC Sport. Local radio, Sport Digital, News Radio, and of course on ABC Listen. Thursday night footy in the West. Dockers and Cats heading to their respective positions to get this second quarter underway. Wondering if we get a crowd of above 50,000 tonight. They continue to make their way in. Still only 13 minutes to 7 here in the West. Tricky to get to if you're trying to make your way out of the CBD. But slowly this ground really is starting to fill up. Will the Dockers gone for their home fans in this second term? Will the Cats be able to continue on their way? They lead by 10. 5-2 plays 3-4. Taconi against Jackson for the ruck battle to start. Twice it bobbled up into the air. Out after it, Dangerfield. Able to get a hand pass out to Dempsey, now to Taconi. The Cats get the first kick. Not a great one. Up in the air it goes, still in the centre square. Erasmus underneath it. Got a hand pass to Brayshaw for the Dockers. Now to Bolton. Popped the hand pass over the top of Dudley. Decided not to gather. Knocked it into the path of O'Driscoll. It came out again here to Jackson. Now to Switkowski. He shoots on goal. Oh, hits the right-hand post. So close to the perfect start. Shot on goal within 30 seconds, but a minor score. 3-5 plays 5-2 now. 9 points, the Cats lead. 41 seconds gone.
Oh, the kick in from Humphreys to Henry was dropped by Jack Henry. Picked up by Murphy Reid. Off to Bolton. Off the step. He blazes away and misses. 3-6, the Dockers. Margin now 8 points. We haven't even played a minute. The Dockers have scored 2 behinds.
How's the bounce? It's like he's playing 2 square out there. Dudley. Very smart.
Handball for other states, if you're wondering. As Wilson Humphreys goes long. Now, what's happening here? There's been a free kick paid off the ball. It's to Martin. He looks to play on immediately to Mullen, who can't take it cleanly. He's in real trouble here. Voss got him. Just couldn't gather it when he could. Patrick Voss worked. Pounced. Won the free kick. Kicks it out towards Young. Runs inside forward. 50 and he blazes away and misses. Goodness me, they butchered some chances. Fremantle 3-7 plays 5-2. 7-point advantage to the Cats opening 90 seconds of the second term.
They go immediately, the Cats. Holmes into O'Connor. Kicks it down the northern wing. Blitzarves in front. Takes the mark. Has runners coming past. Holmes continued. Received the handball. Now kicks it inside the forward 50. Cameron the target. Cameron the marker. Jeremy Cameron has it. 45 metres out. 45-degree angle to the right. They went end-to-end, the Cats, from the kick-in. After the Dockers kicked 3 behinds, the opening 90 seconds, the Cats have a chance to hurt them down the other end.
It's like deja vu. I think I mentioned earlier, like peppering the goals, don't maximise their opportunities, and now Jeremy Cameron has a nice little shot on goal here to really make it hard for Fremantle.
Just one handball in the first quarter for Jeremy Cameron. This will be his first kick in game 294. Cameron kicks on goal. It's swinging back. He shows them how it's done. That's why he's one of the greats. Jeremy Cameron gets his first goal. The Cats punish the Dockers. 6-2, 38 Geelong. Fremantle 3-7-25. 3 minutes played in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Port Adelaide Premiership player Jared Schofield, former Dockers captain Cara Antonio.
Well, sorry, Cara, I was say there is that momentum is a massive thing in the game, and obviously energy. It can sap your energy with moments like this if they have too many of them.
Yeah, great call. And the other one I was just going to say is Heath Chapman played on Cameron for the first quarter and kept him obviously to, what did you say, a couple of one handball.
Yeah.
there was a bit of a lack of hand over there, and Cox ended up taking him. So, yeah, one to watch forward of the ball.
3 behinds to start the quarter for the Dockers. A goal to the Cats, and they win the centre clearance again as Holmes goes deep inside forward 50. Pearce can emerge with it for the Dockers. Gave it out to Erasmus. Hand pass to Ryan. Beautiful kick. Finds Brayshaw. Just shy of the wing. Beneath our broadcast position. Kicks towards Jackson off through his fingertips. Behind him, Dempsey was able to get it to Bruin. Now to Atkins. Atkins sweeps a hand pass forward. Jack Henry ran straight into Brayshaw. On his back, kicked over his head. Only as far as Pearce, though, inside defensive 50. Jackson then out towards Clark. Now Dudley for the Dockers. Hits Bolton on the chest. Plays on immediately by a hand to Young. Sends it inside forward 50. Amos marks. I don't think I'm being over the top in saying he simply has to kick this right now for Fremantle, Jai Amos.
It's an interesting situation for a goal kicker in this situation because the pressure builds. You know, with 3 or 4 missed opportunities, all of a sudden the next kick, the importance of it is critical. But that passage of play was really pure from Fremantle, and that's when they're now getting good looks, so they've just got to maximise this moment.
Their last 5 scores have been behinds, Fremantle. From set shots, they're 1 for 10. Jai Amos with 2 behinds to his name. He'll start just to the right of being in line with the right-hand behind post. He's going to kick from about 40 out. Amos on his way in. Kicks with the left. He's missed. 3 goals, 8 now for Fremantle. 3-8-26. They trail the Cats 6-2-38. 5.5 gone in the second.
Humphreys again takes off from the kick in. Couple of bounces, kicks up the wing. Dangerfield couldn't mark under pressure. Young for the Dockers, tapped it to Ryan. Off to Bolton, 55 metres out. Kicks towards the top of the goal square. Tracy in front of O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan drops it. Able to fumble it through over the line for a rush behind. Another one going the way of the Dockers. 3-9-27. The Cats 6-2-38. Margin 11 points.
He's the only rush behind, though, of that score. Chance to go for a trundle to O'Sullivan. That's a good kick to Kolajasny. Had the height advantage against Switkowski. He takes the mark at right half back. He could go short to Humphreys. That's ignored. Instead, he'll kick down the line. Heading towards right half forward. Neal, good mark in front of Pearce. Bounces up immediately, looks for runners. Humphrey runs by on the boundary side, and there's an infringement here. Standard rule infringement, or actually going inside the protected area, I beg your pardon. It'll be Neal who make his way inside the attacking 50, and he's going to be able to have a shot for goal from no more than 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle to the right. This will rub a bit of salt into the Dockers' wounds if he can convert here. High running by was Erasmus, who gave away the 50. Neal's on his way in. He kicks truly. The Cats have got their 7. And their lead goes out to a game-high 17 points. 7-2-44 Geelong. 3-9-27 the Dockers. We've gone 7 and a bit minutes into the second term. And while the Dockers waste their opportunities in front of goal, the Cats are kicking truly. Our experts, Cara Antonio and Jared Schofield on ABC Sport.
Well, I think right now, Fremantle is a test of their resolve now. Like we've seen throughout the year when they've been challenged or not have momentum, how they've been able to respond. And I think that's been the growth of Fremantle. Right now, they've had opportunities. They've kicked 5 points this quarter. It's going to be a really good test from how they finish off this quarter now to make sure this doesn't get too far away.
He's trying to stay danger side of Lawson Humphreys, Neil Erasmus, old schoolmates. Lawson gave him a bit of a cheeky sledge after it as well. The Dockers out of the middle. Sarong to Jackson, to Reid, to Voss. Marks 50 metres out from goal. Pretty much directly in front. He'll take the ownership. As Clint said, the last set shot for Jai Amos, they needed that one. They need this even more.
Well, he'd want to kick it because the moment he marked it, he told his whole team that he was going, and Frederick was all by himself. probably 15, 20 metres out. So needs to go back and kick this one.
Has one already, Patrick Voss. The Dockers need to find the target. Voss kicks from 51 metres out. It's right to the line. It hits the post. The Dockers miss again. 3:10:28 Fremantle. Geelong 7-2, 44, 9 minutes in as they bring the ball out the southern side.
Big pack underneath it. Pearce flew, won it to ground. Spilled out to Atkins, though. Swept the hand pass for the Cats to Dempsey. Works his way onto his right. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Punched away by Cox. Spilled out to Reid. Has it for Fremantle. From right half back goes looking for O'Driscoll. Does well to mark up against the boundary. Dempsey was right with him. The running repairs downstairs for one of the Cats. We'll bring you some details on that in a moment. As the Dockers... Oh, Bolton! Goes rising up into the night sky using Collar Jasny as the stepladder. They need a spark, Fremantle. Could that be it? Shea Bolton inside forward 50. Neil hands to it. Amos at the back. Runs it along the ground. Can't get it past Bowes. He gathers it cleanly. Playing the goalkeeping role. Sends it back from whence it came. Bolton again! Couldn't be a more different mark this time. Diving out to his left like an outstanding slipper. It's a catch that he takes it right half forward and goes back with the kick to Pearce. Those marks couldn't be any more different. They're both spectacular. Through Luke Ryan's hands, then to Clark. Clark long towards goal, kept in play by Jackson on the goal line. Hand pass only as far as Mullen, though. Clearing kick attempted for the Cats. Erasmus trapped it. Still inside forward 50. Gave it to Frederick. Back to Erasmus. Short kick was poor. Only found O'Connor. He goes beyond defensive 50 and a good diving mark to Wiltshire. He's got it for the Cats at right half back.
Handballs it to Bowes, who dances along the boundary line. Now kicks up looking for Dangerfield, but Pearce there to take the mark. Just in front of left half back, the Dockers skipper goes backwards by foot into his own defensive 50 to Luke Ryan, who will complete the switch all the way to right half back where Warner can mark. Now he brings it back into the corridor. Brayshaw marks, plays on immediately. Back out of the southern wing. The Freo chant goes up. Sarong has ball in hand. Back inboard by foot to Warner. They're trying to lift their side. The Freo faithful. They switch it again through Cox. Out to Chapman on the northern wing. Takes a bounce off the bench. Ollie Henry put him under pressure. Now he's chipped short. So Pearce is turned over. O'Connor gathers. Takes it. Kicks it forward to Ollie Henry. Head straps up. Takes the mark. Runs to 45. Takes the bounce. Handball over the top into the goal square. Jeremy Cameron slams it through for his second. Margin out to 22 points, 8-2-50 the Cats, 3-10-28 the Dockers, 12 minutes played. Poor Heath Chapman, he looked down and took a bounce right as Ollie Henry came off the bench. He didn't see him coming. He forced the turnover, and then Jeremy Cameron reaps the reward. Scully, Cara?
It was great defence. Yeah, smart play to be able to come forward, impact that, and then obviously created the turnover. But just noticing Fremantle trying to control the ball a little bit there, and unfortunate because I feel like they had started to get a bit of momentum. We saw probably mark of the year with Bolton. Create a bit of energy and momentum, and just obviously that little skill area and that decision then could be costly.
Two sensational marks from Bolton. One up high, one down low. They were both tremendous. Imagine a player coming off the bench having an impact in a Fremantle-Geelong game. Cats win the clearance again through Broon, then Stevens kicks towards right half forward. Frederick won it to ground. He's Bowes, though. Got a second effort, kicked around the body. Clark juggles the mark against Manor. Deep in his defensive 50. Kick is over the top of O'Driscoll to run onto. He gathers, takes a bounce at right half back. Hand pass was dangerous. It was meant for Bolton. O'Connor coming the other way, chopped it off. He went short to Wiltshire. Got it for Geelong. Bounce 70 from goal. Kicks into full forward. Going up there, Neil couldn't mark. Cox gathers of the Brennan variety. Shocking kick along the ground. Bruin was able to get it away. Gave it off to Ollie Henry. Then on to Bowes again. Centering kick towards full forward. They flew from everywhere. Manor under pressure. Got a kick away. Backwards. O'Driscoll tries to chop it off. Chapman had it. Lost it. Wiltshire handed off to Stevens. He kicks another one for Geelong. It's all the Cats at Perth Stadium. George Stevens, his first of the year, just the second in his career. It comes at a timely moment as Geelong put their lead out to another game high, 28 points at the 14-minute mark of the second. 9-2-56 to Freo, who are 3-10-28. On ABC Sport, our experts Jared Schofield and Cara Antonio.
Well, Cara, I think what we're seeing, I think I might have touched on it at the start of this game around their forward half intercepts to score. They're number one in the comp since round 11. What we've just seen then on those last two bits of play, their scoring opportunity to come on the back of aggressive defence to come forward and impact that. But it starts with the pressure in their forward 50 to allow the backs to come forward.
100%, and even this quarter, you mentioned making the most of opportunities. Freo 5 points from turnovers. Geelong the 2 goals.
Out of the middle, the Cats go again. Holmes kicks out towards the southern side, looking for Wilshire, who did well to get away from Warner. Took the ball, handball to Guthrie, chips it forward to Dempsey, back to Guthrie, who kept running. Handball to Bruin, 50 metres out on the left foot into the pocket. Couple of Cats there, none of them can get there immediately. Manor just couldn't bring it in before the boundary line came. It'll be a boundary throw in, 20 metres around from Geelong's attacking goal. 4 goals to zip this quarter for the Cats. Bruin 5 touches this quarter. Ball tossed back in, over the back. O'Driscoll, first one there for the Dockers. Tackled by Stevens, taken to ground. Ball up, 40 metres out, directly in front of the Cats attacking goal. Cox got rid of Edwards and couldn't get a hand on the ball, but he was held. So he'll win the free kick, Mason Cox. Imagine you don't really want your ruckman kicking it out of defence here, but there was no one helping him out. He does chip it backwards to Luke Ryan. Carrasco would have thought someone run past for the handball there, but Mason Cox had the kicking licence reinstated. Luke Ryan running around at the top of his own defensive goal square, slips over, now kicks beyond defensive 50. Manor got a hand in there. Brennan Cox at ground level, tackled, stands up, handballs to Frederick, back towards defensive 50 by hand to Chapman. Now to Clark, still inside defensive 50. Forward handball to Johnson. Now to McVie, through the middle. He has some space, has players out on the southern side. Voss marks, handball to O'Driscoll, short pass inside 50. Switkowski marks, 49 metres out, turns, spears it onto the chest of Jai Amos. 40 metres out, just inside right half forward. Can Jai Amos finally kick one?
It was just great again. They used the corridor, came out boundary side, and the numbers favoured the corridor. Used it really, really nicely. Right, really nice tick lead as well from Amos.
0-3 for Jai Amos. He'll go around the body. He snaps. It's high. It's across the face. It misses everything. This much talked about. Dockers' trio up forward have been well and truly off radar. Voss has got one, but Tracy, Amos and Voss have all missed chances. The margin still 28 points the Cats' way.
Geelong have kicked the past 7 goals of the game. The last 8 scores by the Dockers have all been behinds. As the Cats bring it beyond defensive 50. Here's Guthrie who marks. Moves it short again to Stevens. Hard up against the boundary at left half back. Wells inboard. Sends it towards left half forward. Pack of 6 underneath it, off the hands of Jackson. It'll spill over the boundary line for a throw-in. Left half forward for Freo. Or for Geelong, rather. It's been pretty much one-way traffic. As I said, 7 unanswered goals by Geelong. They've kicked 4 straight in this term. 9-2 to 3-10 they lead. 18 gone in the second. Jackson went up there, got fingertips to it. Stevens able to gather. Hand pass back to Humphreys. He'll kick the Cats back towards left half forward. Dangerfield leading out, got hands to it, couldn't mark. He's able to trap it hard up against the boundary. Hand passed over his shoulder. Only found Jackson, though, for the Dockers. Johnson received the hand pass, then spilt it. Had to try to work it out, only as far as Bruin to Atkins, and then he turns it over. Intercepting it is Ryan through the hands of Sarong, then Warner. Now Chapman at centre half back. Hand pass out to left half, back to Frederick. Kicks the Dockers in the direction of Tracy. Decent battle here, couldn't mark. Spilled down to Coney. Hand passed up in the air. Brayshaw got underneath it. Worked it out to Mason Cox, then to Frederick. Back to Brayshaw on the wing, northern side. Kicked dangerously inboard. Marked there by McVie. Ran through the centre circles. Flares it out to right half forward with the kick. Johnson marks and plays on. Young inside forward 50 in the right forward pocket. Lays it off and finds Reed. Better position. 40 out from goal. 45-degree angle to the right.
Great kick from Brayshaw inside. Risk versus reward. Really nice, but it was the look from Hayden Young, which we know that a lot of their scores, or scoring shots, should I say, have been around about the 50 mark. So just coming inside a little bit deeper. Really nice look.
Has kicked one tonight, Murphy Reid. Looking to end a run of 8 straight behinds for the Dockers. Reid from 45 metres out. He's hit the left-hand goalpost. Is that the third poster tonight? Goodness me.
I was about to say, if anyone's going to kick a goal, it'll be Murphy Reid. Now, you can't tell me this isn't psychological now.
Absolutely. Yep. 3-11 plays 9-2. Cats in front. Their lead's 27 points, 20 gone in the second.
Out the southern side go Geelong. McVie, though, intercepts for the Dockers. It's contagious. Bad goal kicking. Just asked the Geelong players from 2008 in the grand final. This is more like 2013 Fremantle tonight, not in a good way. They can't find the major opening. They have the ball across half-back. Pearce to Ryan, who's looking to switch it, ran into trouble, and has to go out the southern side again to Johnson. Defensive side of the wing. Cats have numbers down the line. He's forced to go back inside to Warner. 60 out from his own goal. Slow build-up from the Dockers here. Now Warner takes off. He goes back down the southern wing, looking for one of the big marking targets. Jackson couldn't take it. At the back, Dempsey first one there. Got the handball inside to Guthrie. His handball to Humphries. Steps through traffic. Well does Lawson Humphries. Out to Dempsey. Off to Manor. Hugging the boundary line on the southern side. Forward handball towards Manor. Cleverly tapped it on to Stevens. Back to Manor. Kicks up towards half forward. Little low for Wiltshire. Up against Ryan. Taps it to Dangerfield, whose handball stays in bounds just inside the boundary line at attacking 50. It was flying by the seat of their pants there were the Cats, but they managed to get it all the way through to half forward where the ball will be tossed back in 45 metres out. It will tossed up in the air 45 out from goal, left half forward.
They've shown some razzle-dazzle at times, the visitors, as Jackson palmed it down straight to Stevens, though. 50 out from goal. Kicks high up in the air towards full forward. Alex Pearce took front position, juggled it, took the mark. It's been paid. Hands to it first time. Grabbed it at the second opportunity. Moves it short to McVie up the corridor between fullback and centre half-back. Puts the Dockers into the left-back pocket. This is Luke Ryan who marks. Chapman leads out towards the boundary line. That's where the kick goes. He marks and then sends it inboard to Young. Young towards centre half-back. Working it around here, Freo. McVie. Now to Chapman. Off to Pearce. Stabs it in the direction of Warner between right half-back and centre wing. Leading up the line, Sarong who marks. Back inboard to the logo to Brayshaw who marks. Slow, deliberate build-up, but that's a good kick again. Brayshaw spotted O'Driscoll and he marks it right half forward. O'Driscoll puts it onto the left, kicks long towards full forward. Jackson flew, couldn't mark. At the back, Amos tried to sock a miss. Gathered though by Voss, and Voss from point-blank range couldn't miss 3 seconds. Hasn't been touched on the way through. Umpires say no, they have awarded the goal. There was congestion in the goal square, and Amos, who just in an attempted soccer couldn't get it to go across the line. Let's have another look here. Gathered though by Voss, diving across to Koning, immediately appealed that he touched it. They'll have to have another look at this, surely.
They almost made a meal of that.
They really did.
Reeve, no one in the goal square.
Just wait to see if it's all clear. Coning definitely appealed that he touched it. There was a goal umpire right there who immediately said goal. It would be a 10th straight behind for the Dockers if it is touched. As we pause and wait to see.
Voss's reaction wasn't great. Almost sucked in the air like that may have been touched.
He appealed hard to Coning, and then as soon as the umpire signalled goal, he just gave up. He didn't continue to protest, which might be the giveaway.
You know what I love? The umpires assertiveness just to put the fingers and just pay the goal.
Goal was being given.
So after all of that, Paddy Voss has got his second, and the Dockers with their first of the quarter. I'll give you the score, 4:11:35 to 9:2:56, and they're away out of the middle again.
Sarong straight out of the middle goes up towards Tracy, who takes the mark 50 metres out. Could this be one of those purple patches we see? 2026, it's been the Dockers putting teams away in these bursts of goals. Today it's pulling themselves back into the contest. Has not kicked well all night, Josh Tracy. Needs to make this count. Tracy from 55 metres out, unloads, celebrates too. He's finally found his radar, and the Dockers get two quick goals to pull themselves back into this contest. 5:11:41 Fremantle, Geelong a 9:2:56. The margin now back to 15 points, 25-minute mark of the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. After a run of 8-9 behinds, the Dockers have got two goals in the space of a minute.
Was bound to click sooner rather than later for Josh Tracy. He took the responsibility on. He had a couple of options, but wanted to have a shot, and really nice finish. The one for me, hit-outs this quarter, 6-zip in favour of Freo, but Geelong dominating clearance, so sharking everything they can, the Geelong mids.
Was out to a 28-point lead to the Cats. It's back to a 15-point advantage. The Dockers get the clearance again, working it to Switkowski. Hands it off to Murphy Reid. Try to work it in the direction of Erasmus. Stolen, though, by Blitzards. Quick hand pass to Bruin. Worked his way through traffic. Handed it off to Guthrie. Back to Bruin. Arched the back. Got away from Jackson. Kick towards left half forward. Good spoil Warner. Got in front of Manor. Won it to ground. It bounced the way of Johnson. On centre wing southern side. He takes a bounce. Johnson then kicks into the right forward pocket. He wants Young. Battling away. Couldn't mark. Spilled out to the side. Chance again here for O'Sullivan to work it out beyond defensive 50. The kick is long down the line. It came to Dempsey. Wheels onto his right boot. Moves it short by foot, but well done. On in turn to Ollie Henry. Onto his right boot again, and he kicks inside forward 50. Couldn't find Cameron. Front position, Brennan Cox, who marks. He's got it between fullback and centre halfback. And he can set it up for the Dockers again. 27 minutes gone in the second. The lead is 15 points in favour of Geelong.
Dockers come out to half-back to Clark. It was a terrible kick at the end. They had a 3-on-2 inside forward 50, the Cats. They wasted it. It's a former cat in Clark who has the ball and goes up the northern boundary line to Neil Erasmus, who takes the mark. Now called to play on is Erasmus. Runs around. Kick doesn't have the depth on it. It falls short to Coning. Spilled a mark he should have taken. Allows Young to come through. Ricochets off his body towards Tracy. Great looping handball over the top to Murphy Reid. Spins on the spot. Handball back to Hayden Young. 60 out. Kicks inside forward 50. Jackson in a pocket of space. All on his own. He takes this mark, Luke Jackson. He's flown for a couple. This one he was not going to drop. Set shot coming. 35 metres out, 45-degree angle to the left. It's not a turnover necessarily, but Koning dropped a mark that he absolutely should have taken.
How good's Hayden Young on his number third on the right? Great look inside.
They had three options, the Dockers, all standing there, and Luke Jackson pulled rank. Has one tonight. In some sort of game, Luke Jackson, set shot. He makes the most of it. Turns to the crowd and says, get on your feet. Fremantle has 6 goals now, 3 in a row. Luke Jackson second, brings the margin back to 9 points. 6:11:47 the Dockers, 9:2:56 the Cats. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Jared Schofield and Cara Antonio, our experts.
Well, I mentioned earlier on in the piece around Fremantle's ability to stay in the moment. Probably momentum wasn't in their favour. They've held their nerve. They've ended up having 10 scoring shots from 13 inside 50s in this quarter. Whilst, as you mentioned, Cara, around losing some stoppage territory from centre bounce. I think the numbers are really in Geelong's favour, but they've held their nerve and now they've got themselves right back in this game.
They've showed plenty of resilience this year, Fremantle. They've shown some in this term, fighting their way back to a single-digit deficit. They trail by 28 points. Jackson won it down. Young went out after it, got taken high. Nope. Number 9 in Holmes. And around the neck area as he kicks towards centre half forward. Siren tells us that is half time. Great fight back by Fremantle. The Cats, though, they still hold the lead. They're up by 9 points at the half. They kicked 7 unanswered goals, Geelong, 4 of them to begin that term, while Fremantle, at the start of that quarter, had 9 behinds. One of them rushed, a couple of posters on the way through, and then finally responded with the last 3 goals of the quarter to cut that margin, as I said, to 9 points. It was a 10-point advantage to the Cats at quarter time, a 9-point advantage to the Cats at half time. The goal kickers, Jack Martin has 3. Them all in the first quarter. 2 to Ollie Wiltshire, singles to Shannon Neal. George Stevens on a couple too to Jeremy Cameron, I beg your pardon, Jeremy. While for the Dockers, 2 to Luke Jackson, 2 to Patrick Voss, and singles to Murphy Reid and Josh Tracy. Geelong 9-2-56. The Dockers 6-11-47. Let's get the thoughts of our experts. Half-time on Thursday night footy here on ABC Sport. Our experts, Cara Antonio and Jared Schofield.
Well, there was definitely a lot of momentum swings within that half of football. And as I mentioned just previously, it's credit to Fremantle to stay really in the moment. When they were challenged, the mental side takes over. You're missing shots, better shots on goal than what they were getting in the first quarter. And then they were just able to sort of just control the game a little bit more. But the Freo of old, the game might have got away from them, the game's done. But this is why they are sitting top of the ladder, because of these moments that they're able to sort of hold strong and now walk into half-time, at 9-point deficit when they've had more scoring shots. Is it more inside 50s? I don't know. I think they would have had more inside 50s for the half.
+5.
Yeah, and then, but they're you look at Sarong's numbers, for a half for him, 10%, he's normally up to about 15, 16 by now, but he's starting to get into the game. But Luke Jackson's playing some good footy. But I think, if I think about Geelong, what I felt broke down that last sort of passage as I played the last 5 minutes is the old Cyclone defence. They're able to get back and support, and that's what they were doing. They were forcing Fremantle. Yeah, they got through the corridor and go wide, but it felt like their shots were wide shots. But Fremantle were able to get territory, so I felt like they were able to sort of break down the Geelong's defence a little bit later part of that quarter then when it was holding up so strong in the first half.
Yeah, and you're so right. Momentum's a funny thing, isn't it? Like, you think how much really Geelong have dominated in terms of scoreboard pressure for this game, and it's almost, I don't know what they were doing down there when Voss ended up kicking that goal, but almost made a meal of it. And it's funny, just that little goal, finally they've hit the scoreboard, and then they go bang, bang again, and Tracy, massive goal from him, at 50 metres out when he could have and probably should have passed it off. He backed himself in, and then they just start to get the crowd involved, and it's a different ball game. But you're right, I love the way that Fremantle, not the new Fremantle, but the Fremantle of this year have been able to mature, obviously, over their past experiences and, absorb a bit of the pressure, play the, territory game, hold on to the footy a little bit and make those necessary changes with the leaders on field rather than wait till, your quarter, your half-time break. So, yeah, you're right, Sky. Great call there. They probably should be up if you look at the scoreboard and the opportunities they've had, but you'd probably be happy with how they've finished that first half.
Definitely so. I think, like, it'd be interesting. You'd love to be a fly on the wall now with Justin, because it's like they do rely on stoppage territory, but they're scoring a different way. Like, so they've had 13 scoring shots, or 4 goals, 9 from turnover. So they've had to transition the ball while they haven't executed with the goals. You'd be looking at it going, we're getting good looks, gents. So continuing to do what we're doing. Like, they are getting to the corridor. You know, looking closely at Geelong for me for the first time, they are playing a lot more boundary skinnier. They try and energise with a handball boundary side. But what the risk is that if you don't connect inside your front half, you give the opposition the corridor. Now, Geelong were able to defend that well, but then it broke down. So, bit of risk-reward, but I'd rather be in Freo's shoes right now because they're getting beaten to centre bounce. They're not getting the territory that they had in the early piece of the game, but they've found a different way to try and score and get the ball forward. So if they can win a bit more ball there and get in the front half, well, then and still have their transition score and game going, could be a different half.
And it's funny you say that. Just throughout the year and across the year, it's been pretty well documented that the different ways that they've been able to score, and they're not first in, scores from turnover or first from scores from stoppage, but they're able to find a way, which I think, again, is the show of maturity across the group, and it's been building for years. They've had the list, and finally now it's starting to click. So it's impressive to watch live, I think. They're being able to sort it out on field, which I think is a real plus.
Well, for mine, watching Fremantle, and it's only my first time this year sitting in the seat watching it from a different angle, I'm actually really enjoying it because I've still watched West Coast. I've been entrenched at West Coast, had my time at Port Adelaide, but to watch the growth of Fremantle and to see, when there was probably knuckles about their ball movement and slow and this and that, but then when you see the exciting part of their game, it's like I'm watching their game and it's like I'm blessed to be sitting here with ABC, like watching Freo play, because they're playing a great brand of football.
And they've shown this year that they've been able to find different ways to win. Yeah. The way they annihilated North Melbourne was entirely different to what they'd done in other games as well. So, mind you, I still reckon there's a few nervous people around this ground after seeing a number of chances that they really should have kicked go big in that first half. Cats are in front, 9-2-56. They have been accurate in front of goal compared to the Dockers, who are 6-11-47. I did want to pay credit to the Geelong Cats. Three-quarter time here, our coverage last weekend, I mentioned that really awful news about John O'Connell passing away. Of course, not only was he well known throughout WA with his time at Claremont, but he also played 81 games for Geelong between 55 and 60 and captained Geelong on 5 occasions. He played 156 games for Claremont locally. He's a member of the WA Football Hall of Fame, was inducted back in 2012. Okie was just an absolute gentleman, and again, to everybody who knew him, his loss is going to be keenly felt. Geelong are wearing black armbands tonight because of John O'Connell's passing away. So in honour of him, after 81 games with the Cats, well done to them. And also, I did want to make mention too that if you're wondering why Andy Brayshaw is wearing a black armband, it's for the same reason. Of course, a Brayshaw family, well connected with Claremont. His grandfather, Ian Brayshaw, won a premiership with Claremont, would have spent a fair bit of time with John O'Connell as well. The family's long-time friends. So Andy Brayshaw tonight for the Dockers, wearing the black armband, also in memory of Okie. And to all the O'Connell family, anyone listening in, thoughts with them with John O'Connell passing away last week. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Geelong lead by 9 points at half-time. We'll run through some of your text messages as well in just a moment. 0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch with us. 0437 774 774. But wherever you're listening on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital News Radio, and of course streaming on ABC Listen, this is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Let's take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News. Good evening, I'm Noni Edwards. A former Treasury official says she's in support of the federal government's major backdown from some tax changes in the budget. The government will now ensure more businesses get capital gains tax concessions while startups will get special carve-outs. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry has welcomed the move but criticised overall changes to CGT, saying it will decrease investment and stifle innovation. Melbourne University's Miranda Stewart doesn't believe the changes will have a negative effect.
For most investors, there may be a bit of change from the previous CGT discount, but not much. But where there has been a large gain, assets held over time, it's appropriate that more tax be collected. So it sort of rebalances a bit more tax on those investors compared to people earning labour income, for example.
The Federal Multicultural Affairs Minister is optimistic Pauline Hanson's anti-immigration sentiment won't prevail in Australia. At the National Press Club yesterday, the One Nation leader laid out her vision to end multiculturalism, which she blamed for housing pressures and other issues. Anne Ali says anti-immigration policies have come and gone over time in Australia.
There have been a number of challenges in the history of this nation that really challenge this harmony that we have, this respect that we have for all people, regardless of where they come from. By and large, every single time, Australia has overcome.
Leaders from both sides of South Australian politics have spoken after they supported a bill to restrict access to late-term abortion in SA that was overwhelmingly voted down. Rachel Merritt reports.
Premier Peter Malinauskas and opposition leader Ashton Hearn both voted in favour of the bill, which was defeated 36 votes to 9 in a late-night Parliament sitting on Wednesday. Mr Malinauskas says the debate was civil and respectful.
In South Australia, there are restrictions on late-term abortions, and the bill yesterday adjusted what those restrictions were in a way that I thought were credible.
Ms Hearn says the bill would have added extra guidelines to the current laws.
I support access to abortions. I also support the fact that there does need to be some frameworks and some guidelines.
The matter was a conscience vote for Labor and Liberal MPs.
Ukrainian drones have set fire to an oil refinery in Moscow for the second time this week, while Russia has fired ballistic missiles into Kiev. John O'Wakely has more.
What do we have now? We actually have had the Americans, through intermediaries, speaking as equals effectively to the regime in Tehran. We have a return to the status quo of the 27th of February, in other words, the day before the bombing started, which is that there are going to be nuclear negotiations on Iran's nuclear program, and the Strait of Hormuz is open. So it's hard to portray the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz as a great advance because it was open until the bombing started.
That was a report by the BBC's Jeremy Bowen. He was explaining that the US will restart military action and reimpose a blockade if Iran does not fulfil its commitments under a ceasefire agreement that was reached that will see another 60 days of negotiations. Returning now to John O'Wakely's report on Ukrainian drones and Russia firing ballistic missiles into Kiev.
Russia says it downed over 550 drones across many of its regions last night, but still many managed to get through. Videos have shown flames and plumes of smoke over Moscow's oil refinery that the city's mayor says was struck by Ukraine. Separately, in the southern region of Rostov, Russian authorities say a drone attack has killed at least one person and injured another two. Meanwhile, in Ukraine, officials say Kiev has come under a second air attack this week as Russia launched ballistic missiles at the capital. And in the Ukrainian northeastern city of Sumy, authorities say at least one person has been killed in a drone attack.
Authorities in the UK say an ancient oak tree linked to the legend of Robin Hood in Sherwood Forest has died. The Royal Society for the Protection of Birds says the 1,200-year-old major oak did not sprout leaves this spring. The tree is said to have sheltered Robin Hood, the legendary 13th century bandit who allegedly stole from the rich and gave to the poor. To sport now, and Perth Wildcats captain Jesse Wagstaff's been selected in the Australian 3-on-3 basketball team for the Commonwealth Games, which begin in Glasgow next month. The 40-year-old, a six-time NBL champion, will line up alongside Sam McDaniel, Hawke, Jono Antonio and Jared Bairstow. The men's team won silver at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games in 2022, losing to England in the gold medal match, and will be coached by Adam Ford of the Cairns Taipans. ABC News.
Hi, it's Zan Rowe, excited that a new generation are taking on a classic series. 6 filmmakers, 10 countries, 1 winner.
What could possibly go wrong?
Race around the world. Streaming now on ABC iView. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Now his chip short to Pearce is turned over. O'Connor gathers, takes it, kicks it forward to Ollie Henry. Head straps up, takes the mark, runs to 45, takes the bounce, handball over the top into the goal square. Jeremy Cameron slams it through for his second.
Wiltshire handed off to Stevens. He kicks another one for Geelong. It's all the Cats at Perth Stadium. It comes at a timely moment as Geelong put their lead out to another game high. O'Driscoll puts it onto the left, kicks long towards full forward. Jackson flew, couldn't mark. At the back, Amos tried to sock a miss. Gathered though by Moss. And Moss from point blank range couldn't miss for his seconds.
Sarong straight out of the middle goes up towards Tracy, who takes the mark 50 metres out. Could this be one of those purple patches we see? Needs to make this count. Tracy from 55 metres out, unloads, celebrates too. He's finally found his radar, and the Dockers get 2 quick goals to pull themselves back into this contest.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
You would dead set think that Perth Stadium is a nightclub at the moment, the way the light action is... purple flickering lights everywhere. They're flashing on the roof. There's a DJ going on underneath one of the big electronic scoreboards here. Party time everywhere. Not on the scoreboard, though, but they have fought their way back, the Dockers, after being in real trouble at the 15-minute mark of that second term. They were down by 28 points, and the Cats looked unbelievable, Nick. But just a 9-point lead to Geelong at half-time, so they have been challenged after being in really good form, and they've just been razzle-dazzle at times as well. Lots of text messages coming in. Clint Wilden with you alongside Mitch Turner, our experts Cara Antonio and Jared Schofield. A cash photo dart is down on the boundary. Jenny's in Melbourne. G'day, Jenny. 0437 774 774. Freo has impressed me in so many different ways this season, but right now I'm impressed that they were able to settle and change things up before getting a halftime spray. Growing up, boys. Well done. Thanks, Jenny. Kim and Lisa Rosenthal are Harbour Masters. That's one of the coterie groups at the Dockers. They're watching from KL, loving footy on ABC TV in Asia. Gilby from Warradagi says, gee, the Dockers are kicking woefully at goal. If I were that poor a shot, the farm would be overrun by vermin. Enjoying the call. Thank you, Gilby. Yes, they've missed a few tonight. No doubt about that. Hi, team, says one of our correspondents. Let us know your name, by the way. Enjoying the coverage. Hoping Freo are on the ascendancy. I'm on a crowded train from Newcastle to London. I hope you're enjoying the coverage from Newcastle to London. That is a fair trek. Melissa and Andy are loving the coverage. They're travelling from Slovenia through Austria on their way to Italy. Go Cats! Where else are we here? A few other text messages to get through. Nathan's in the Barossa. Oh, that'd be tough. G'day, Nathan. Go Geelong. Good evening, team. Enjoying the coverage with a glass of red in front of the fire. It's a chilly night, but I've been warmed by the efforts of the mighty Cats. Go Geelong. You certainly would be earlier on. Fran, one of our favourites. Thanks for the call and the special comments. I'm an impartial listener tonight. The Pies won't make it, but I would love the Dockers to win the cup just to see the coach smile and be overjoyed. Kylie's unimpressed looking at the score in the second term. I feel Freo will bow out of final contention early in September against the top sides. Kylie, with some of those efforts in the second term, I can understand how you would feel that way, but they have fought their way back into it. And continuing on, Bernard Kerr says, I'm listening from Longguan City, Province, China. Zhejiang Province, China. Thanks for such a great description of this important match. It's wonderful to hear Australian voices. Listening on the radio seems to provide added tension and pathos. Fremantle, come on. Thanks, Bernard. And Phil's in Victoria, enjoying the call. If the Dockers lose, get on to Benny Cameron because he said they were due for a loss. Can't believe Benny Cameron death riding one of the WA teams. Surely not Mitch Turner.
Nostradamus. They won 12 in a row. They're due for a loss after a record 12.
Nostradamus. And a big shout out to Nola as well, who was happy that she got a mention after ringing into Sports Talk on AFL Monday. Corbin just letting her know, state of origin, he's still a West Australian at heart, but I refuse to believe Ben Cameron thinks that way. What do the other numbers say?
Tanner Bruin is leading all comers on the ground disposal-wise. He's up to 18. Lawson Humphries had 13 of the Cats, 398 metres gained. Guthrie and Holmes, 12 apiece. For the Dockers, Luke Jackson, highest-rated player on the ground, 17 touches, 2 goals to go with his 9 hitouts. Luke Ryan, Warner and Murphy Reid all with 13. Jack Martin has 3 goals. He leads all goal kickers on the ground. It is the Cats by 9 points.
Now, Ryan says he's listening all the way from the Ivory Coast in Africa. Thanks for giving me my footy fix while I work. What are you working on, Ryan? What are you up to?
Ivory Coast, very World Cup time. They always come out the Ivory Coast in the soccer.
Is it the Côte d'Ivoire?
Côte d'Ivoire, yeah. Didier Drogba back in the day.
That's absolutely correct. About to get this second half underway. The DJ is going to have to stop spinning the discs as we turn our attention back to the centre circles. Teams are in readiness. Second half about to start. The Cats lead by 9 points on ABC Sport. Here's Mitch Turner.
Over the top of Jackson was Edwards. Tapped it onto the path of Young. Broke a tackle. Forward handball to Sarong, who just hacks it off the ground. Up towards half forward. Frederick punching from behind. Guthrie spilled back into the hands of the Cat, though. He goes out through the wing. Clark up against 2 Cats. Tapped it to himself with the feet and then lost it. Dangerfield could gather. Gave it to Bruin. Kick up the wing and Brayshaw cutting across. Was taken high as he was trying to make the intercept mark. He fumbled it, but he will win the free kick for high contact. It was accidental as he was cutting across into the path of Shannon Neal, who just clipped in high. He's standing on the mark like a 100-metre sprinter, Shannon Neal, as Brayshaw is called to go. Over the top, up the wing was Tracy. Couldn't mark. Dangerfield roved it like a throwback for Danger. Kicks up towards half forward and the mark is taken by Ryan of the Dockers. Handballs it quickly to Brayshaw. Now to Clark at centre-half back. He's in a little bit of trouble. Spun around 360. Came back by hand to Brayshaw, whose kick up the wing was a nothing kick. There was a couple of Dockers. He dissected all of them. Edwards took it on the bounce for Geelong. Gave it to Humphries. Then to Dempsey. Back to Edwards on the northern wing. High up and under towards Neal. Couldn't mark under pressure. Coming through Clark. Taken high. No. Bit of a messy start to this quarter. 90 seconds in, ball up in between wing and half forward for the Cats.
Edwards got there late. Jackson won it down for the Dockers. Got it out to Erasmus. Hand pass over the top of a couple of Cats to Sarong. Back to Erasmus on the northern wing. The kick has been touched on the way through. Getting a hand onto it, Guthrie. So it's over the boundary line. No lasso rule. And thrown in front of the Cats interchange bench. The stadium looking at picture. Spun back in. Jackson palmed it down. Back towards the boundary line. Erasmus in hot pursuit. Won't get there. Ball in again. Ryan says he's at the Yaouré gold mine. And you're right. It's all FIFA World Cup over here at the moment. Thanks for getting back in touch. Eagles and Jackson combined, comes down here to Dangerfield, immediately kicks inside forward 50 from left half forward, but onto the throat of Alex Pearce. He'll flare it out towards left half back. O'Driscoll meets the bouncing footy, gets around Blitzarves, kicks down the outer wing. That's a magnificent kick onto the chest of Voss. Moves it back inboard to Switkowski. Switkowski to Brayshaw. Would have heard the footsteps coming of Dangerfield. Stood there and marked it. Spots players free inside forward 50. It's on towards Erasmus. Erasmus can send it towards goal. Great mark. Jackson on the behind line. The kick was missing. Jackson at full stretch drags it in. With no daylight to look at from left full forward. Luke Jackson puts the ball down on the ground and just rubs the hands together. Luke Jackson trying to give the Dockers the perfect start to the second half. He snaps truly. He's got 3. The Cats lead is cut to just 3 points at the 3.5-minute mark of the third. 3 perhaps is the magic number. Geelong 9-2-56. Fremantle 7-11-53. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Our experts Jared Schofield and Cara Antonio.
Well, what can't he do? He is ripping this game apart very, very slowly, Luke Jackson. 3 goals. He's doing it in the air. He's doing it at ground level and in front of the scoreboard, which is most important. Just floated forward there, and Erasmus very, very lucky that Jackson could mark that, because that was going through for another long point.
Those who say he's the best player in the game, I've got a fair argument tonight. Ball in the middle. The Cats almost got the clearance. Young smothered it. Dangerfield took possession, then was ripped off it. Spilled to Clark. Now to Sarong for the Dockers. Handball to Young. Tries to whip it forward to Brayshaw, who just sockers it off the ground. The Dockers are goal side. Switkowski gathers. Handball missed Erasmus at half forward. Able to go back and gather. Handball to Switkowski, inboard to Brayshaw. His handball a shocker, looking to get it back to Erasmus. Cut off by O'Connor, who's taken a ground. What a great little 20 seconds of footy there. Ball up to come, 55 metres out. Right half forward for Fremantle. Edwards and Jackson. Edwards over the top, got a hand to it. Atkins in there, couldn't rip it out. Comes to Switkowski for the Dockers. To Sarong, to Clark off a step. Inside forward, 50. O'Sullivan beat Tracy. O'Sullivan did well. Amos along the boundary line, taps it towards Frederick. Left half forward for the Dockers. O'Driscoll picks it up. Free kick coming back. It's going the way of Colin Jasny. Not sure exactly what for, but it's a free kick to the Cats. They move it quickly through Holmes. Runs beyond defensive 50 up the southern side. Neal couldn't mark. Young got there. Warner out the back of the Dockers did very well. Spun and turned away from Wiltshire. Now hits the kick inboard to Frederick.
Frederick hands it off to a running Young. Oh, that's an ugly kick. A worm burner along the ground. Scooped up by Guthrie. Gave it to Holmes. Dangerous hand pass. Back inside his defensive 50. Snaffled there. Switkowski off to Erasmus. Fremantle in front. The Dockers in front for the first time since the 17-minute mark of the opening term. They have kicked 5 unanswered goals. 8-11-59 to Geelong 9-2-56. Erasmus kicking truly in open play. 35 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right. What a change has come over this game.
Well, just as we see there, straight line football from Geelong down the far wing. Fremantle able to intercept that ball and then just sort of penetrate through the corridor and get it back inside. And their ground shape allowed Erasmus to obviously have that shot on goal, his second shot. The first one, he didn't look like he wanted to have the shot, and obviously went to work then.
It's been 10 goals between the sides from turnover tonight. Ball in the middle. Infringement in the ruck for coming across by De Koning. It'll be a free kick to Jackson. Stepped across that line in the middle of the ground. The new rule, Jackson free kick. Thumps it inside 50. Voss and Tracy there. Jack Henry, though, stood tall at the back. Able to take the mark, and over the back on the far side, Wiltshire got some space. Was able to receive. Held up by Erasmus. Now plays on. Terrible kick up the wing. Chapman got a hand in there. Tapped it forward. Blitzarves coming through. Gathers for the Cats. It is immediately wrapped up. Ball up to come. Southern wing. Fairly full stadium now as you look around. Not too many spare seats all the way around Perth Stadium on this Thursday night. Imagine they're going to beat that mark of the biggest ever crowd between these two sides as Atkins takes it from the restart. Is tackled by Brayshaw, and the umpire said had Pryor had an arm free. It's holding the ball going the way of the Dockers. Brayshaw has it on the southern side, goes inboard to Murphy Reid, who plays on and goes short to Erasmus.
He plays on again by hand the moment he received the football. Back to Brayshaw on the logo southern wing. Kicked into the left forward pocket, met by De Koning. Good defensive mark for the Cats. He's got it at right half back. He's looking to Stevens. Oh, one down again by Erasmus. Spilled out to Brayshaw. Dockers have it once more. Brayshaw by hand to Erasmus. Forward of the logo, outer side of the ground. Kick inside forward. 50 again marked. De Koning once more. Goes back to O'Sullivan between fullback and centre half back for Geelong. Flares it out to the right back pocket. Mark there by Jack Henry. Onto Humphreys. Gets the kick away. Goes over the top of the contest, out of side. Manatern will run to the footy. Bounced up. Did he keep it in play? Not quite. Just bobbled away from him as he tried to drag it in. Throwing it right half forward for the Cats. There's been 6 lead changes in the game so far. Right now, the Dockers in front by 3 points. 9 gone in the third. Spun back into play. Jackson in front of Blitzarves. Won it down. Came here to Atkins. Back by hand to Holmes. From right half forward. Kicks to right full forward. Brennan Cox. Juggled mark. Made to work for it too. Jack Martin right up against him. Cox is able to gather it. He's got it at left full back. 8-11 plays, 9-2. Dockers in front, 10 gone in the third.
Cox looking for Jackson, who was outpointed though. At right half forward for the Cats by De Koning. Handballs across to Holmes. Runs to 55. It's a chopper to the goal square. Ollie Henry floating across, takes a great mark. Coming from the side, Ollie Henry from nowhere, seemingly. Took a great contested mark, and he should be able to pop this through for his first goal of the night. He'll go round the corner, plays on, snaps, goals. The Cats respond and retake the lead. 10-2, 62 Geelong. Fremantle 8-11, 10 minutes played in the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Jared Schofield, Cara Antonio.
Well, he read that well. Henry came across. Fremantle was set up quite well defensively to fly, but really nice pack mark. And again, momentum, a funny thing. Fremantle had it, or have had it, for the first part of this third quarter, and just like that, Geelong regained the lead back.
And a run of 5 unanswered goals by Fremantle. 7th lead change of the match. Ollie Henry in game 99. Kicking truly. Ball back in the middle. Thrown up and one down by De Koning. Out after it, Mullen. Brayshaw just got it first. Was able to knock it away, and then well done. Gathered by Johnson, was hitting his direction quickly, and then he kicks straight into the chest of Atkins. Remarkable skills from Atkins. Worked it forward to Neal, then to De Koning. Sends it long towards full forward. Punch came from Brennan Cox. Spilled down though to McVie. Got it again to Pearce. Kicks the Dockers towards left half back. Switkowski at pace. Tried to knock it to his own advantage. It's taken across the boundary line. Umpire says we'll ball it in. Switkowski suggesting it might have taken a little touch off the boot of his opponent on the way through. Will they send it upstairs for a look? Umpires are going to converge. And it is the lasso rule. So Switkowski was correct. And he gets the free kick and he moves it down the line. Tracy taken high. Has a free kick. He stands just on the outer edge of the logo. Looks to play on. Long high kick into the left forward pocket. Well read Kolajasny. Took front position, took the mark for the Cats.
Retreats backwards to Dempsey. Deep in defence. What I have learned tonight is if the ball goes out, make sure you protest, because they've managed to get a couple overturned, the Dockers. Kick out from defensive 50. Free kick's going to go the way of the Cats. It'll be Ollie Henry who has it. 50 metres out from his own goal. Goes short inside on the 45 to Stevens, who will look to complete the switch. Dangerous kick across the ground was a good one. Able to find Kolajasny, who started it all on this play. As Humphreys, who's run a long way over the top to receive the little chip pass. Swings inboard on the left foot. Beautiful kick. Able to find a teammate in Mullen. And Brayshaw is being pinned for a 50-metre penalty for late contact. It's harsh, but I guess it's there. He jumped to spoil and then couldn't really do anything about it. Couldn't stop his momentum. And Mullen's going to be marched about 20 metres out, slightest of angle. He should put this through to extend the Cats' lead. Scoey Cara.
I just think that he tried to stop and brace. He already left the ground.
The Dockers fans don't like it. O'Shea Mullen comes in, puts it through. Goal to the Cats. They extend their lead. His first of the night. Margin out to 9 points, 11-2-68 Fremantle. Geelong, 8-11-59 Fremantle. So Brayshaw has jumped to spoil. He's realised basically as he's leaving the ground, I'm not going to get it. So he goes as limp as possible not to make contact. And, I mean, it's late contact, though. It's on you. If you jump and you shouldn't, it's completely on the player, I guess.
He didn't read the ball correctly.
No, he didn't.
I still think he'd try to protect him, but like 50, I don't know. I live in the space side, is it 50
feels
metres?
hard.
Yeah. It wasn't like he tried to run through him, but he made poor judgment by leaving the ground.
Consecutive goals for the Cats has their lead out to 9 points. Mason Cox up against De Koning. Won it down to Mason Cox to Sarong. Trying to get a hand pass out. Free kick here is going the way of the Dockers. Young was taken to ground by De Koning. Hurting too. He's in a bit of strife here. Slowly gets up off the ground and he's in real trouble here. You can hear immediately the reaction. Dockers fans know how important he is, hoping it's nothing serious. Hayden Young looks in real strife and he's limping and trainer immediately goes to him.
So Justin Longmuir in the box. His reaction
doesn't look good.
It's not good. It's his right leg. He can't put any weight on it, really.
So he gathered it. DeConey went in to tackle him, and as he's gone to ground, his leg has been caught underneath.
There's not much in that. It might be a PCL.
Knee into the turf, yeah.
PCL usually. Looks better now.
Is that his right knee?
I thought it was his right knee,
the mechanism of the force going through, I'm talking not physio here, but I've had 2 ACLs at my football club based on that force going through. Yeah.
And my brother did one the same way.
Yeah, you hope that it's not that, but that mechanism...
So we hope for the best for Hayden Young, who has had such a wretched run of injury. He's walking off the ground. There is still a slight limp. He was in genuine pain for a moment and now looks okay, which is often quite concerning. The Dockers, with the free kick, will send it inside forward 50. There's no mark taken. It's been held to Humphreys here by Switkowski. Ball up the call. 45 out from Dockers' goal. They're heading to the city end. Mason Cox has lost his spectacles as De Koning got it. Got a clearing kick away to Neil. Running by Bruin, receives the hand pass. Sweeps it towards the logo outer side. Bowes with it. Hand pass to Stevens. Works it on to Atkins. Just shy of right half forward. Gets a kick away into the right forward pocket. Warner went out. Couldn't mark. Spills to ground. Trying to knock it out of there was Chapman. Sock it away by Mason Cox. Back into traffic. Neil for the Cats gathers. Hand pass it right half forward to Atkins. Shrugged the attempted tackle of O'Driscoll. 55 from goal. Kicks towards full forward. The punch came from Mason Cox straight down the throat of Cameron. Got a hand pass away to Wiltshire. His kick was smothered. Ricochets away and back over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Is Cameron hurt here as well?
He stayed down for a moment. It's a grimace as he gets back up. Might have just been in the contact, and it's thrown back in. 25 out from the Cats' goal.
Neil, edge Cox out of it. Now taps it again, only into the path of Chapman for the Dockers. Through traffic, handball's dangerous. Ollie Henry tackled by Frederick, dispossessed. Alex Pearce overruns it. 20 metres out from Geelong's goal. It comes to Dangerfield. And he misses to the right on the quick kick out of the pack. 11-3-69 the Cats, 8-11-59 the Dockers, 10-point margin, 17.5 played in the third.
Ryan beyond defensive 50 for Freo towards the northern wing. Battles on here from Voss and College Asney. Shoved him out of the way, gathered the football, kicks into the path of Amos. He's at pace, right with him though, Guthrie. Tapped it towards Switkowski, gathers, hand pass back to Amos, can't gather it right full forward. He goes and tries to slap it back into play, ricocheted off O'Connor and over the boundary line for a throw-in at right full forward for Freo.
I reckon that Cameron one's that forearm, broken arm from last year. Still looking down at it.
It's a long way from the footy, back near the centre circles. Boundary umpire puts it back into play. Mason Cox tried to trap it. Ricocheted up there for Atkins of the Cats. Got a hand pass to Bruin. Slides over the boundary line. This will be interesting ball in the call. And from right full forward to left full forward with the ball to be put back into play. Switkowski, not a great hand pass before looking at the replay. Out to Amos. Potential goal missed by Freo. De Koning tapped it down. It's straight towards a Docker who was set upon immediately by Atkins. Who is it underneath all of that? Climbing up off the deck, it's Tracy. Ball up deep at left full forward. Umpire throws it aloft. Mason Cox palmed it down beautifully to Sarong. Snaps the goal. A set play of beauty. Sarong with his first. You know how much that meant after missing the past few with a calf injury. Back in the team, back on the goal kickers list. It's a 4-point game. The Cats are 11-3-69. The Dockers 9-11-65 as we hit time on in the third.
Great set play. Forward 50 stoppage. Got goal side of his opponent. Really nice shove. Created space. Great snap.
Cash Foderdale's down to the boundary of Cash.
Yeah, it's definitely the right knee they've been looking at with Hayden Young, but in good news, he is up on his feet and doing some run-throughs on the boundary, testing out his side-to-side movement. And in my uneducated opinion, he looks okay at the moment.
I like it a Cash. We can see him down there. Ball back in the middle. Cox up against Edwards. Cox got a hand to it. Murphy Reid under pressure from Stevens. Tapped it to himself. Can't gain possession. Dangerfield was strong. Got a handball in front of Stevens. He's pushed off it though by Brayshaw. The Dockers able to win the ball back. McVie off half-back. Handball too hot for Murphy Reid. Fumbled. Ball back in congestion in the middle of the ground. Cameron coming through for the Cats. Couldn't take it. Dudley was really clean for the Dockers. Got it to McVie. Handball to Brayshaw. Back to McVie through the middle of Perth Stadium. Now kicks inside forward 50. Jackson v. De Koning. De Koning got a fist in there. Down to Jack Henry. Turns it over. Straight to Erasmus, who has a player over the top in Tracy. Can take the mark. Could have played on and run it in from 10 metres out on the angle. Instead, he's going to go back and take the set shot. It is worse than a 45-degree angle to the right. He'll kick it from about 15 metres out.
Meantime, Mason Cox has gone searching for the glasses that he's had without, or he's been without for about the last 15 minutes. Where are they, he says.
Josh Tracy. Set shot coming. Put the Dockers back in front. Mace, no mistake. Double Cobra. Shows the biceps to the crowd. He's got his second. Fremantle respond. They're back in front. And we've got a game on our hands. 10-11-71 the Dockers. The Cats are 11-3-69. 22-minute mark of the third term approaching. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just the pressure around the football. Being able to get from inside to out, make the most of their opportunities. It's interesting, you know, Tracy gets that ball and you always say never turn your back on the goals. I suppose when you're 20 metres out and he's got his best mate Vossi saying go back and kick it, you can probably strut back with your back to goals, can't you? But he's kicking the ball well now, but they look dangerous, Fremantle.
The specs have been saved. They've been found by a trainer and returned to Mason Cox. He's popped them back on as he heads towards full forward. Jackson's back in the centre circles. Oh, big collision with Edwards, and he won it down to Jackson for the Dockers. Kicks high towards left half forward. Sarong was there, couldn't outmark Guthrie. Front position, drags it down for Geelong. From right half back, he plays on by hand to the run of Holmes, who kicks in the direction of Jackson, though, and he marks this time in front of Edwards. He's got it at left half back for Fremantle. Gets told to play on. Kicks long towards left half forward. Big pack there, and great mark Edwards at full stretch, front position, diving to his left. Dragged in the footy. Some terrific contested grabs today. It's a shocking kick, though, floating down the outer side. Trying to go forward, Warner couldn't mark, spilled out. Play on the call. I thought he was in trouble there, Bose. Tackled by Jackson and lost it. Umpire said play on. Johnson was able to get it for the Dockers, gave it back towards Pearce, and he's got it at left half back. Freo by 2 points. 24 gone in the third.
Pearce switches it across his own defensive arm to Brennan Cox. Back into the side this week. Cox kick up the northern wing. Martin got a hand in it. Forced the fumble from Erasmus. Allows Humphreys to gather for Geelong. Kick up towards Cameron. Brennan Cox in front. Couldn't mark. Spills to Brayshaw. Spins out of traffic. Handball to Sarong. Immediately tackled by Holmes. Teammates on this ground in the pre-season for Victoria in the Origin match. Max Holmes and Caleb Sarong. Now on opposite sides. Ball tossed back up. Edwards and Jackson go at it. No one can take clean possession at ground level. Erasmus finds out a handball backwards to Chapman. Wants the handball forward to Brayshaw, who stands tall in the tackle. Handball forward to Sarong. Over the top to McVie. Middle of First Stadium. Turned over. Bruin. His handball is shocker. Straight back to the Dockers. Now with Sarong. Forward of the centre circle. Kicks inside 50. Not on the same page as Tracy. He was headed back towards goal. O'Sullivan, he sided the ball. Came back. He took the intercept mark. Goes short to Blitzar. So he has it just beyond right half back. Thought about going inside. Dockers shut it down. Now he does go down the southern wing. Chapman sets himself up against Bowes. Hands on it, goes out of bounds for a boundary throw. And a Cash Fodadar downstairs. A Cash.
Yeah, great news for Fremantle. Hayden Young's given the thumbs up to the others on the bench and he's getting ready to come back on.
That's huge news for the Dockers. It'll be a mighty cheer when he comes back on. And a sigh of relief. Boundary umpire spins back in. Jackson, what a game he's having. Palms it down to Johnson. Hand pass on the bounce to Bolton. Running by Jackson again with it. Kicks inside forward 50. Bounces past Cox. The Coney was there. Hand pass was meant for Blitzarves. He picks it up off the deck and he's tackled by Dudley. There's a mismatch in height. Dudley needed a little bit of assistance to make sure the tackle was completed. Paddy Voss happy to lend a hand. Ball up inside forward 50 for Fremantle. Dockers lead by 2, 26 gone in the third. Edwards wins it beautifully down to Blitzarves, then to De Koning. Now to Guthrie. Oh, that's an ugly-looking kick. It's bouncing across the boundary line. Is it inside the defensive 50? Just. The locals don't think so. But it's the right call from our, let's say, unhelpful vantage point, but I think it's correct. So it's a throw-in instead of a lasso rule by about half a metre. Ball spun back into the Dockers forward 50. Jackson front position, palmed it down to the opposite 9 in Holmes. Gets a kick away. Ricocheted off the shins of O'Driscoll. Was able to work it forward again to Brayshaw, then turned over. Cats will get it through Holmes. Dangerous kick. He wanted Humphreys. One down by Tracy for the Dockers. To Sarong, to Brayshaw. Slipped over, got his footing again. Now to O'Driscoll inside forward 50. Hand pass on to Dudley. Throws it on the boots. Listen to the crowd. Isaiah Dudley kicks a beauty from 40 out. And the Dockers lead goes out to 8 points at the 27-minute mark of the third. The roar around Perth Stadium, something to listen to. It'll shake the speakers wherever you are around the nation or indeed around the world. Hayden Young has snuck back on too. 11-11-77 the Dockers, 11-3-69 the Cats. 27 gone in the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just so good by Josh Tracy. Really good. Was covering 2 players. Got a fingertip on it. And the support at ground level from Sarong. Really good. Another goal from turnover.
You'd love to coach a player like Dudley, wouldn't you, Scully?
I'd be happy with one like him.
Spoke to him during the week on Extra Time here in the West, and he told us their motto, their theme this year up forward is bring the heat. He certainly does that. Out of the middle, Edwards took it out of the ruck, opposed to Jackson. Handball forward, turned over. Warner knocked it to Young. Big cheer as he gets involved. Forward handball to Jackson. Now Murphy Reid to centre half forward. Switkowski has it. 55 metres out from goal. Has a lead from Amos. Straight up the middle of the 50. He takes the mark. It might not be official on the board, but I tell you what, it sounds like Wharfie time at the moment. The crowd's found their voice. Come on, Jai, kick one. He's been terrible with the set shots tonight.
Good bit of forward craft, deep. No handover. Just allowed, I think it was Bolton, allowed Amos to lead up at the foot.
First touch of the quarter, Jai Amos. Amos has not kicked a goal tonight. He can change that. He puts this one through the middle. And yes, the Freo faithful have risen. The margin's out to 14 points the way of the Dockers, 4 in a row. 12-11, 83 Fremantle, 11-3, 69 Geelong. It's a 42-point turnaround as it stands. They were trailing by 28 points earlier. Now up by 14, Scully and Cara.
We spoke about a half-time around how the clearance game was sort of even. Now I think they're +6 on clearance this quarter. Now they're getting good looks going forward off stoppage. Brayshaw's had a massive quarter, 14 possessions. Jackson's doing his thing. And the mental side of things, the old yips that they might have had early on in the game, they've gone. They must have went out the back and kicked a few goals.
And he's got the full house, Jai Amos. Out of bounds on the full, behind a poster, and now a goal. Back in the middle, Jackson's palmed it down, trying to get to it. It's Young instead. Jackson got it a second time. Hand pass over the shoulder. Brayshaw couldn't take it. Punched it forward. Only as far, though, as Dempsey looked to shovel a hand pass back into traffic. Jackson wrapped up his opponent. No prior. Getting up off the deck as Atkins. Ball up the call. Edwards wins it down for the Cats. Straight to Atkins. Immediately tackled by Switkowski on the outer edge of the centre square. Ball up again. Jackson against Edwards. It comes down here to Stevens. Breaks through. His free kick, I think, was being paid here, but Stevens elects to play on, and the right decision as he kicks down the corridor to the lead of Cameron, who marks for the Cats. Jeremy Cameron tucks the mouth guard into the right sock. Has 2 tonight so far. Gives the footy a big squeeze. He's pretty much right in front. He's going to have to kick this from about 51. On his way in. Goal umpire doesn't have to move and hits the right-hand goalpost. Goal umpire knew straight away it wasn't going to be a behind, but then it swung. Another poster. That's 4 tonight. 11-4-70 the Cats, 12-11-83 the Dockers, 31 gone in the third.
I believe it's 3 on that exact post as well.
Wow.
So not quite copping the Lee Matthews treatment just yet as Warner runs out of the back line of the Dockers, kicks up the southern wing, no mark taken. Mason Cox at ground level couldn't take it. Ball spits forward towards Voss. Guthrie though took it for the Cats. Now with Jack Henry to Jezza. Cameron, who was pushed off his kick. He went the barrel. As he was pushed, it came off the side of the boot. Straight back to the Dockers. Marked by Brayshaw. Off to Dudley. Inside 50. The mark is taken. Sliding in by Jai Amos. Weird little turn of events there. I reckon Jez Cameron loaded up for the barrel. And as he kicked, he was pushed. It came straight off the side of the boot and went the way of the Dockers. It's funny how things can change in football so quickly. Jai Amos all of a sudden could have 2.
Well, as I said, it's the psychological side of things. It's just the confidence and belief. You saw his teammates get around him when he kicked that last goal. So hopefully he can nail this one too.
Jai Amos will kick from outside 50. Just left of centre. Amos sinks the slipper into the ball all the way there. Amos has got 2 in a row. And the Dockers, they have found their footing tonight. 13-11-89 Fremantle. Geelong 11-4-70. The margin's now out to 19 points. Approaching the 33-minute mark of the third term. As I said, Geelong led by 28 points earlier. Dockers 5 in a row. Jared Schofield, Cara Antonio for ABC Sport.
Well, you know when you're on as a team and your method works when one of your key forwards is up on the wing applying pressure to that Jeremy Cameron kick. It was Pat Voss. And just, again, fantastic link-up. Mitch Turner, you called it at half-time. What did you say? 8 goals to 2. It's 7 goals to 2. So you're pretty happy with yourself, no doubt.
Time for one more.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Jackson won it down. Free kicks coming the way here of Jackson. Was taken high in the ruck contest by Edwards. Plays on by hand to Brayshaw. Worked it forward to Murphy Reid. Kicks inside 450. Blitz halves. Marks defensively between fullback and centre half-back. Floating across from the side. Kicks out into the left back pocket. Chance to set up again through Mullen. Stabs it short to Holmes. Back in the corridor. Three-quarter time. Seconds away. Long kick out towards right half-back to O'Connor. O'Sullivan, rather. Moved it on again to Henry. And that is three-quarter time. And after trailing by 9 points at quarter time, and indeed by 28 points at the 15-minute mark of the second term, at three-quarter time, the Dockers are in front by 19. 13-11-89 to Geelong's 11-4-70. For the Dockers, 3 goals to Luke Jackson. What a game he's having. 25 disposals as well. 2 to Amos, 2 to Tracy, 2 to Voss, singles to Reid, to Dudley, to Sarong and to Erasmus. While for the Cats, Jack Martin has 3, all in the opening term, by the way. Cameron with a couple, Wiltshire with 2, Ollie Henry with 1, Neal with 1, Mullen with 1 and Stevens with 1. It was a 10-point lead to the Cats at three-quarter time. As I said, a 9-point lead at half-time. Now a 19-point advantage to the Dockers, who are still on a 5-goal unanswered run as we reach three-quarter time. We'll hear from our experts in just a moment. Cara Antonio and Jared Schofield, wherever you are on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital News Radio, streaming on ABC Listen. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Some chase the story.
We'll be interviewing some of Australia's most famous faces.
And some are the story.
Hello, beautiful people.
The piano, the assembly, and race around the world.
This is fabulous.
I loved it.
Great storytelling on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Dangerous hand pass back inside his defensive 50. Snaffled there. Switkowski off to Erasmus. Fremantle in front. The Dockers in front for the first time since the 17-minute mark of the opening term. They have kicked 5 unanswered goals.
Runs to 55. It's a chopper to the goal square. Ollie Henry floating across, takes a great mark. Coming from the side, Ollie Henry from nowhere, seemingly, took a great contested mark, and he should be able to pop this through for his first goal of the night. We'll go round the corner, plays on, snaps, goals. The Cats respond and retake the lead.
Dangerous kick. He wanted Humphries. One down by Tracy for the Dockers. The Sarong to Brayshaw. Slipped over, got his footing again. Now to O'Driscoll inside forward 50. Hand pass on to Dudley. Throws it on the boots. Listen to the crowd. Isaiah Dudley kicks a beauty.
Forward handball to Jackson. Now Murphy Reid to centre half forward. Switkowski has it. 55 metres out from goal. Has a lead from Amos. Straight up the middle of the 50. He takes the mark. It might not be official on the board, but I tell you what, it sounds like Wharfie time at the moment. The crowd's found their voice. Amos has not kicked a goal tonight. He can change that. He puts this one through the middle. And yes, the Freo faithful have risen.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
A couple of you disagreeing with the thoughts of Jared Schofield and Cara Antonio on the text line 0437 774 774 about the free kick that Andy Brayshaw gave away. Rob saying left the ground unnecessarily. Knees hard into the back, and a few others suggesting perhaps the knee into the back could have pulled that. Yeah, actually seeing the replay, I tend to agree, but yeah, fair point. Maybe Dimmer's comments about home ground free kicks weren't so far off the mark, says Darren of Goulburn. Thank you very much, Darren, for getting involved. Greg, normally Rivervale's listening in Croatia after a late night watching the locals lose in the World Cup. Go Freo. Thank you, Greg. And Mick, listening on the plane on the way to Singapore. Go Cats, he says. They need to find a way back into this game right now, Geelong. They trail by 19 points. Let's get the thoughts of our experts, Jared Schofield and Cara Antonio.
Well, for mine, The momentum was shifting in the second quarter with the inside 50s. They were pretty even, but the accuracy of Fremantle wasn't there. And then, obviously, in that quarter then, I think they were +9 on inside 50s, and obviously they kicked straight and they executed the score. And then you look at what you were talking about, Cara, earlier on the piece around the centre-bound sort of scramble and the turnovers. It was in Geelong's favour in the first half, and then Freo have just gone 8-1. So it's really got the ascendancy, and they're able to sort of use their hands to get out the front. And when you are able to sort of forward handball and get out the front, it just draws up the defence. And if they don't sort of press forward Geelong, they're at the mercy, because the players are shoulders out and they look to try and hit up the forwards. And as we saw with Jarvis, he got on the end of a few.
They were 3-11, the Dockers. They're now 13-11. They've kicked 10 straight after not being able to kick one. How much are they missing the Cats, Stewart and Bailey Smith right now?
I think
it feels massive.
I think Stewart, it'd be a massive one down there behind the ball.
Yeah.
They're not getting much with Cameron up in front, so they're obviously having to put Tanner Bruin in the midfield more. Yeah, Smith he's a meters game player, so it just adds another layer to that midfield mix. And you just saw, like they just said, Brayshaw having 16 touches in the quarter. He just absolutely dominated the quarter. So they do miss both, but I think Stewart's the main one, because he shores up everything behind the ball. He knows how to fill the space, get into the leading lane, and he knows how to obviously beat his man as well. So they missed that general there.
He is the organiser, Tom Stewart, as you mentioned. Jared Scopita, Andy Brayshaw, 16 touches in that third term. He's up to 27 for the game. Luke Jackson, 25 touches for him and 3 goals. Caleb Sarong, he's got 19 and a goal. Neil Erasmus, 17 and a goal, 17 for Warner, and Murphy Reid, who also has one as well. Disposals-wise, Tanner Bruin is up to 22. Max Holmes, 20. 17 for Guthrie and for Humphreys. It is the Dockers, the start of the final term, by 19 points over the Cats.
Up into the air it goes. Jackson got it down. Here's Bolton involved immediately. Hand passes backward to Sarong. Tried to slap it to Bolton. Bounced off Bruin's legs. Bolton was able to gather. Gave it to Sarong for the Dockers. Hand pass through the centre circles. It came to Brayshaw. Then to Murphy Reid. Kicks inside forward 50. Switkowski. Marks 49 from goal. 45-degree angle to the left. Does he have the kick in him?
Just noticed that first centre bounce. Mullen went straight to Sarong. Blitzav started as a key defender as well, so a few magnets changed at the three-quarter time break for the Cats.
Switkowski on approach. He will launch from 51 out. It's on the way. It's through. Punches the air in delight.
Free kick.
Free kick on the goal line.
Hold.
Oh, so it's been taken away from Switkowski, much to his frustration, and the Cats will rebound down the outer side. Humphrey was able to work it on. Long kick from Mullen towards left half forward. Leaping up into the air, getting a touch on that was Neil. It's off hands and over the boundary line for a throw-in.
That's going to be contentious, because we haven't had one of these Shepherds on the line since, was it the Adelaide game earlier in the year, and there's not much in that.
So O'Sullivan's got hold of Tracy. They're both just wrestling with each other. How they've spotted a free kick out of that is interesting.
The Dockers win it from the stoppage. Brayshaw out to Frederick to Tracy along the boundary line on the southern side.
Fair to say that one didn't go the way of the home crowd.
No, it wasn't egregious either. If you're going to call it, which is rare, that's a weird one to call. Tracy goes inside 50. Big mark taken to Koning for the Cats. Up against Voss. He's taken a couple of good ones tonight. Sam de Koning. He goes laterally to Premiership teammate Colin Jasny, who goes laterally again to Zach Guthrie, who marks in the back pocket. All part of that 2022 Premiership backline. Now high down the wing goes Guthrie. Pearce meets it for the Dockers, takes the mark, plays on, handballs to Johnson, runs to 45, misses to the left. Oh, that was going to be a fire starter for the crowd. Not to be. The margin now 20 points the way of the Dockers. A dangerous kick from Humphrey, finds the target, and they go out the far side, the Cats.
Dempsey got away from Sarong, gave it back to Bruin. Just went around in a circle for a moment. Had to go back inside defensive 50 to Humphrey, and that's 50 against Brayshaw. Mark had been taken. Brayshaw took a step towards him. Got inside the protected area. It'll bring Humphrey right up into the middle of the ground from the commentary edge of the centre circles. Lovely kick out towards Bowes, who marks it right half forward, and then he pops it inside forward 50 to Martin to mark.
Could be a few talking points throughout the week after a few calls by the umpire, the one on the goal line, and then that 50, not much in it at all.
Jack Martin had 3 goals in the opening term. He's looking for his 4th. On his way in, we're right behind the kick. He's pushed it across the face. Through for a minor score. 11-5-71 the Cats, 13-12-90 the Dockers. 3 and a bit gone in the last.
That was just his second touch since that opening term burst where he kicked 3 goals, Jack Martin. And Broome and Geraldton. Luke Ryan kicks it long for the Dockers from the restart. Good mark taken by Connor O'Sullivan for the Cats. Handball to Bowes. Back to Martin. Runs to 49. Kicks towards the top of the goal square. Floating across Pearce. Intercept mark for the Dockers. Last line of defence. The Moose chant goes around as he's got the tight hammies. Alex Pearce in game 150. Taking him a long time to get there, the Dockers captain. Goes out the southern side. Young in front. Couldn't take the mark. Ball spills into the hands of Atkins. He tried to claim it. Umpire says play on. Back inside 50. Pearce one hand. Moose, as they call him. He is standing tall. That's his 11th mark tonight. Handballs across to Luke Ryan, who kicks it long and high and down the middle. Big fly O'Sullivan in the back. Couldn't take the mark. Oh, it's a terrible call. They've paid it, but it's a mark to Connor O'Sullivan. It came right out of Josh Tracy's hands. The Cats have it. He goes laterally to Bowes. You get away with them sometimes.
Got some serious news about a former Docker. I'll bring you as soon as we get a stoppage in play here. The kick is towards right half forward with Bruin. He's about 80 from goal. He takes a bounce and goes on a run. Kicks towards full forward for the Cats. They come from everywhere. Spills down. Manna couldn't quite gather. Glitzarv's got it back to Mullen. Kick was smothered. Great play, Tracy. Spilled out towards Brayshaw. Dockers are away here. Bolton takes a bounce. And then a second. Oh, the ball sat away from him. He's able to gather it straight into Atkins, who wrapped him up. No prior, according to the officials. They're going to board up just when it looked like he was about to go bursting through. Ball hit the skids on the turf. Jackson palms it down. Slapped down by Brayshaw. Out after it, Johnson. Gathers by hand over the shoulder to Brayshaw. Sweeps a hand pass forward. Bowes was there first. Got it on in turn to Holmes. Then to Stevens. Not a great kick towards right half forward. Got a little touch on it though. Did Clark out the back though. Dangerfield was able to gather. Set it inside forward 50 and Neal who marks. Neal to go back and have a shot from 30 metres out, just tighter than a 45-degree angle to the right.
Just got out the back, didn't he, Neal? Pearce, his direct opponent at the time, caught ball watching a little bit. Easy mark inside 50.
Has 1 goal tonight, the 23-year-old Shannon Neal. On his way in. Lovely kick. Delight for Neal. He was pretty happy about it. Right behind it, the ball didn't deviate a millimetre. He's got his second. 13-12-90 the Dockers. 12-5-77 the Cats. 7 gone in the last. Before we hear from our experts, serious news for Crows and Dockers former player in Tony Modra. He's been involved in a car crash involving his cattle truck this afternoon. 57 years of age. He was airlifted to Flinders Medical Centre from the crash site at Back Valley. Police have issued a statement this afternoon just confirming that Tony Modra is in a serious condition, seriously injured in a truck crash. He's been airlifted to Flinders Medical Centre. Our thoughts with Tony Modra, who was just such an incredible player for both Adelaide and Fremantle.
Ball in the middle. Jackson refused to jump. Takes the ball out of the ruck. Kicks inside 50. No mark taken for the ball. Comes the way of Stevens for the Cats. Handball back to Blitzarves. Tumbling ball towards the wing. Beats Bozen O'Driscoll. Out the back, Warner knocked over Henry. Was able to allow Erasmus to take possession. Handballs back to Warner. High kick towards half forward. Coming across Witkowski. Couldn't mark. O'Connor ended up with the ball. Little handball to O'Sullivan. Kick cut off. Punched out of bounds by Brayshaw, who has been massive tonight. The crowd figure, by the way, is in. 55,201 in the house, which is a record attendance between these two clubs who have played in finals here at the MCG. This is the biggest crowd the Dockers and Geelong have played in front of when they've come up against each other. From the restart, the ball is knocked out of bounds. They'll go again. So 55-201. Of course, if we get any updates on that serious situation involving former Docker and former Crow Tony Modger, will bring them to you throughout the night. So the ball's tossed back in. Jackson got a hand to it. Down towards Bruin. Free kick given. Bolton was holding him. The Cats have it in front of the interchange gates. Bruin loops a handball over the top to Holmes. Bolton didn't give up. He chased on the runner. Tackled him out of bounds. The Dockers fans enjoyed that. Had to make amends, Shea Bolton, and he did. Ball's going to be tossed back in again. Right next to the interchange gates. It's still the Dockers by 13 points. 9 minutes into the final term.
Spun back into play. Jackson against Blitzarves. Fancy Jackson had the Mortillion tap down. It went to Erasmus. He was tackled immediately by Bruin. Ball up again on the northern wing. Jackson down to Blitzarves and then tackled Blitzarves. Ball spilled out to Bolton. Got it away to McVeigh for the Dockers. Swept the hand pass forward to Erasmus. Has to stop and prop just shy of left half forward. Kick inside forward 50. Holding decision going the way of the Dockers here. Leaping up into the air was O'Connor trying to spoil, and Mason Cox has been given the football as he limps away. So it's actually a push, I beg your pardon, from the side. De Koning has shoved Cox into the contest, which is exactly one of the things that the AFL said that they were going to have a look at and be more stringent on during the week.
Very cheeky from Josh Tracy. Asked for the ball off the Geelong player to try and get the 50.
So here comes Mason Cox. Kicks on its way in. It misses to the left. The minor score. 13-13-91 Freo. 12-5-77 the Cats. 11 gone in the last.
And the ball back into play to Geelong, to O'Connor. Wasn't much in that at all. That wasn't much of a push. As you said, Clinton, they've cracked down on one of those things. Pushing into the pack, hitting umpires or making contact. All part of the crackdown this week. Geelong, they go down the northern wing. Henry, this is Jack who takes the mark. He pushed forward against them in their round one meeting. You know, I've done the same tonight. His kick up the wing, though, is almost marked by Alex Pearce. It's punched out of his hands by Shannon Neal. Of course, kicked 5 against them in that round one meeting and tore them apart. Did Shannon Neal, and Jack Henry has indeed. He's their swingman. He's gone forward. Warner has him. Ball tossed back in. Tap down. Atkins tackled as he went to kick. Missed the ball. Brayshaw got him. Crowd wanted a free kick. None coming. McVeigh took it off ground level for the Dockers. Gave it to O'Driscoll. Then to Pearce. Brayshaw went back from the kick with courage. Then Holmes ducks into Brayshaw. Taking the ground. Holding the ball. He has been massive tonight, Andrew Brayshaw. He has had such a big influence on this game. He handballs it away for disposal 32 to Erasmus, who chips short to Bolton. It's punched away by Connor O'Sullivan, who's had a fair night as well, the youngster.
By the way, shout out to Tanya Armstrong. I was just trying to do the maths, but she's beat me to it. Good on her, the Dockers media manager. This is officially 55,201, the biggest ever non-finals or non-derby crowd for Fremantle in their history.
All spun back into play in front of this record crowd off the back of the two rucks that came to Manor. Handballs it forward. There's a wave of Cats going. Stevens gathers. Handballs it to Bruin. He runs away. He takes one bounce. He takes two. He slips as he kicks. It's going to work out, though, into the middle of the 50. Ollie Henry sidesteps one, steadies, fires, goals. The Cats he has his second, Ollie Henry. Fremantle's lead down to 8 points. 13-5-83 Geelong. Fremantle 13-13-91. 13 minutes gone in the final turn. This game is just not going to bet either way.
Well, it was a real arm wrestle around stoppage for a little period there, and we've seen at times, for majority of the times, at stoppage between the arcs where both teams are willing to pair off. And if you get the balance around the contest wrong, as Geelong got it right then with a forward handball, there's no defensive layer in between, and they were able to sort of obviously just transition that ball out of stoppage. And Bruin's been fantastic for Geelong tonight, and obviously impacted that play then.
Cox against Edwards, neither with a telling tap. It went out towards Reid, couldn't gather on the deck, scooped in there, and that's going to be holding the ball against Bruin. He dragged it in, didn't try to get rid of it. Reid with the free kick. Murphy Reid out to O'Driscoll, who marks on the southern wing. Driscoll runs inboard, kicks inside forward 50, big pack up, no mark taken, it's there for Young. Swept the hand pass forward, it was a thing of magnificence on towards Murphy Reid, who has a shot at goal from deep in the right forward pocket. Put it across the face, a minor score, 9 points that margin now in favour of Freo. And that's going to be a lasso rule. The kick in from Guthrie is missed. It's gone out of bounds, bouncing across at left half forward. Erasmus had it. He sends it into the left forward pocket. Mark taken by Voss.
It was juggled over, but I think the other call was chopping of the arms, the outer zone umpire. So regardless, Voss has the shot.
The free has been given to Patrick Voss officially. Voss will wheel in. He'll look to snap around the body. He's hit the fat side. It floats across the face, but it's marked by Amos at right full forward. The Dockers will get another chance. Just from one side of the field to the other. I wonder at the 15-minute mark, even if Amos kicks this, whether it's Wolfie time. Is the margin too far out if Amos kicks truly? Amos works his way around, snaps around the body. Amos has got his third. Fremantle's lead is back to 15 points at the 16-minute mark of the last. 14-14-98. Geelong 13-5-83.
Didn't look like kicking one. All of a sudden, Jai's got Fremantle's last three.
Yeah, he's been solid all night. Presented the footy well. Obviously, just had the yips early on, but credit to him, he's come back into the game and had a real impact. But just even watching a couple of the Freo defenders, like Pearce was getting, I think, the pickle juice. He was starting to cramp. Yeah. It's been that type of game tonight. Slippery conditions too.
He's off the field at the moment, maybe Alex Pearce. Ball back in the middle. Went Fremantle's way initially. Humphries, though, got a little soccer towards Edwards, who gets it towards Atkins for the Cats. Kick up the wing. No mark taken. Hands and knees was Wiltshire. Coming through Dudley. He's taken to ground. Was caught high. Isaiah Dudley. Supplementary signing last year. He's played every game this season, Isaiah Dudley. As he goes out wide. Fremantle work it by foot towards the southern wing. Right on the boundary. Right on halfway is Jordan Clark. The former Cat himself kicks it up towards half forward. Big pack, no mark taken. Off hands it comes towards the Dockers. Reid and Brayshaw involved. Reid goes inside 50. Mason Cox holds on to the mark. Very tight angle. Just inside the 50 at the junction at right half forward. Oh, this would take something special from Mason Cox. I reckon this will get the crowd in raptures if he kicks it from here.
Would it get the USA chant going, do you think, Mitch?
Not given the current rivalry between the Socceroos and USA, thanks to Mike Grella. I don't think anyone will be chanting that here. I think he's got the torn allegiances on Saturday morning. Mason Cox from the tightest of angles. The kick is across the face. Big pack flies off hands. It bounces out of bounds. Not a bad result for the Dockers. Boundary throwing to come. Right next to the left behind post, and Fremantle's forward 50 as the attendance officially gets shown to the crowd. 55,201, the biggest non-final, non-derby crowd for the Dockers at home. As the ball spun back in, it beats all comers. Jackson couldn't get a hand on it. Dangerfield through traffic. Handball to Dempsey. Another clever handball from Dempsey. Found Bowes. He handballs it forward outside 50 to Ollie Henry, who was tackled. Ball up right on the attacking edge of the centre square for the Dockers.
Ball put up into the air, one down by Jackson, then hacked away by Edwards, only as far as Erasmus. His hand pass stolen by Atkins, gave it to Dangerfield. Great hand pass under pressure. Release Guthrie. Kicks the Cats to right half forward. 2-on-2 battle. Neal. Magnificent mark in front. Plays on immediately. Oh, that is a stinker. Out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Fremantle in the left back pocket. Warner steers it inboard to Murphy Reid. Luke Ryan screaming for it at left half back. That's ignored. Reid now kicks towards the commentary wing. DeConey got away, but getting in front to take the mark, O'Sullivan. He's got it on centre wing. Kicks back to the logo to O'Connor. Running by his Collar Jasny, gathers. Hand pass was not great. O'Sullivan set a task. Did well. Got a hand pass away under pressure. Got it on to Dangerfield. Kick towards full forward. Cameron flew. They all flew. Hitting the deck. Ryan on the ground. Tries to pick it up. Lost it under pressure. Tackled a second time. Ball up will be the call. Deep inside full forward for the Cats. They need to get a wriggle on Geelong. They trail by 15 points. 19 gone in the last.
Jackson reaches over the top, try and find a teammate with it. Martin overran it for the Cats. Erasmus, nice little handball in traffic to Reid. Out to Sarong. His kick, though, will be coming back. It's chopped off by O'Connor. Short to Dangerfield. Not 15. Play on. Kicks inside 50. Dempsey flies. Can't mark. Jack Henry at the back. He's fighting, trying to get to the goal line. He can't. The Dockers rush it through. O'Driscoll takes it. There's a mess of bodies down there. In the end, it is a rush behind. 13-6 the Cats, 13-6-84. The Dockers 14-14, 98 margin, now 14 points. We are into time on in the final term.
Dockers move it beyond defensive 50. One can take the mark. Comes down here to O'Connor. Shrugged a tackle. Gave it back to Atkins. Kicks back towards full forward. Flying Martin. Great mark at the back. Jack Henry completing the grab. He's gone forward and he can kick it goal from no more than, let's say, 35 metres out. He'll start in line with the right-hand goalpost.
It's going to make it interesting if it goes through. 5 minutes still to go on the clock.
It was a good mark. Had to have 2 bites at it. Completed it as he was falling backwards. He's on his way in. He kicks the goal. Jack Henry puts his name on the list of goal kickers for Geelong. And this gets really interesting now. Fremantle's lead is 8 points, 14-14, 98 to Geelong, 14-6, 90, 21 minutes gone in the last.
We spoke about the maturity of this Fremantle group, how it's evolved over the last few years. 8 points up. What do they do to protect the lead? It's still so much time left. Probably need another score.
That's all they need, Cara.
Push the button.
I think it's time to push the button. I reckon Justin Longmuir is in the box and he's thinking, push the damn button. He is searching for the button. He's pleading for it. Here's the crowd. They've found the button themselves. The cheer goes up. Fremantle trying to lift their side out of the middle. Jackson down to Bolton. Takes a bounce. Runs to 60. Inside 50. Amos. Who needs the button when you've got Bolton? Amos will have the set shot. 25 metres out. Slide angle to the left. You like that one, Cara?
Oh, you liked it because you called it again at three-quarter time. You wanted me to say it. Bolton will rip this quarter apart. He hasn't ripped it apart, but he's certainly ripped that centre clearance apart and sent the Dockers flying forward with the beautiful inside 50 kick.
Jai Amos for goal number 4. draw, set shot, hits the post. He does have the full house, Clint. He's hit the left and the right post. The margin is now 9 points. It is. 23 minutes gone in the last.
That is quite incredible.
He had the straight. Now he's got the royal flush.
That's remarkable. 9 points. The Dockers still in front. There is still time for the Cats as they move it towards right half back, and it's seen off hands and over for a boundary throw-in right beneath our broadcast position. 14-15 plays 14-6. 23 gone in the last. It's spun back in. Blitzarves won it down against Jackson. Manor tried to soccer it forward. It's in traffic. Stevens worked it out. Well done to Atkins. Kicks into space at centre half forward. Pearce got there for the Dockers. Hand pass to himself and then handed it off to Clark. Goes back by hand again to Ryan. It's a free kick. It was a throw against Pearce. Well spotted by the umpire. Neal has it at right half forward for the Cats. He'll set it up towards the teeth of goal. They come from everywhere. Cox got a fist in there. The Brennan variety for the Dockers. Down to Johnson. Has it for Fremantle. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Voss battles away. Up against the Koning. They lock arms. Ball's on the deck. Reed gathers. And he's tackled over the boundary line. And that was a bit of extras from Holmes. Right against the artificial turf. Umpire says, get up, both of you. We're throwing it in. Right half forward for the Cats. They trail by 9. 24 and a bit gone in the last.
A great contest between Voss and de Koning. Just pure strength. No whistle. Got to love it. Shallow throw in. Comes off the feet of both rucks. Manor is tackled by Jackson. This game is a genuine arm wrestle right now. The Dockers right now have the 9-point lead. Ball tossed up in the air. Jackson taps it down. Atkins kicks it off the deck. Straight into the face of Manor. It ricochets back to him. Now to Mullen. To Atkins. Kick inside. Forward 50 for the Geelong. Going back. Erasmus can't take the mark. Ball spills left forward pocket. Dempsey tackled. Taken to ground. Umpire will ball it up. 20 metres out. Left forward pocket for the Cats. Down by 9 points. Have kicked 3 goals to 1 in this term. 25 minutes travelled. Ball high in the air. Neal taps it down. Stolen by Dangerfield. Handball to Stevens. He loops the handball over the top into the path of Clark for the Dockers. Taken to ground. Ball up to come. 15 metres out from Geelong's attacking goal.
Dockers lead by 9. 26 gone. Cats deep into attack. Jackson won it down. Came out to Wiltshire, shoveled the ball back into traffic. Desperate defending from Fremantle. Brayshaw and Ryan, they wrapped up Martin and took him to ground. Ball up into the air again. Jackson pumped it down straight to Martin. Immediately set upon. Holding the ball. Didn't think there was a lot of prior, but Clark got him. He takes the free kick and moves it short to Erasmus deep in the right back pocket. 19 free kicks to 9 in favour of Fremantle. That will have people talking tomorrow. Kick to the outer side. Off the hands of Jackson. Came back to him. Got a hand pass away for the Dockers. Switkowski works his way through Cats. There's about 10 of them there. Went back by a hand to Brayshaw. Pops it short again here to Murphy Reid. He holds it up for a moment. He'll take all the time he can. The Dockers by 9. Closing stage of the match. It's moved inboard to Brayshaw, and he too will soak up some time.
Had a couple options, Murphy Reid, but he did take the seconds off the clock. Brayshaw takes as many as he can. Kicks inside, forward 50. Blitzarves flew, couldn't mark. Bolton tackled, snaps from the boundary. It's out of bounds on the full. The Cats will have it back. They're down by 9. 27 minutes gone in the final term. Humphreys has the ball, goes short, not 15. They have to play on. Kolajasny out wide to Holmes. They have to go quick, the Cats. Holmes handballs. Humphreys kept running. Look at the work rate in game 50. Chips it up the wing. Switkowski back with courage. Takes the mark and the contact. And that might be the game-sealing mark for the Dockers as Switkowski walks back on the northern wing. He goes wide to Young, who's just stepped through the interchange gates. And that'll probably do it for the Dockers. They can wind down the clock and take as much as they need off it right now. They've been up and down throughout the game, the crowd, but right now the Freo chant has a lot more confidence in it. Chapman has the ball. He goes up the wing. Jackson takes the mark and he struts. He knows the game is over. The seconds are ticking down. Johnson has it just beyond left half back. And the seconds will continue to tick the Dockers by 9.
Johnson kicks Fremantle towards left half forward. Pack up, no mark. Spilled down to Holmes. Got it to Manor. Kicks towards centre half forward. Who said 13 was an unlucky number? It's pure joy for the Dockers and their fans. Their winning run continues. They've beaten the Cats by 9 on Thursday night footy. In front of 55,201. One of the biggest crowds in their history. The biggest ever non-finals or non-derby crowd. Fremantle prevail. Coming back from trailing by 28 points at the 15-minute mark of the second term. They win by 9 against the side they know they are more than likely to meet again when it matters most in September. Fremantle 14-15-99. Geelong 14-6-90. The Cats by 10 at quarter time, by 9 at the half. The Dockers by 19 at three-quarter time to win by 9. Jai Amos kicked 3. Luke Jackson, immense. He kicked 3 as well. Josh Tracy with a couple. Patrick Voss with 2. And singles to Sarong, to Reid, to Erasmus and to Dudley. For the Cats, Jack Martin kicked 3. Jeremy Cameron with 2. Oliver Wiltshire with 2. Oliver Henry with a couple. So too Shannon Neal. Jack Henry with 1. Oshin Mullen with 1. And George Stevens with 1. But Fremantle on Thursday night just tell the rest of the competition there is no way you can question our credentials now. Fremantle by 9 points. Let's get the thoughts of our experts. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cara Antonio and Jared Schofield.
Well, what a game. What a game. Momentum shifts across the 4 quarters. And again, Geelong were never out of it. Had opportunities in that last quarter and just really impressed with the Dockers' maturity and their way that they came out after half-time and 7 straight after having a little bit of the yips in front of goal. Probably should have been a lot closer at half-time, missed opportunities, but to Geelong's credit, coming over with a number of big outs. They were tough, they were hard all night, stayed in the fight, and again gave themselves opportunities right up until the final siren, Scully.
They definitely did. I just think it was one of those games where you had to make the most of your opportunities, and they definitely did. Geelong early on the back of Fremantle with inaccuracy, but just making notes here, the pure efficiency of ball movement going through the corridor, I think of Freo just overwhelmed Geelong for the longer part of that game. Their amount of marks they had inside 50, their shots on goal started to get a little bit deeper than the wide ones that they had in the first half. And then obviously they started kicking straight. And then you touched on it from the early outset around the centre bounce. They definitely got momentum in that second half around that. But Geelong being the club that they are, they were never going to go away. And as you said, right to the end then, they still kept fighting. And without Stewart, without Smith, how much of an impact. Looking at their winners on the night, Geelong. Holmes is always solid. I thought Tanner Bruin once again was really good. Local boy Humphreys, he was outstanding off half back. He's running carry. But other than that, Dangerfield I thought was really good in around the clinches inside. But around that, you're sort of looking and go, well, who was the next layer? Besides Martin kicking 3 goals early, but you look at the Fremantle side, I thought Jackson was just super all night. Brayshaw had a massive second half. Reid was just I just love watching that young man play. He's just so polished, makes great decisions. And then you can go through the whole team. They just had a lot more winners on the night. And at the end of the day, they end up having, 29 scoring shots from 54 inside 50s. It's really efficient.
That's career high disposals for Luke Jackson as well. 28 he finished with. So it's the best for him in a game. He just keeps getting better and better and better.
I think... Don't go away from the man of the moment, the 150 game. Alex Pearce, 11 marks. He was rock solid. And as I said, I was watching closely behind the ball. There's a couple of moments where he stretched the leg and he gave the ball off to his mate to kick it out of the deep. I thought, hopefully he hasn't done anything serious, but I think it was a bit of cramp.
Came off and they scored immediately. I think it was...
Yeah. Well,
get him back on.
Hope there's just cramp. Nothing like that. But
11 marks, 3 contested as well.
Yeah. No, he was... Even right to the end there, they played the throw, but just coming forward on the ball, intercepting balls, leading. Talk about spiritual leaders. And as we talked about earlier on the piece, when they were getting beaten to centre bounce, he ran straight into the middle and spoke to his midfielders, as he should, get the job done in there and get the ball going the other way. And they started to turn things and they really got to work. And Sarong, as the course of the game, he got better and better.
Brayshaw's third term was just massive, wasn't it?
Massive.
16 disposals in that third term. He was just absolutely everywhere. He finished with, what did he end up finishing with there? Cara, you've got in front of
35.
35. 9 contested, 7 tackles, 4 clearances. They had a lot of contributors tonight, the Dockers. It felt like they were up at half-time. They just couldn't put on the board.
Yeah, and for Brayshaw as well, I don't know what show it was on or what radio station I was listening to, but he mentioned about the change of role this year for him. Usually an inside player, contested ball winner tonight, had 26 on the outside, just shows the depth that they've got in that midfield. And, when Sarong gets to work, Young, Reid, it allows the likes of Brayshaw to get on the outside. And I thought his pressure was outstanding. He ended up with 7 tackles as well. Just stuck him really, really well. Led from the front. Outstanding game for him. Jackson, a league above, I think.
No role for Mullen tonight either. The Cats decided not to lock down on anyone from the Dockers. They probably had a couple of options.
Yeah, it was interesting that there wasn't any real shutdown.
No.
Obviously, back in your system. But I was expecting someone to go really tight on Bolton, real tight. But it didn't eventuate. And maybe sometimes when you're filling the gaps of, say, like a Smith, if you go too restrictive, then also it can affect more of your system.
Yeah.
Because when you're tagging and you go off the grid, you're playing sort of 17v18 and team defence. And I thought Geelong's defence, when they were really solid in the parts of the game, I thought their defence, I call it cyclone defence, their fast defence on transition to force Freo on the wider shots, I thought was really strong. And then it broke down just before half-time when they kicked those goals late and they just started to swing from there. Watching Fremantle with their ball, and they were just able to take the ball off the line, control it when they needed to control it.
Alex Pearce, thanks to the crowd, throws a football to a young fan on the way off the ground. He's going to lead the Dockers down into the rooms. 13 consecutive wins. They come off the back of the bye and continue on their winning way. 9 points over Geelong. Let's head down into the rooms. Akash Vodadar is there waiting for them. Akash.
Thanks, Clint. Yeah, they're just making their way into the rooms now. You're ready to hear the massive roar as they come in. as you said, led by captain and 150 gamer Alex Pearce. He gives a few fist pumps to the crowd in here. They're all pretty pleased, as they would be with such a tight win against another fellow contender in Geelong. They're all just getting in the circle now. They're about to belt out the song for the 13th straight time this season. No surprise, a happy bunch down here, and a bit of relief as well, it seems like. We'll hopefully have a Dockers player join us very shortly.
There you go, Cash. We'll keep an ear across that. So Fremantle, for people who continue to question their credentials, have beaten Melbourne here in Perth, Adelaide in Adelaide. They beat the Bulldogs at the Docklands. They beat the Hawks here in the West. They beat Brisbane at the Gabba, and now they've beaten Geelong, who was the question mark after losing to the Cats at Cardinia Park back in round one. They've got the Gold Coast next, and they're off to Monica to face GWS. Of course, the biggest thing with that win that they've had tonight, as well as just the joy of winning 13 straight games, is they've gone another major step to locking in a top two finish. They're a game clear on top. And with the Cats, who were sitting in third spot, they've continued to put a little bit of, extra gap between them and third place. They're now, what is that? 4 wins. 4 wins clear of third spot. And if you have to finish top two, and we've certainly seen that from West Coast in the past, if you want to win it, you've got to finish top two. If you're here in the West, they're an enormous step towards absolutely making sure they finish top two in 2026.
And I think the thing that helps teams get all the way is the health of your list. And I don't think they have one injured person on their list.
Sam Sturt's the only one.
Oh, sorry.
They're in rude health, Joe. We've just got to head straight back downstairs. A Cash voted us there again.
I am indeed, Clint. We've got Jordan Clark with us. Jordan, a pretty tight tussle in the end. How does it feel to get the win over the Cats?
Yeah, no, it feels great, mate. Obviously coming off the bye, and I thought we prepared really well, and it was a bit scrappy early, and it was turnover to turnover, but that's what footy is. And although the game wasn't perfect for us in the first half, and especially that second quarter, I think we had 10 shots in a row where we didn't kick a goal. So the game was well and truly on our terms. We just couldn't cash in. So coming into half time, we're pretty confident we could get the game looking the right way in the second half.
How frustrating is it as a defender when you get the ball down inside forward 50 and the forwards don't finish off the work with too many missed shots on goal?
No, it's not actually frustrating. Look, we enjoy that part of the game. We try to keep frustrations to a minimum across the ground, and we let goals through at times when the forwards have done all the hard work and pressured their asses off, and that's just footy. That's part of being a team sport, and it's just a great team to be a part of at the moment. There's no blame, there's no finger pointing, that sort of thing. It's just on to the next moment and fix it up.
And when, I guess you said you went through that second quarter with some missed opportunities, what was the messaging from the coaching staff at half-time?
Keep playing the right way. Keep playing the right way and things will turn. I think we hit the goalpost 3 times, an inch either side, and you're probably in front at half-time. So, it's little things in the game like that. You don't have to change or reinvent the wheel to try and get the scoreboard looking the right way. Half the time we talk about getting the game to look the right way, and the scoreboard will take care of itself.
Let's head upstairs. We've got Clint Wheeldon, Mitch Turner, and our experts Cara Antonio and Jared Schofield.
Geordie, Cara Antonio here. Well done on the win. I mentioned it throughout the call. I was really impressed with the mature performance of the group, and I know in the past, there's been some struggles in making changes as a playing group on field rather than wait for the coaches. What's the work that's been done, I suppose, amongst the playing group to, again, you were challenged early, not being able to hit the scoreboard yourself, but then Geelong's pressure was outstanding as well.
Yeah, I think it's just experience. I think you go back a year or 2 years ago, we've been on the wrong side of close games or got it severely wrong in games. So to actually learn and get better, you need to go through some heartbreak and stuff it up a few times, because that's how you move forward and make ground. So, we've got it wrong as many times as we got it right. It's just, at the moment this year, it's all clicking for us. But there'll be times again, like, we'll lose another game at some point this year and by not getting it right. And, you just learn from those games. And, it's just a great group to be a part of. Everyone sort of is, doesn't get too held up on mistakes. We're just hell-bent on next moment, dig in, back your teammates, and there's a high level of trust in this playing group. And, coaches are a part of that as well.
And I thought Alex Pearce, the skipper, 150 gamer, was outstanding tonight. Really set you up behind the ball. Had 11 marks, but looked like he was struggling there late with the cramp. How is he? Is he all right?
Yeah, he'd be great now. There wasn't much that he could do wrong, actually. He was marking everything. He's a fairly handy player, isn't he? So, and he's a fairly handy captain. So, no, it's about him tonight, and I'm glad we could get over the line for his 150th. I mean, it's taken him 14 years to get there, but it's a journey that, it's admirable, the work he's had to put in to get to this point, and the way he played tonight, I think that sums him up as a human.
Just looking at him as well with his luscious locks that he's got. When was the last time he had a haircut, do you know?
Oh, I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't even know if he knows what a haircut is. He's from Tasmania, so that's enough said, I think.
Geordie, Jarrett Schofield here. Congratulations on the win and obviously your performance as well. Just a little off the cuff. Did you underestimate how quick Shannon Neal was when he was trying to chase you down early on in the game?
No, I knew he was a good runner. I was actually having a couple of bounces and telling Raz to block for me, but he mustn't have heard me. And then when I saw him get too close to me, I went, Raz, it's your problem now, mate. So,
beautiful. No, all seriousness. It just looked like the Fremantle team were able to get to the corridor, shape to the corridor multiple times. And then, as you mentioned before, whilst you left a few on the table in the first half, especially that second quarter with obviously the shots on goal, did you feel that, like you said, it opened up in that second half, and because you were getting those corridor looks, you were a lot more efficient going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's our, we stress teams when we get the ball going through the corridor with speed on it. You look at our forwards down there and how potent they are, but the blokes behind the ball that can join in, our mids are so dangerous. So, when we're playing football like that, good luck trying to defend us. And, we will stuff it up at times and the oppo might score, but we'll back ourselves in to get it right more often than not.
Definitely. It's an exciting brand of football. It's like I said, sitting here and watching it, and obviously you guys are playing some really good football. But obviously it builds on the back of strong defence as well. But, we touched on it earlier in the piece around the centre bounce battle. Did you feel that started to shift? The guys started to get out the front a little bit more and obviously allowed you backs to get up behind the ball?
Yeah. I feel like we probably got, I don't know if this is right, but this is what I'm going to go with. But I felt like we got our hands on it a bit in the first quarter. We just tried to handball through hands rather than, just driving at gaps and making them force a good tackle rather than that sort of, flicking through hands and turn the ball over. And, early in games, they're really strong. They're really good first 10 minutes of every quarter. They try to really stress teams. So, when you can just take ground and move the game forward and play it in your front half, it stifles them a little bit. So we had to just do that. That was a bit of our focus. And once we shifted to that, I thought, the boys were excellent in centre bounce. And started with the big fella, number 9. He was outstanding.
He's not bad.
He's pretty good. Fremantle Dockers defender Jordan Clark joining us here on ABC Sport after their 9-point win over Geelong, their 13th in a row. Geordie, 11 months ago, I think it was, you knocked off the Hawks here. We spoke to you post-game about all the criticism your senior coach in Justin Longmuir was getting 11 months on. You defended him at the time. You must be pretty happy with how it's all sitting now and wondering where all the critics have gone?
Yeah, no, they tend to disappear pretty quickly when things are going well. So, a week's a long time in football, but so is 11 months. So, I think, everyone knows in the footy world that, it's results-driven, results-based. And if you're not getting results, feedback does come your way and that sort of thing. So, while the sun's shining, I suppose we can make hay. And, it's good that no one's criticising him because I love him as a coach and he's been so good for me. And I can speak for a lot of players at the club as well.
And how good's life at the moment, Geordie? You've won 13 in a row, sitting on top of the ladder. You're expecting your first child as well with your partner. Life must just be cruising at the moment. All Australian last year. How good is it?
Yeah, I try not to look in the past, but life's good. I go in with a mindset each week and this year that, no matter what, at the end of the year, I'm guaranteed something amazing in my life, and that's having a baby. So anything else that comes is a byproduct, and that's how I'm living life at the moment. So it's pretty easy going for me.
One of our favourites on ABC Sport, Jordan Clark, downstairs with us. Jordan, Clint Wilden here. Stay in the present. How important is it for the football club to be in this run where you don't have to get on a plane? So you're in the middle of, I think, 33 days where you don't have to trek to the other side of the nation.
I think even if we did have to get on the plane, we've still proven that we can win games of football, but it is nice just to be at home. I think, playing in front of our home crowd when we're drawing crowds like we are tonight, and we don't have to travel, we can spend a little bit more time together. We can get down and watch the Waffle Boys and be a bit more of a united club rather than split in half all the time. So it's just little things like that. But, if we did have to travel, we have to travel, and we accept that. We've done it for our whole existence since the club's been here, and it's not something we complain about because we've got to do it. But, when we can get little wins like this, we take them, and, we're appreciative of it, that's for sure.
Geordie, I actually have one more for you, and I think I'm asking this on behalf of not just us in the box, but the fans as well. Were you wondering if Wharfie time was coming? Because I think we're all sitting here going, I reckon it's time to push the button. Were you thinking on the field at all?
Yeah, I actually wouldn't have minded it to come in the last, even when the game was over, 1 minute to go, just throw it on and get the crowd absolutely singing and dancing. But no, I ran into big Tommy Hawkins after the game out on the Oval, and he did say, I came all the way over here, just wanted to hear Wharfie time, and it didn't happen. So, hopefully it brings him back another time and we can get it going.
He gave you your first goal, Tommy Hawkins, so it'd be good to see him, I reckon.
Yeah, I love the big fella, and he's always got me back, so it's good to see him.
Well, if you get a win like that and a close one, and you don't need to push the Wharfie time button, that's another bonus for Fremantle. Jordan Clark, always a delight to chat. Best of luck.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Jordan Clark downstairs. I was going to ask the same thing because I was like, where's the button? And I do think now, even in the build-up to this game, being the big game, the blockbuster Thursday night, people around the nation were going, do we get to see Wharfie time? And if there was an opportunity with it, was it 8 points at one stage? I thought it was time to push the button and see how we go.
Yeah, well, you were calling it for it, weren't you? You wanted it, Mitch.
Thought they were in trouble. I reckon Justin Lemieux was on the phone. People thought he was delivering a message to the bench. It was to corporate or to game day events, and said, where are the lights? Where's the bell?
When we spoke to him on Sports Talk a couple of weeks ago after the Hawthorn game, he's like, I wanted it in the first quarter.
Yeah, he's proved he can't be trusted. So that's why he'll never get the button, because he'll click it 10 times a game and it'll lose its impact. But I had Freo fans who were texting me then and just they're listening in at the moment. They said, thank you for asking the question, because we're all thinking the same thing. Where is it?
Where was the button? But, yeah, I think it's a great part of a Fremantle game. But without being facetious, the fact they didn't need that enormous roar from the crowd, they were able, Mitch, you called it, they were able to provide it themselves.
Yeah, the crowd I think we all sensed it. We're all thinking, if there's a time to push that button, it's now. And I think the crowd kind of thought, well, it's not coming, so you know what? Let's all go up. And they all went up together and cheered. So they kind of brought their own Wharfie time, which was great.
Well, it's great because if they get to the last day, unless they've got a siren person that's going to go Wharfie time in the MCG, they can't put it over there.
That's exactly.
It's all corporate.
They need to be able to win without it, and they did that tonight. Fremantle, 13 straight wins with a victory over the Cats tonight. And again, worth mentioning that Geelong at one stage kicked 7 unanswered goals to lead by 28 points at the 15-minute mark of the second term. But unlike what happened back in round one, where the Dockers had a very handy lead in the second quarter, we saw a reverse of that this evening with Fremantle fighting back to win by 9 points. In fact, if you have a look at it, there are similarities because it was a 35-point lead at the 25-minute mark of the second term back in round one, and then Geelong went on to win by 10. Tonight, a 28-point win to the Cats, and Fremantle went on to win by 9. So not quite a mirror image, but certainly there's some similarities there.
Jack Henry went forward in the last quarter, which he did in the round one game. He kicked a big goal. Shannon Neal kicked a big one in the last quarter. It was... Once they got ahead, that started showing the similarities of what Geelong did against them the last time they managed to throw a few changes. He's a pretty good weapon, Jack Henry, when he goes forward for the Cats. He's done it for years now.
He's just so good in the air.
Yeah,
he's so good in the air. But it was just interesting to hear Geordie Clark talk about how they were feeling very confident. They just needed to cash in at half-time.
Yeah.
And that's what it looked like. So they knew they had the game on their terms, and the positive mindset has shifted and they were able to do that. So
You've never seen it from the Dockers. Do you think we've ever seen that confidence?
No.
Jordan Clark said when we're going like that, good luck stopping us.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that confidence from a Fremantle side, even when they made the grand final in 13, finished on top in 15. I've never heard players kind of say, good luck stopping us. It's a confidence, not arrogance as well.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, and what I took out of like just his message, even when around the centre bounce, we're just handballing through fingers. We felt like we're getting our hands on the ball. So just the positive nature to that communication amongst themselves, not to stress, get ready, momentum's part of the game. It's just the calmness to it. And you talk about the mental side of it, just being able to sort of stay present. That's probably, that's why they're winning 13 games straight. This is a hard competition. And to win this many games and be sitting where they are on the ladder and having done it away from home too, like I said, those Adelaide games, it's a credit to them.
How much has this club changed? I was going to ask you, because you were there almost 20 years ago now, Scully. It's been a while, but like from the outside now, you're not on the inside, but it seems like they've changed a lot over the last probably 5 or 6 years as well, probably under Simon Garlick and Justin Longmuir and these people. Like, it seems like they have taken the next step as a football club.
Yeah, for me, that's a long time ago for me, and I was only there a short time, but you have to look at the people that are running the club. It starts at the top. It just looks like they're so aligned. They know what their vision is. They've been able to build a really strong list. And then, obviously, the belief on the back of that. It's taken time. It just doesn't happen overnight. Building a club or an organisation that is going to contend for premiership, not just for 1 year, but they want to be there for the longevity. And they've taken maybe a bit of a longer or slower burn than other clubs, but they're definitely a different beast than what they were 20 years ago when I was the hack there. So
they would have felt like a new club when you were playing there, wouldn't they? Like, still felt very new.
Yeah, they're like little brother.
Yeah.
West Coast were the big boys in WA, but now it's shifted, and they're a big organisation, so it's credit to them.
If you can drag in 55,201 people, you are a big organisation.
And twice on a Thursday night they've pulled that crowd. So for all the criticism some give for the Thursday night games in Perth, they still rock up, still get here. I know it's hard, but they still make it happen when it's a good game.
Oh, it's tricky to get to.
Really hard, yeah.
We all know how hard it is to get here, and rolling in at, well, for us, at 3:30, 4 o'clock to be in for the start of our broadcast. At 4:30, sort of hard to explain to the rest of the country. You start at 6:30, we start at 4:30, and people still are at work hoping to get here without any public transport that's set on for the game. And I'll say again, I had a look around at the bounce, thought it's probably 3/4 full, but it was chockers by the start of the second quarter. Absolutely chockers. So well done to everybody who makes the effort to get here. I did just want to recap something, and this is quite serious and really distressing. The news that came through while we were on air about Tony Modra, an absolute legend of the game, both with Adelaide and Fremantle. Every Dockers fan will remember the impact that he made when he came across to join Freo. The Crows legend, officially now we can tell you that ABC News SA can confirm that Tony Modra has been involved in a serious truck crash. He's been seriously injured. SA Police have made a statement saying that a 57-year-old man from Waipinga was taken to hospital on Thursday evening after he crashed his truck into a tree at Back Valley around 10 kilometres west of Victor Harbour. So it's now been officially confirmed by ABC News in SA. So we keep our fingers crossed. That happened at about 5:15 today, with police and emergency services responding to reports that a truck had crashed into a tree at Range Road, Back Valley. So it's for everybody who had anything to do with Tony Modra, either as a fan or broadcaster, whatever, we keep our fingers crossed that he will be okay. It's just shocking news coming out today. ABC News SA confirming Tony Modra seriously injured in a crash today in South Australia. Repeating here full time, Fremantle winning by 9 points, 14-15-99. To Geelong 14-6-90. We welcome your text if you'd like to ask us a question. 0437 774 774. Hannah and John from St Kilda. They're in New York City at the moment watching the Knicks Parade of Champions. Great result to the Dockers, says Hannah and John. Daniel's from Mount Barker in SA. I've always been a bit sceptical about Freo, but they might be the real deal this time. I understand why Daniel feels that way. There's hardcore Dockers fans who feel the same way, but I've been convinced that this is the year they're ready to rock and roll.
I'll have to scroll back, because who texted in at half-time or half of the second and said this is why they'll go out in the first round of September? There was a very early call from someone. I reckon it was Kylie who said, it might be wrong, text us, Kylie, and give us your full-time thoughts now. What are your thoughts after the final siren? But she jumped off him halfway through, which gives me every indication she's a Fremantle fan, because that's a classic Dockers move.
After 9 consecutive behinds in that second term, I understand why Kylie was feeling the way she did. Bert from Whitecatcham says, g'day, great broadcast, 13, you beauty. To steal a line, 13!
You went there.
I went there. Anthony Hudson, it was a perfect opportunity to do. Dean says, centre clearances second half 14-2 in favour of Fremantle. They were able to dominate after Geelong were very good in that first quarter. Brett from Canberra, I thought Voss was very strong tonight. Couple of massive don't argues, big fans from Big Paddy Voss, and kicked a couple of goals that were influential as well. He's a beast, just a beast.
You just love big blokes playing like big blokes, like their presence. You can just see it. Those old Harley Reid sort of stiff arms. It's the Paddy Voss stiff arm, and he just wanted to take it on. But he had a real presence tonight, along with Tracy.
And I think on the other side of it, Jeremy Cameron was pretty quiet tonight. He's been a bit up and down. He's kicked a few bags of goals this year, which have pumped up his tally 2 tonight to 39. But he just hasn't quite been Jez this year, has he? As the player we know, and that arm seems to be continuing to bother him. And given it's Geelong, they'll never tell anyone what's going on, because they refuse to give anyone the full idea of their injury report. If you go look at it, it'll be TBC, indefinite, test. And will they get Tom Stewart back? They have a bye next. We still don't know if he's actually in concussion protocols, if he's out of concussion protocols, like where he's actually sitting. They've just said he didn't get picked.
Just by the way, we didn't get a chance to talk about this, but people go, oh, well, the clubs have got no reason to give out injury lists. And no, they do. It's mandated in the CBA that they have to give out injury lists. And for people who wonder why, and Scully, you've been on the other side of the fence, as you have, Cara, there's a really good reason which nobody wants to touch on. And that is that if you are transparent in your injury lists, then you never have any of the issues that in the past have affected the National Football League in America and baseball, where gamblers were, how would I describe this, befriending players and staff members to get information about when players were due back because of the impact that has on betting markets. And people immediately say, are you kidding yourself? No, not at all. That's why the NFL decided a number of years ago, no, we're a serious elite sport. If we make our injury players transparent, then nobody can ever be accused of just befriending somebody to get harmless injury information about when a player's coming back. And if you think I'm overreacting, remember what cricket had to do to a couple of Australian players who were just handing out pitch information. And the reason is that's the next step forward from just getting friendly pitch information to, oh, well, now we've chatted with you and we've befriended you. Could we have a little bit more, thanks? Could we do a little bit more? And again, without trying to overplay this, I did a bit of research on this during the week. The NFL in recent times have handed down fines of $100,000 to the Baltimore Ravens last year because they listed their quarterback, Lamar Jackson, as practice participation as full, and it turned out that he wasn't. He was just working with the scouting group. And that simple difference was enough for the Ravens to get whacked $100K. Wow. Because, again, they weren't telling the truth about where someone's fitness was. And also recently, Atlanta got fined, well, the club got fined $75K and their coach $25K for basically not being honest in injury reporting because they wanted absolutely transparent. Now, I don't blame, before the Cats fans get fired up, I don't blame Geelong in this. And I'll take the Mick Malthouse argument for when West Coast first entered the comp and then Mick took over and Mick decided, you know what? there might be a difference between the team we name and the team that happens to run out, because I don't see it written anywhere that there has to be this case. And after this happened a couple of times, the AFL rang Mick, and Mick said, OK, we've changed the law now. If you don't name your team properly, that'll be a $10,000 fine. And the great man said, OK, you've got me, well played. You can push the line as much as you can. I'm not having a go at Geelong because no one's telling Geelong to pull their heads in and do the right thing. This is where if the AFL, if they are as fair dinkum as they say they are about integrity, then they have to go to the Cats and go, you don't think it's important, it is important. And don't hide behind player privacy, because this is an elite competition where we are seriously concerned about the potential for players and staff members at your club to be influenced by gamblers. And if you don't think that doesn't happen, then have a look around the rest of the world, because it absolutely does. So that's the reason why team injury lists were brought in the first place. So, yeah.
They just thumb their nose at the AFL, though. That's the annoying thing.
This is on the AFL to go, OK, we're sick of this now. None of this long-term, short-term TBC. You are part of our competition. It is mandated in the CBA. You are going to put it out there. And if you don't, we'll fine you.
They just thumb their nose at the AFL, Geelong, and it frustrates other clubs who say that frustrates them, that they follow the rules and one club doesn't. And it really frustrates fans. It's not just that, it's the constant laid-outs who aren't laid-outs. They're never playing the game, which clubs do from time to time, but they do it, Geelong, more than anyone, and the numbers show that. And just the injury reports, as you said, we've gone through it. There's just smoke and mirrors about everything they do, and fans just get fed up with it because they want to know. And it's not all about money. They said there's the integrity side of it about money, but just for a fan who might be playing, fantasy football, which isn't about the money, but it's about engaging with the game. Fans who want to buy a ticket, and you might be 9 years old and your favourite player is, Bailey Smith or Jeremy Cameron, they don't want to rock up to a game and he's not playing because they played silly buggers with the injury report. That's another reason the NBA and the NFL in the US get held to account, because fans were spending stupid amounts of money to go to games, to rock up, and then players were out. And now the NBA are cracking down on that because they're like, well, if a guy brings his kids to his wife and kids to the basketball, they rock up and LeBron James doesn't play and there's been no talk about it and they've spent $1,000. Like, it's not good for the fans.
Yeah, I don't blame the Cats.
Chris Scott doesn't care.
You get it, but you can get away with what you get away with.
Absolutely.
Well, that's the thing. If you don't have guidelines in place, you're always going to push the envelope.
Yeah.
I've been there as a coach.
You know.
You played under Mick as well.
Yes, I did. Gone are the times when you used to sort of play the cat and mouse, it's like the old, you do the laid out if they're laid out, so you keep the opposition guessing and occupied for a 10-minute window. It's like, gone are those times. So, I hearing that about the gambling, I said, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's that thing that nobody, it won't happen in our sport. Why? Because it's happened in plenty of other sports.
It will.
And that's the thing, that if it does happen, people will go, well, hang on, how is this ever allowed to occur? That's the reason why the NFL brought it in. And this is not a holier-than-thou argument. I get your argument about fans, but this is actually an integrity issue. Because you want to destroy a sport or a code, you ruin that code's integrity. So, yeah, I think it's really... I don't think anyone explains it to people, but if we ever get Andrew Dillon on here in the West, I'll ask him the question. Steve from Ballarat, no matter what happens from here, the Cats should be content. Missing their two most influential players for this year's toughest road trip. Pretty impressive, actually. I agree with what Steve said. Yep. They were without two absolute guns, Stewart in one and Bailey Smith the late out. I said at the bounce, Smith missing was enough to make me go, Freo in this game of footy.
Yeah, well, to be honest, like we said, they were in it to the final sign, so they could have snatched the win without those massive outs. So, there's a lot of positives to come from it from a Geelong point of view.
You only have to think about what you're talking about, Jeremy Cameron.
Yeah.
He's obviously not fully fit. He's not even firing. He's normally averaging 5 or 6 goals a game when he's firing, so put that all together as well. As I've said, they're still a dangerous outfit.
He's near on the best player in the comp when he's up and about. I think he is the best when he's up and about. Like, what he can do at that size, like his mobility, his ability to finish his field kicking.
Well,
he's as good as it gets.
Well, that's the thing. You normally
didn't look like that.
He normally goes up the ground when you're feeling good. He gets up high at the ground. He didn't do that tonight. He just played close to the goal.
Yeah.
I've got an update on the Wharfie time.
Oh, yeah.
You've been asking questions.
I have. I've been asking the hard-hitting questions downstairs. So apparently it only gets used if it's within a kick.
So they do have its height.
Yeah. And the simple, I asked what didn't it go off tonight? It gets used if there's a kick in it. Also, we didn't need it.
I love the we didn't need. That follows on from the Jordan Clark confidence as well. But
so there you go.
I'd like to have a chat to that person.
I understand it. I would have thought 8 points out of the pump. I would have thought 8 points out of the pump would be enough to push the Wharfie time button. I'm glad Mason Cox was able to find his glasses again, by the way, just showing him replay of that when he
Where were they?
Somewhere across half back, he went searching for them because he must have lost them.
But they're in the middle, I just saw the replay.
He went searching for them. One of the trainers found them. Anyway, for our Geelong Cats fans, let's have a listen to Chris Scott. He's downstairs speaking to the media.
Well, Chris, from our perspective, it was a great game of footy to watch. What did you make of it from where you were sitting?
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty high-standard game. And sometimes the hotter the game, the more obvious some of the execution issues can be, which is a little unfair because I suspect even watching on TV, you sort of see some missed shots at goal and think, how could he miss that one? But you don't see the build-up where, players just work so hard. And I think both teams had their chances to put more pressure on the opposition. But outside of those things, I thought, it looked like two good teams going at each other, sort of challenging the other in different ways. They've obviously been going well. That's, the win-loss is obvious there. But I think it's been a bit deeper than that. They've been challenged a few times in games. Tonight was a good example, and they've sort of found a way to come out on top. They're not a one-dimensional team where, if you get on top, they don't have the ability to change it up. So I don't think we come away from the game, or we will come away from the game, devastated at where we're at. I think I always hesitate because in the immediate aftermath, it's hard not to feel what you feel. And we had the chance to win the game. We thought we gave ourselves enough chances to really put them under pressure and just couldn't get it done in the end. But if you take a step back, which we'll get a chance to do with the bye coming up, I suspect our takeaway will be we feel like we're in a spot where we can have a crack at it. And that's very easy to say and hard to do in this competition, but Freo are clearly there. But there is an argument that it doesn't matter how easily you get to that point of contention. The thing that matters is, do you get there? And we think we've got that opportunity in front of us. So besides not getting the 4 points, I don't think we, besides that, we came away at least with our confidence in our game intact.
It's probably that third quarter, they sort of just a big wave constantly, Freo. Hard to shut down, I guess. You had your own periods of a similar nature early. What was it like in that third term, and what did you try to sort of slow that down a little bit?
We don't talk very often, but I tend not to explain the tactical stuff post-game. That's a reasonable observation that sort of both sides had their moments there. And it became a bit of an execution thing in a lot of those instances. But again, it's like sometimes you come away from games thinking, well, we've got some serious flaws in our system because the opposition were able to play a certain way. I don't necessarily think that after this game. And things may well change, as the season progresses. But, again, I sort of suspect both teams will come away sort of thinking, all right, well, we're in good shape and our best footy is going to be hard to beat.
There's Chris Scott. I always find it interesting when other coaches, because who was it? Damien Hardwick yesterday having a crack at the media for not asking questions about the game because no one knows what they're talking about. And then you ask a question about the game and your coach goes, well, I'm not really going to talk about that post-game. Okay, then.
What do we ask?
What do you want? Anyway.
I like Jordan Clark when he said, I might be wrong, but this is what I thought.
Anyway, that thing, it leapt out to me this week. Let's get the ABC Football of the Year votes and the Christian medal. Who's responsible, team?
Okay, so we went with 3 with Luke Jackson.
Come on, we need to build it up from 1 to 3 here.
Oh, sorry. I've never done this before. So Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that's.
Oh, sorry, this is my first time.
Sorry.
Okay, we built it from 1 to 3.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, so I've already let the cat out. Okay, the drama. Okay, 1. We'll go with the 150 gamer.
Yep.
Alex Pearce.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
We go with Brayshaw. His second half was just superb, and I've already let the cat out.
Wonder who got the 3.
We got the 3. I've changed my mind. No, Jackson. He was super.
I'd have been surprised if Luke Jackson hadn't picked up the 3 votes.
Oh, well, I asked the question at the start of the game, what are you going to do with that one? And, kicked 3 goals in 27, but not a bad player.
3 hard disposals.
Big game tomorrow. Gold Coast up against Hawthorn. It's a cracking round, and it began with a beauty in the West. Fremantle 13 straight wins, beating the Cats by 9 points. Thanks very much to the entire team and to Jules back in the studio for keeping us on deck. Let's sign off from Perth Stadium. Freo by 9 over the Cats. Thanks for your company.
The winter issue of Organic Gardener magazine is packed with practical ideas. Extend the seasons with a glasshouse, protect plants with a bush house, learn about saltbush and edibles in shady spots. Now at newsagents and abcshop.com.au.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of NRL.
This is Stories from the Sideline, the best sporting conversations from across the Pacific.
This is Stories from the Sideline, the best place to hear the stories of our Pacific athletes making waves in the sporting world. On the show today, an interview from Nesian Footy, our rugby league and rugby union obsessed show, hosted by Sam Wags and Timirao Aruna.
Interception from BKPZ Ma'afu. Here he is, yes, Nemani Nandolo Kurandrani isn't able to join us today, but I've called in the big guns, one of Fiji's favourite sons, 58 tests for the Flying Fijians, one of the highest capped, all-round, genuine, great bloke, has Tongan heritage as well. Kampizi Ma'afu, George Kampizi Ma'afu, actually, he joins us now. Hey, Dola Brass, it is good to have you on again.
Yeah, Nisambula Manaka, bros. Thanks for having me again. And, proud of a little intercept from a back as a prop forward, so I'll take that every day of the week.
Hey, you know, I sort of, you forget how many World Cups you've played in, and you keep popping up on a lot of the rugby sort of social media clips, just with you like pushing and shoving. You're going after halfbacks, you're carrying on if you get trying to milk a penalty from scrum time. But man, how many World Cups did you actually play in again?
Man, I was actually blessed to represent Fiji at three rugby World Cups. To be honest, it's crazy. I still like crazy about it today. Just thinking that I can't believe I actually did 3. The dream was to do 1, but to do 3 is crazy. I was like, man, I still knock myself in the head every now and then, especially when I see those clips going viral on social media and World Cups. I'm like, far out, I can't believe I actually did that.
Out of the 3 World Cups, which one was your favourite?
I'd definitely say 2015. And there's a huge story behind that one. It's because that was the year that the foundation legacy was laid in terms of set piece for the Flying Fijians. We made a stance that we weren't going to be a pushover nation anymore, especially in that set piece. So that was the year that everything changed for us, and then that's the year that all the Tier 1 nations started to take us seriously. And proud to say that I was part of that legacy, and lead on to what the Flying Fijians have to offer now in terms of set piece.
Yeah, man, you're not wrong, man.
2015.
You're not wrong. Everyone was saying, all the Fijians can do is just play footy, offload game, expansive. But that 2015 World Cup, you had a strong platform to play off because of you guys in the front row. Now, after all that experience, man, you've been aspirational as a coach for a very long time. You're a very good coach, and now you've been appointed as one of the under-20s Fijian coaches, looking after their set piece. They're preparing for a World Cup. Man, how is that for you? Someone that's represented the white jersey. Now you get to give that lived experience and then coach some of these young Fijians coming through.
Yeah, look, it was actually a blessing in disguise, if I'm honest. Nadar, the current GM, gave me a call, and he was wanting to get me involved with Fiji, especially with the pathways programs that they're trying to build at the moment, especially with the tier 1 nation status now that only just came through in January. I think they're paying extra attention now to the pathways, and that's something I'm really passionate about, is development. And I'm actually quite privileged to take on this role, because it means I get to pass on my knowledge and all my experience onto these young guys coming through who will potentially become the next crop of guns for the Flying Fijians, and a lot of them are still local based players, but then it has a good mixture with a lot of guys being touted to go overseas and play in France. So for myself as a coach to jump on board, we've had 2 tours already, one in Coffs Harbour and one to Cape Town in South Africa, and very, very challenging in terms of trying to get everyone together and try to pull rabbit out of the hat, in the span of 2 weeks or a week. It's always going to be tough and challenging for anyone to take on that role, but I think that's key for us to as coaches to try and be as creative as possible and try and get them working together and be as competitive as we can. So, yeah, really challenging on the forefront. So
yeah, I could imagine. Good. Dealing with the different players that are coming from Fiji, but also local-based ones here in Australia as well. Yeah, with your current coaching journey so far, what's been the biggest lessons you've learnt?
Well, just that creative part of it. It's just bringing simple things like the Australian, New Zealand boys that join the squad. Not many of them speak Fijian, and it reminds me a lot of myself when I first joined the squad. But I took it upon myself to learn the language, and majority of the squad, I'd say probably about 85% of the squad only speak Fijian. And they're only comfortable to speak Fijian, and that's a challenge for me to try and get everyone speaking the same sort of language in order to play the same style of rugby. So the biggest challenge for me is the language barrier, but I think we're in good spirits there, because the boys, they want to learn. They want to inherit the culture, and they want to speak the language, and they want to sing the songs that the Fijians do. So it's the good part, the positive side of everything is that the boys want to embrace that culture part of it, rather than just coming in and just want to speak English. We got an Australian boy in the team, and hearing him speaking, bits and pieces of Fijian here and there is so encouraging, and it's awesome. I love that part of it. It's part of the challenge that's being crucified well. So, just trying to get them to sing off the same page and try and create that on the field as well is probably the challenging part of it all. So,
Kempo, we've been talking about what makes a good coach at the moment. So there's 2 parts to this. In your eyes, with the Drua, if needed a new coach, the Flying Fijians have a new coach. What makes a great coach, that leads the Fijian style of team? And is that something that you would love to do in the future, to be able to go high and coach at the highest level in Fiji for the Drua or with the top squad of the Flying Fijians?
Oh, mate, most definitely. Look, that's the end goal for me. Well, not the end goal, but that's definitely one of my top goals. Coaching here in Australia, but purely my heart's with Fiji. I spent a lot of time with them, and I represented the country at such a high level. And I think what's going to make them work well is the connection part and the behavior changes. So in terms of coaching, like if we can get them to change their behaviors and connect really, really fast, I think we're going to get further faster and get the results a little bit quicker than the norms. But definitely biggest aspiration for me is to be a part of the Drua, not only but the Flying Fijians, especially a team that holds a special place in my heart. I think I have so much to contribute in that area, and like any other ex-player that wore the jersey before me, I think they know the importance of it, and that's probably the biggest part that drives us and motivates us to want to give back. So the Flying Fijians is definitely on the cards for me.
I love that, bro. We're going to shift over to a bit of Super Rugby chat and sticking to the Fijian rugby theme. Yeah, what have your thoughts been on the Drua and how they've performed this year in the Super Rugby tournament?
Yeah, look, they've had a pretty tough season in terms of results, and they've been thrashed. If I'm honest, it hurts me a little bit when I'm reading all this, the criticism online, and that's something that's way out of their control. But I think Jacko's done a pretty good job of chopping out the outside noise and just trying to focus purely on their game and what they have to offer week in, week out, especially all the challenges playing against New Zealand teams and away from home. The perfect record at home has been tarnished this year, and they've been dampened quite a bit. So I think the Drua, with a little bit of inconsistency this year, I think they struggled, but at the same time, they put out some really good performances out there. So I think the acknowledging parties that we know they can actually do it. It's whether they can do it consistently. Looking forward to the new season, especially with a lot of players, a lot of senior players moving on. So that'll be a lot of questions asked in that area, and seeing that the new guys are coming in and see if they can actually do a job for the Drua in the Super Rugby, especially the Super Rugby is such a challenging competition.
Yeah, hopefully they get to do, or they go better next year, and hopefully we still get to see Moana Pacifica. There's still a little bit of a pulse there. There's still noise around them staying in there, so we're still hopeful that happens. But with quarterfinals footy, the Hurricanes have been pretty special. We talked about as well with T. He brought up a really good stat. I was proud of him. He's doing some homework around rugby union, not just rugby league, where he said no Australian side has won across the ditch in New Zealand when it comes to finals footy. But who are you liking around this quarterfinal series and to potentially take out the Super Rugby Pacific title for 2026?
Mate, if I'm honest, I'm quite envious of the Hurricanes.
Yeah.
I mean, Roy Gard has been immaculate. He's been unbelievable for them, and funny enough too, Fehi Whineanganofo, a young Tongan winger, very very close family of my wife, and that's why the Hurricanes have been on my radar quite a bit, because my family's constantly watching the Hurricanes.
Vast family have some talented players. So Rob Toya and Fehi related.
Fehi, yes. So they're all their mums are sisters, and Vaz their first cousin.
Oh my goodness!
So they're very tight knit with that, and that's their claim to fame. So we're constantly watching them. We're constantly watching the Roosters, the Queenslanders, and now the Hurricanes. I'm like, far out. So yeah, keeping a close radar on the Hurricanes. I'm actually starting to open up with them, mate. I'm enjoying their footy at the moment, especially Fehi's playing some really good footy at the moment. But Roy Gard and the Hurricanes, I really feel like they're going to take it one step further this year.
Yeah, well, he'll miss tonight's game. Hopefully he'll be right for next week. Yeah, he'll be good to go. But yeah, man, he needs to break that try-scoring record for Super Rugby Pacific. But Cam Peasy, I would say that's a 10 out of 10. T, that performance from Campo here.
With the late call-up
With the late call-up? How good was that? I reckon...
With the intercept.
Sorry, Nems.
Nems, we just might not send him a message in the group chat next week and just get our man here, Cam Peasy, Ma'afu, to take lead here. But nah, Bruss, I appreciate your time, man. Hey, all the best with preparations for the World Cup. Who's in your pool, actually?
Yeah, pool of death again. Fiji always managed to find themselves in that pool of death. Australia and France, and Spain. So
yeah, you guys will beat Australia and you'll beat Spain.
Fingers crossed, mate. That's the goal.
All right, perfect, my brother. Well, all the best over there. And we might check in actually with you while you're on tour, if that's all right. We might see if we can cross over to you over there and get an update with the boys in at the World Cup. So much love, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah, much love. Thanks for having me, guys. Anytime. I'm on.
All right, bro.
You're listening to Stories from the Sideline.
Next up, let's hear an interview from Fresh Off the Field, where Sam Wykes and co-hosts from across the Pacific keep you in the loop with the must-know sporting results and stories from the islands.
Mel, we're going to hear the chat you had with Jacquelinda Malidu, a para badminton player from Vanuatu. But before we get into it, set the scene here. Obviously, badminton's not a huge sport, but it's still a very tough sport to play, and some absolute superstars play this game across the Pacific.
Absolutely. I mean, I've tried badminton here at uni, and it is not for me. It is quite intense.
It's not for me
I think
either.
people who underestimate I'm more of a long game kind of athlete, but Jacquelinda is actually, her story getting into sports quite impressive. Very fortunate to be able to speak with her, and we started off our conversation. I asked her about, what got her into badminton, and to talk just a little bit about her journey going into badminton.
My sporting journey was started through my involvement in para sport in Vanuatu. And I have always enjoyed being active and, challenging myself sometimes through sport. I was introduced to badminton through the opportunities provided by the Vanuatu Paralympic